Chelsea. Yo, more is less. Less is more or less. Say no more is less. Ever more, say less. Less is more. Yo. More love, more life, more freedom. Less heathens channeling demons. More conversations with meaning. Less trying to slide in the freaks' DMs. Less separation, more elevation, more education. Less hesitation, less follow fashion. More leaders, more queens in love with their features. Less whips and chains, more kings, less slaves, less chemicals on my reefer. Give more to the poor, less to the rich. More people trying to think deeper. More ambition, less patience. More brotherhood, but less masons. Less mumble rap on them stations. More spirulina, less bacon. Less agents, limitations. Less racists, less cages. Feel with man them caught with them yay bricks. More ways of escaping the matrix. More power to the people. They want more cowards and more evil, so they can drain every drop of the goodness we have and leave us sour and feeble.
Hey, it's your boy Jedi for Jedi Online, Trilluminati Live, Red Pill True, Trilluminati clips. Like, comment, share, subscribe. Hit the notification bell so you know when we go live, and please put the number of your like in the chat. You know, like that. Come on, man.
Chelsea. Yo, more is less. Less is more or less. Say no more is less. Ever more, say less. Less is more. Yo. More love, more life, more freedom. Less heathens channeling demons. More conversations with meaning. Less trying to slide in the freaks' DMs. Less separation, more elevation, more education. Less hesitation, less follow fashion. More leaders, more queens in love with their features. Less whips and chains, more kings, less slaves, less chemicals on my reefer. Give more to the poor, less to the rich. More people trying to think deeper. More ambition, less patience. More brotherhood, but less masons. Less mumble rap on them stations. More spirulina, less bacon. Less agents, limitations. Less racist, less cages. Feel with man them caught with them yay bricks. More ways of escaping the matrix. More power to the people. They want more cowards and more evil, so they can drain every drop of the goodness we have and leave us sour and feeble. More rebels and more riders. More non-conformists, more fire to burn out the devils and liars. More role models that inspire. More directions, less infections. More weapons for protection against the government's twisted intentions. I want more answers than questions. Yo.
Love is understanding. Anyone can love the people that love them. But can you understand the people that don't understand you? That is the question. Until you can learn to love those that do not love you, will you ever get out of this simulation? You will continue to reincarnate into the simulation because you are here to learn love. Love is understanding.
There's a war going on outside, no man is safe from. That the earth's under a curse you can't escape from. Glocks bursting, slugs landing the wrong person. Fots twerking, rock serving, my block's burning. See cops swerving, better run till your lungs hurting. Especially if your skin's black and the snub's German. They're quick to hit a kid in his back, and my son's burping. Sluts with rock purses, not surfing, stuck with their tongues twirling. Remind me of the hands of a clock turning. Ex-cons converted, enemies converging. What if we loved ourselves as much as we love Sterling? Maybe we're just vermin, desperate for crumb searching. It's concerning. Sip rum to a slurring. The leaders get drunk from the blood of a young virgin, cause really they're just serpents. Purpose is to submerge us in the circuses and have us feeling like we're worthless. Trapped in a cage, go to slum, my whole hood is at war. No man is safe. Straps and cocaine, I've got the young going to prison and court. You could run, but yeah, high forever. Age is all we ever seem to feel anymore. I big up the Trill ones, you know. I don't know, Trilluminati, all the people in the family, the Trill squad, everyone, man. Moderators, panelists, chat fam, all of you lot, man. Sideline, quiet listeners. Yeah, man. Big up yourself. Happy Friday.
Yeah, man. I didn't even know it was supposed to be a bank holiday weekend. What are we supposed to do with that? What are we doing with that? I don't know, man. What are we supposed to do with this? Have you lot got plans? No one ever CC'd me into any plans, so I don't know what's going on right now. I really don't know. But more than likely, I'm going to be keeping myself to myself, trying to get some painting in. I've definitely got to do some painting over the weekend. You know, I realize that I'm really not a painter or decorator, you know. I'm really not. But I try. But yeah. I'm gonna keep practicing. Big up, family.
Done though.
Hit the like button, family.
Section JOAT. Shut down.
Hit the like button and please hit the link, jump on, come chat to me, man. It's Friday. Let's go.
Season. All the ladies with the tattoos and the piercings, kindly step to the left. The rest of you lot sit this one up. Yeah. Your shoes match your back, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, tats on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Your shoes match your back, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, tats on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Let me see your piercings. Tats on your clear skin. Let me see your piercings. Tats on your clear, let me see your piercings. She got a picture of an angel on her neck, looking fatal in her dress. Hope she's available for Jess, so I can lay her on my bed and study your life story illustrated on her flesh. From the navel to her breast, fascinated by the images engraved on her legs, pierced in all the right places. It's playing with my head. I'm constantly thinking of linking an ink thing with a hoop in her nose like that pink thing. Looking like a rock star with a lip ring. All this bodyguards got JEDI thinking sick things. I get excited quick by the sight of thick bodied women rocking mad tats like the biker chicks. I got a Harley Davidson, baby, we can ride on it. To the bar and tap JEDI on it. Believe me, when I'm sleepy, I ain't trying to dream a genie. I dream a freaky Nefertiti's covered in graffiti. Your shoes match your back, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, tats on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Your shoes match your back, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, tats on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Let me see your piercings. Tats on your clear skin. Let me see your piercings. Tats on your clear, let me see your piercings. We was only meant to talk, but now we're on the bed humping. I tried to behave, she kept playing with her tongue ring. Recruiting from a blowjob, headhunting. You've been hired by JEDI, put your flyer, till I love ring. Looking triple fierce, bottom lip and nipple pierce. The lettering on your collarbone is crystal clear. Girl, you get it in the other whole shit is smear. All my ladies go crazy if you Christmas spears. Or your pussy's blinking, your pussy's winning. It does all the shit my ex-girl's pussy giving. Sharing is caring, why keep the goodies hidden? Tattoos and piercings.
On you religion.
It don't matter if it's songs or Arabic scriptures from Quran. Your baby's name or Lucky Charm. A bar through your lip or your nose. Tats on your hips or your arms. Lift up your arms. Let me see your piercings. Tats on your clear skin. Let me see your piercings. Tats on your clear, let me see your piercings. Your shoes match your back, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, tats on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Your shoes match your back, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, tats on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings.
All right, man.
My wings are like a shield.
Big up, K. What's going on?
Big up, bro. All good, man.
Yeah.
Lovely day. The sun's out. It's like, yeah, man. Coming out of hibernation now.
Slowly.
Big up, Jets. Big up, K. Big up. Come on.
Banging that Stars P and ransom. So much I had to jump on it myself.
Oh, tune. Nil. Jeez.
Yeah, that's not that one.
Oh.
You got chefs. Auntie Jenny, what's the number of your like? Put it in the chat.
Yeah, I was just over Auntie Jenny.
The judge and probation, giving gunshots now.
In Barbados.
Radar MC said, did they actually get your name tatted? Of course they did, man. What do you think this is?
Ain't got no patience. My nigga slugs, all my guns that are patient. Sentenced by a racist. Need a foul mason. They call me a pagan. Call me a pagan. Cause I don't live in fear of man-made religion or Satan. So many brothers converted because they're faking. And priests are trying to fuck the kids in the congregation. Call me a pagan. Call me a pagan. The truth in the Bible's lost in translation. Don't fear hellfire or eternal damnation. Adam and Eve story is a man-made creation. I drink alcohol and I eat bacon. Look like I'm on MDMA when I'm raised with two bad bitches. You can call me Craven, real road runner, right? Playing on these pavements. Call me a pagan, call me a pagan. So cool bad boys sitting in a station, switching on a man, them making all these statements to the boys in blue. No, I'm not mistaken. Call me a pagan, aka Andy. I'm ulterior, that's why they can't stand me. You can ask Blem, ask South, ask Brandy. I'm harder than rum, vodka, brandy. I'm other man, Shandy, this is one gun made my mum disappear. Bambi, I've been on a stampede with a bag of bad weed, but it's mad weed, fake niggas don't understand me. Illuminati, what used to shoot the party? Come out with jumping kicks, but they the new karate. You back on fruit, and for you, in my tooth is balmy. Who can lose the army? Show me your juicy mommy. In the new Ferrari, I show what Junior Ali will do to the Trilluminati. If you love real niggas, you should salute me, doggy. Half these damn guys are sprinkling in the super Charlie. I see it all through the Ayahuasca. Man, that wifey for singing the Jedi chorus. The Bill Team UK, they can't try ignore us. The game Jurassic Park, and that's Tyrannosaurus. The opposite of Rizzle kicks. These little bricks that fugitives to get pistol with. Call me a pharaoh, call me a pharaoh. A 9E for being, check the way that my head rolls. Music and warrior, blessed with a rare flow. Raising the insert and done for the tear glow. Call me a pagan, trail from the other side. Every day is homicide, they don't let nothing slide. Shoot my face to the side to get rubbers right. This ain't God to a gully, blood up from the gutter side. We just wanna touch bread like a butter knife. I ain't gotta lie, this is life in these troubled times. So cool bad boy sitting in the station. Real road runner, I ain't playing on these pavements. Pagan, playing on these pavements. Pagan, in the station. Pagan, aka I'm ulterior. That's why they can't stand me.
Hey, South Dance is killing me. Energy though, I like that video, man. Energy, man. And the bars as well.
Family. So what's going on? Nothing much.
Who talking to me?
It's us.
Oh. Yeah, man. I got a lot of fucking work to do this weekend. I've got to put some blinds up in the yard. They've changed all the windows, so I've got to put up the blinds and the curtains and the curtain poles, and I go around with my little ladder and my drill. Got to start some painting. Got to lick out some painting in the yard. Cardi's washing and a Hoover. Put the Hoover on charge. What else?
You got chores. You got chores.
Yeah, man. Got a list, man. I got to hit gym at least once this weekend. I'm gonna take my youth to the gym if his mum lets him out. Oh yeah, I got speed dating Saturday night. Woo, man's getting speed dating for the first time.
Oh man, speed dating. You know?
Yeah.
All right, ladies. You're not gonna have to jump on and help him practice for the speed date, then, man.
Can't be saying watermelon or anything like that.
I've never been on a speed date.
Yeah, don't tell man about baklava then, innit?
Yeah,
eye for an eye, bro.
7.
Man, don't owe you nothing.
About what Rastas do at 7 in the morning. You gotta leave all of that out. Yeah, just
what Swedish Rastas? The fake Swedish Rastas.
Yeah, what they're doing in the morning, you gotta leave all of that out. Yeah, this is a speed date. Just quick.
I'm
quick
just a racist little fuck, bro.
Yeah, to say, listen, great grandson of Mehmet. You get me? And yeah,
I don't think I'm related to Mehmet, bro. I'm not related to Mehmet.
I know you ain't.
Them and all the R1 crew. The R1s, they're the ruling elite.
Right.
We're not related to them.
Them and they're Hungarian and all that.
Yeah, man. Them and the thingy, innit? The Dracula bloodline.
Yeah, what's that? What they call them? They had a different name for them before they called them. Began with a W.
Go on, what then?
What? I don't even know.
Wallaki.
Is that what it is?
Wallaka, yeah, Wallaki.
Yeah, something. Yeah, they weren't known as Transylvanians or
Wallaka.
Yeah.
You know who's a Wallaka?
Vlad Tepes.
You know in Good, the Bad and the Ugly, the little guy. What's his name? Not Lee Van Cleef. Not Not
Oh,
I
the
think
good, the bad, and the ugly. You mean
yeah.
the
So
guy
there's
with
Lee
the
Van
eyes?
Cleef's the bad guy.
Yeah.
The good guy
No.
is thingy Clint, and then there's the other guy. What's his name? The little one.
Yeah, the
The
little
one, and
one.
he's in
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
bath
yeah.
and he shoots the guy, and he's like, "When you gotta shoot, shoot. Don't talk." That
Yeah,
guy.
the dirty, the dusty one.
His,
Yeah, yeah,
his
yeah, yeah.
last name's Wallach.
Okay, okay.
Eli Wallach.
He looks Cypriot. I'm not even gonna
Yeah,
lie.
yeah, yeah.
He looks
does.
like
He
he's.
does. I
He
think
does, innit?
he's a thingy though. He's a J.
He's got that bubble nose kind of. I remember him. He's quite funny. He
Yeah,
doesn't even crack jokes,
yeah.
but he's kind of funny.
He
Innit?
only
Like,
died recently.
yeah, I think he's in other stuff as well.
Eli, yeah. Big
He was in
actor.
other movies.
Do
and-
you know what
yeah.
he was saying when they made Good, the Bad, and the Ugly? He's going, you know those guys that are chilling with him? I think it's one of the clips that got cut out. But he's chilling with some Mexican gangsters, yeah? He was getting that they were real gangsters that they hired.
They didn't even
Because
make
he
it
was
out.
just chilling with them for the whole film.
Hey, that was a bad boy film, you know. When you heard that, you just knew.
You know what you are? You're a
Shit.
hijo de... The end.
Nah, man. Spaghetti Westerns was the one with Clint.
Yeah, it's true. You're a hijo de puta.
So what, did you watch Dirty Harry's and stuff? Like the Dirty Harry, Death
man.
Wish.
Yeah.
What's his name?
You know my uncle, the one that looked like Borat? He's the one, bruv. He showed us all about the films and Jackie Chan, Snake and Eagle Shadow, Dirty Harry, all them, that whole era. That was his era. 70s.
For me, that's VHS. When we start getting videos, we get the martial arts.
Yeah.
That's when we got the VHS video, then we start Snake and Eagle Shadow, all of that. Yeah. The other ones were on TV, like Fist of Fury.
It's true.
That was on television.
It's true.
And then all of them other movies, they were on TV. They were
just think back then, them Chinese
big Saturday movie
for dubbing films.
Big up XY.
Big up XY.
Dubbing. We should have got into acting from then, bruv. Dubbing and that, like voiceover films and that. That's like being a voice actor.
I felt they weren't.
You get me? That's an industry right there. Those people that
I felt the people who had films. Like it was the Saturday movie, right? And it could be 10 Commandments. It could have been Ben-Hur. It could have been anything, bro.
My man, Charlton Heston.
Yeah, that's where we watch these things.
Say the Turkish, Charlton Heston.
We tried to watch it as a. It was a family thing.
Yeah, bro.
It was a family thing.
Thingy, do you know Thingy? Put Lancaster.
But Lancaster.
Yeah.
Man said, why you put the Turkish spin on all of the names?
That's how the men say it. Put Lancaster.
Oh, yeah. Put
Lancaster. You like who? Oh, Bert. Bert Lancaster.
Oh, Bert. Yeah. We know Bert.
It probably makes sense, you know,
Put Lancaster.
Lancaster. That makes sense. I think I should get much love, man.
Come on.
What's going on though?
I was over in Barbados just a minute ago.
Was you?
With Auntie Jenny.
Yeah.
You get me? I just went over there. I was like, all right. You get me? She was doing her live from Barbados, but she's jumped off there. We all jumped off together to jump on here.
I was thinking about this yesterday. Yeah. Me and you's literally the same mate, like not that different from Jupiter, Jenny. Like, why are we calling them auntie in that?
Man, don't worry, man. You don't understand.
Right, man. Just a term of endearment.
That's her name.
No, but I'm saying like Jupiter was saying she's a few years older than Hector, right?
Yeah.
So I swear I'm older than Hector. I swear.
No, she's lying.
Oh, is she?
I feel she's lying. I feel
that maybe he lied on his birth certificate.
No, I feel that he's in his 50s and she's 60 something. And she's trying it. She's just trying it, man.
It's true.
She's fully not working now. She's fully not working now, yeah. But she must be retired, right?
It's true. You're right.
Right. So what are we doing here? Like what?
Yeah, that was.
You're 50. What? Nah, stop that. Yeah, your Auntie Jenny's auntie. Your Auntie Jenny's auntie, blood. Yeah.
See, I'm learning about women from you guys still.
Oh, yeah, for the record, just for me, like I got like auntie and uncle is it's a strange, peculiar thing in my upbringing. it generally doesn't mean related to, and it doesn't have to mean that you're ancient or 50 years older than me. It's simply, in a family setting, it's any older adult. That's not actually your cousin or your brother or sister. Any older adult, that's an auntie or uncle, standard. Why? Because you can't be calling them by their name, and we don't really do the Mr. or Mr. in the yard. It's too formal. So we just do auntie Snipes, Auntie Jenny, Uncle Snipes, Uncle Khan. That's how you get introduced to any of my youths or whatever.
Yeah,
standard.
I force it.
And then there's the other aspect of Auntie Jenny's actual internet persona name is Auntie Jenny.
Auntie Jenny, yeah.
We gotta call her Auntie regardless, even if I'm older than her. Like, we're still gonna call her Auntie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But she's definitely older than us, so yeah, that's just the respect.
She might be that older than you lot or whatever, but still, her name's Auntie Jenny, so it ain't a thing to call her Auntie. Funny, you lot, no one's ever tried to call Jupiter
uncle.
Jupiter Auntie, but I would call Hector uncle.
Yeah,
even when he's being a
yeah. I did it yesterday.
Uncle, man, chill.
Yeah,
man.
I hate uncle, man. Allow me, man.
It's all good, man. It's just
respect, man.
Cultural thing amongst black. I don't know if anyone else has.
You know that what funny thing is about Hector?
I expect Asians do though.
When Hector says, "Don't call me uncle, I'm not your uncle."
Yeah, they don't.
That's such an uncle thing to say.
Do you know what I mean?
Mr. So and so. That's a Mr. So and so. You get me? Yes, Mr. So and so. How are you? Like what? Come on, man. We went to school together, man. Like, allow it, man.
In language, I expect they got names like that though. They got like auntie. They got different auntie names. Someone was teaching me one time. They got a name for your mother's brother.
Yeah, we have. Yeah.
Your mother's brother.
Who are you talking about? Turkish people?
Not Asians.
Yeah, Turkish have that.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, we got a different name for your sister-in-law and your sister, your mother-in-law and your mother, your auntie on your dad's side, your auntie on your mum's side is different.
Yeah.
The in-law is a different one. Yeah, that's married into the family.
That's where you see blind spots of English.
Similarities with English.
No, I said it's blind spots of English where the words don't give enough information.
Yeah, okay,
that's right.
So I'm gonna have to call you auntie. There's no word for my dad's sister.
Yeah,
or my mom's sister. Which you know what I mean?
It's my auntie.
Yeah. It's just auntie, isn't it?
Yeah. But to her, you're her nephew. You get it?
Right.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Regardless, you did it.
Yeah.
But, all right. Here's a question then. Here's a question, Khan. In your language, does an uncle have a name or does a man have a name for his nephew on his brother's side, or his nephew on, you know what I mean? On his sister's side, or
I don't think so. No,
just one name.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. You got different names for your aunties on different sides, but they don't have different names for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. One name fits all.
That's how I know it. I might be wrong. Like, I'm usually wrong, but that's how I know it.
You'll be like, "Shut up, nephew." That's it.
Yeah.
Done.
Shut up. You got Uncle Barber. Salute. Happy Friday, G. So yeah, yesterday, man. Sometimes I feel like you are not honest, isn't it? Like,
why?
Snipes, I know you're excluded. Snipes, I know you're excluded. Just move to the side. But like, I feel like you don't say you're fucking with something, but yeah, you feel pressured because Jedi's trying to get all intellectual and you're like, oh, okay, suppose we got to. And then you're like, yeah, this is cool. But it's bare silence, bare long pauses, just no one really wanted to say nothing. I'm like, well, go on, man. How come it? You know what I mean? Because I thought that this video was super interesting.
Sick.
Even everyone that was watching it said that.
Okay, yeah, you did all say it. That's what I'm saying. Are you sure you were feeling it though? What's that? Revels or something.
Yeah.
I didn't really think that. I thought that the video was a bit unfair though.
Why?
Because he's sort of showing that Christianity's been infiltrated by these satanic and paganistic symbolisms.
Oh, yeah,
but when it comes to Islam, he's saying that no, that is actually Islam is a satanic infiltration of Christianity. And I'm like, no, you don't realize that there is the real Islam, the Arabic Islam, and then
I
there's
don't
the
think he said
Turkic. Then there's the Turkic Islam that was mixed with paganism, the same as Christianity was. But he's not taking that account.
Okay.
I thought it was a bit unfair, to be honest.
No, he's got. I mean, listen. The Islamic Masons that we have are called Shriners, right? They're just a set of Europeans who are in control to some extent, or found their way into to becoming head of the faith and all of that. So like it's all in the same group. All of them meet up at the Vatican. It was a once a week thing until one of them got poisoned. You know what I mean? They poisoned the tea that these men sit down, the top rabbi, the top imam, and the Pope. Yeah, it was a regular thing. So
yeah,
they're all intertwined together. You know what I mean? And the Jesuits and the thing, these are things we've definitely said before. That's why man said, just move out the way, Snipes. Yeah, we definitely talked and touched on a lot of the subjects that this brother's bringing thing, but he's bringing extra Delil, and I'm rating it.
No, everything he's saying, everything he's saying is correct. Like you can't argue with what he's saying.
No,
but I'm saying he ain't affording Islam the same blight that he's aligned Christianity, where he's saying Christianity's been infiltrated. Oh, that ain't Christianity. This ain't Christianity. That ain't Christianity. But when it comes to Islam, he's not turning around and saying, "Oh, that's not Islam. That's not Islam. That's a paganism." He's like basically saying, "No, that the real Islam is evil and pagan."
This is like the Jesuits are like the head department of the J's. That's what the problem is.
Of course,
you understand.
Of course, bro.
And all of it is intertwined together. So at the head of the Islamic faith and all of that are the same people under the guise of the Vatican.
Yeah, but the Prophet Muhammad was saying wasn't preaching star, moon, and crescent symbologies.
Yeah, I get you.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all.
No, they were teaching that in the area. Sorry.
Not saying
they were teaching that in the area. So as I said, the symbol
regardless,
is much older.
That's nothing to do with what I'm saying. I'm saying that when you look at the pure version of Islam, this Arab symbology is far different from what we're looking at from the Turkish and Persian side.
But
so you got to understand that when the white people moved into the Arab area, to the black areas, and they took on their religions, like when you see Abraham moving from Sumeria down into more black areas, marrying their women and taking on their religion and taking on the leadership from Melchizedek and all what he's doing. But he's accidentally, whether he likes it or not, bringing some of that paganism into the mix.
Sorry, everyone at that time is black, so I don't know.
Abraham, I didn't say the people were black. I said the areas, the lands.
Yeah, well, you tell him that Abraham left the black area to go to another black area, like that.
Yeah, but
I don't know why you're doing that, because colorism wasn't really important. But we know the bloodline of the prophets were all black men, and there was no Europeans of note, like Turks or organization or civilizations then in the time we're talking. To get it. They don't exist yet. So they're still doing whatever they're doing, wherever they are in different parts of the world, but they're not organized yet to say these are Hungarians, these are Germans, these are this one, these are that one. That hasn't transpired yet. The most we got earliest, remember, is going to be Greek, and then Italians, and then Romans, and you know what I mean? All of that. That's later. In the time we're talking, everybody's black, man. Of varying different degrees. So, we can't say one's going from one one Arab area to a black area. It doesn't make sense. Because him himself is black. Everybody around him is black. He's a Chaldean. These are black folks.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Like you're getting confused on the timeline, because we're talking about the time of the Prophet, right? What's that, 2,000 years ago? Those areas are all whitened up. The R's have done their little rampage. Even into Africa, there's R's.
Yeah, but that doesn't even happen until majorly.
So them areas are all whitened up already. They're not any whiter than they are today.
No, but in the 6th century, it was not that like that. You got what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was. The 6th century ain't no different from today.
No, the 6th century is when it started happening to the end of it. But that was definitely a good 100 or 200 years after the death of the prophet that some people start coming in from the northern parts near you. Do you get what I'm saying? And yeah, start to change the environment. But a lot of people are going to do that. Mongolians, what do you call it, Kushites, as in Indians or Asians. A lot of people are going to come into that Middle East area and take on the faith of Islam and all of that. And this is going to be a lot going on. But
Mongolians are classed as black, though.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's a different set. They're Mongolians. By the time they come down doing what they're
not
doing,
different, bro.
They're Mongolians.
They're black people. They just got admixture of other races.
So they're Mongolians. We understand that, right? And that's an original prototype on this planet, right? Before anything like you. Yeah,
and before you, though.
Not before me.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, no one's before me, bruv.
They
unfortunately.
They are.
I'm not being egotistical. I'm just stating facts.
No, they are before you, because you're E, they're C.
Bruvs, there ain't no one before you. No, bruvs. If we have the same ancestors, how are they before me?
No. Don't change the goalpost. You're switching from dad's side to mum's side and going,
because
we married some ancient people, because we married back
to sound original, bro. But I'm original.
Don't matter. It goes by your dad's side. It goes by your line. It doesn't go by who you married into.
Sorry, I'm A and B though.
But
how am I C? You're
not A and B. You're E.
How am I not? E. You're E. 1, B, 1, A.
But don't try to make up your own science.
A,
bro.
You're E, bro. No, listen. E1, B1.
No.
B.
Right? E. That's it. You're E.
I'm just saying it's not just E. E is not just E. E is a mixture of all the ones that came before. That's why it's E1, B1, B and E1, B1, A.
It's not. No, it's not.
We looked at it,
There's
bro.
R1, B1, A, R1, B1, B. They're not got B's mixed in with the R. That doesn't denote that.
What ours does denote that?
No, it doesn't.
E1, B1. Yes, it does,
no,
bro.
It doesn't, bro.
I'm saying look it up, man.
I'm telling you, I know it. I'm telling you, why do I always have to double check everything I know and take everything that you say, even if it's off the lamb and the freestyle?
I didn't deny what you said. I didn't deny, and I'm not freestyling.
Yeah, you are. I'm telling you.
You said
I'm telling you, you're an E. That before your people even was existing, the Mongols, their origin people, left Africa and moved to where they're living now and established themselves before you was even existing on this earth.
Really?
Yes, facts.
Is that before
facts?
The Asians left. Is that before the Asians?
Throwing me a curveball now. What?
No, I'm just saying. Is that before the Asians left? Because they left where? They left from out of Africa 60,000 years ago. So
it was before that. Yeah, they're 100,000 years ago. Yeah, they're the first wave.
100,000 Mongolians.
Yeah. They're the first wave.
No, you need to bring the little of that, my brother.
What do you mean? There's two waves of people in the out of Africa theory that you just referred to. 65 is the second wave. What's the first wave? It's 100,000.
65.
It's the second wave.
Years.
That's the second wave of people that.
Sorry, 60,000 years. Sorry, not 65.
That's the second wave, right?
60, what?
In out of Africa theory, there's two waves.
I'm not saying out of Africa. I'm just saying.
But that's what you just mentioned.
Yeah, but I'm just saying Dravidians leaving out of Africa and moving.
Yeah, that was 60 something.
Asia, right?
Yeah, the Mongols were
well before.
No. Mongols were gone before that. Long before that.
So now, for to even get Mongols and to even get Asians, we exist already.
No,
you know that, right?
No.
What do you mean no?
There's no E's at that time.
What do you mean no? Yeah, but we exist as. So hold on, wait.
Are living in Africa.
And who are A and B?
The original Africans, not the Africans of today. Not the people of today.
There's remnants of them. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, whoever they are, bro. Stop trying to throw me curveballs, bro. Because nothing you're saying.
I'm not throwing the original ball.
It's a side point.
Who is A and B? That's what I'm asking.
They're not you.
It somehow worked out in my DNA.
Yeah, because you married back into them.
So thank you.
It being in your DNA is irrelevant to this conversation.
So what is relevant then? What you're trying to say is C, which is after A and B. And I have A and B in my DNA.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's in your DNA, in your ankle, or in your thigh. It doesn't make a difference. It's not in your Y chromosome.
Who are they though? If those Mongolians are not the oldest people on the planet.
They're older than your people.
No, they're not, bro.
All right,
In
bro.
any description.
All right, bro.
Yeah? Oh, look it up. Yeah.
All right. I'm not going to argue with you because at the end of the day, what have I got
How
to
are
win
you
here?
the only person in
I'm
the
just
world
pissing you off.
who
I'm
don't
just pissing
know?
you off as usual.
No, I'm not
being
pissed.
stubborn as usual. Like, there's
I'm
no
not
point
pissed,
me
bro.
even persisting with this point.
I'm not pissed.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm not pissed off. I'm just saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that. Look, everybody knows this. This is what the scientists, the anthropologists, archaeologists saying that you, Maku, you, Jeds, you, Axum, your people are the oldest on the planet.
No,
right?
no, they're not saying that.
What?
Who said that? Who
What
said
do you mean? Who said that? The scientists
said that?
man. Come on, man. Everybody said that.
There's two things that you're not
Through
taking
science,
account
through
for.
biology,
See, here's
through
the thing.
archaeology,
'Cause I know
through
you-
haplogroups.
Okay.
1 second, bro.
Because I know you and I
Come
know
on.
your overarching principle.
I'm methodical.
I can say that the points that you're actually arguing are
Yeah.
going against your own principles. Because if you're arguing that people left Africa, went all around the world and established civilizations,
I didn't
you
I
shouldn't
didn't say
be
that.
arguing that the Mongols aren't African. You should be saying, yeah, they are African. Not only are they African, but the Japanese are African and the Red Indians
not
were African
arguing
originally.
that.
Like,
I'm not
when
arguing
there's
if they're
DNA
African or
evidence
not.
to prove
Sorry.
that, you want to argue against it. Don't make sense.
I'm not arguing if they're African or not.
But they're predating you.
Hold on, my brother. But in the haplogroups, you're saying they're what? C.
Yeah,
Right?
the C, brother. The C.
Thank you. And what comes before C?
A and B.
Thank you. Right.
Right.
And
But
now
you've
you can't
got A
even
and
one
B
second.
admixture.
1 second. 1 second. You can't even identify who A and B are. We
It
can't
doesn't
even
make
get
a
that
difference.
straight.
It doesn't make a
As the
difference.
Khoisan, 1 second, and the Khoisan and the pygmies, them, right? You can't even get that in your head. That
Bro,
these
it doesn't-
people are older than us.
Look, this is what I'm
We
saying
are,
to you.
1 second, brother. We are a new version of them. And since you say we were isolated, we stayed in our continent for thousands of years.
Yeah.
What do you think was going on?
Do you know what's happening here? We're playing a football match. I'm passing you the ball, and instead of playing the ball, you're going, "Oh, Khan, you're fat. How are you even on this football pitch? Like, that don't make sense.
What
Like,
is
play the ball, innit? I pass
What
the
is
ball
this?
to you. Pass it back, bro. Like,
I've
why are you trying to
never
switch
heard
to
this. I've
you
never
can't
heard-
recognize this and you
Never.
don't identify that? Come with a point that nullifies the point I put to you, but you're not even managing that. You're coming
Yeah,
with
I'm
the
saying
side point of
how you're-
that you have
Sorry.
A and B admixture. So what? You're an E. You came after C. It's a plain as day thing, but you want to like go around the houses of how you've got A and B admixture. Yeah, because when E's moved back into Africa, they mixed with A and B. That happened way after, actually much more recently, than the C's leaving Africa and going and dominating places like Mongolia, China, Japan, wherever.
Yeah, but I hear you, Khan, right? But I'm
It's
saying,
just a timeline.
why you're talking about C as
Because they're
being
black
one
people.
branch? 1
They're
second.
classed as black people.
1 second. Yeah, I can agree. Like they look, they think they're still in Africa, looking the same. You know, we have some of these A and Bs who fit that description in look,
Right.
Oriental
Exactly.
looking, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Khoisan, right?
Yeah.
Right, but they come in both. They come dark skinned
Yeah.
and thing. They don't only
No
come
doubt.
red,
No doubt. No
fair
doubt.
skin with Oriental eyes. That means there's dark skinned people with Oriental eyes, but they're very little people, right? And those people are older than us. There's our ancestors, right? We form from them.
We
That
talk
is
about
clear.
pygmies, yeah?
Yeah, the pygmies, the Khoisan, and then later on the Watutsis, all the other break-offs or generations that came because
The Oompa Loompas.
and the Oompa Loompas, that was a mad one. I found that out today. I was like, rah! We're gonna talk about that in a minute. But yeah, the pygmies, the Khoisan, and all of their admixtures that created what you're calling the Nilotics and all of this type of stuff, right? We definitely are a new version of the old people. And the old people, for us, fortunately in Africa, still exist and are still thriving. Yeah. So when you ask about A and B, we only got to look over our shoulder back in Africa and see our ancestors walking around. That's what I said. That is unique to the planet. There's no other situation on the planet where that is definitely a case. Because everybody's been moving all over the place and moving from different places.
The pygmies now, yeah?
Mm.
The remotest pygmies.
Yeah.
Any clue on their blood type?
where they would be A and B. You know what I'm saying?
Are you saying blood type A or A1? Blah 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 blah.
It's not blood type.
Yeah. Whatever.
It's not blood type.
Because it's like that E1 B1 stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like so they're saying we're E, right? Which is correct, right? But what I'm saying is to him is E1B1A, E1B1B. It's telling you that A and B are in your bloodline. You get it? So where you originally come from. Otherwise, it would just be E, right? Like some man are H. You know what I'm saying? Like that's Asian, right?
Yeah.
Right. He's claiming to be a J when he's really a R.
Who?
R1.
Who?
And R1s are most Europeans. And
who's claiming to be a J?
You're claiming to be a J.
No, I am a J.
All right, cool. Whatever. Anyway.
What do you mean I'm really a R? When you
You're
say
really
me,
a R1,
are you talking
man.
about me individually, or do you mean me as my people?
You.
Me
Your people are
individually.
so
I'm a
mixed up.
J2. My haplogroup group. I'm a J2 because the thing is with the J2s is that they split. So half the J2s went into Europe, half of them went into Persia. So really with the J2s, you have to specify by the subclade.
Yeah, but they came from Greece.
Specific. No, they came from the Caucasus Mountains.
Bro, they originate in Greece.
Nothing originated in Greece.
And then they left out of Greece and landed on the shores of what we're calling Syria and all.
So why are they called Caucasians then, bro? Why are they called Caucasians?
You said you're J2. You.
Yeah, me. I've got the proof of it.
Okay, cool. That's what I'm saying. You're saying you're J2. So I feel you're
R1. Not only am I J2.
One day, Kanye, I will pay for you to do a blood, whatever.
But bro, are you thinking about what you're saying? Like, if I go and get a DNA test done just to find out my haplogroup, that's like me saying my dad's not my dad.
When I finish.
Whoa.
I'm saying I'd love to, under sterile conditions, get you to take a test and then we can see the results. Because there's been a few discrepancies in your history and what you are and where you're from, and I know every time you quote so vehemently what your data is, or your data is, it's really your dad's data, and I don't know, man, where he did it, blah blah blah. I'm not fully convinced with all of this.
That's all good, bro, but that just
you do it. You pay for one.
There's only two things that could be a variable here. If my dad's not, my dad had it done. My dad had it done. 23andMe, right? But I'm saying to you that
would you do it? Because remember, your dad could get different results.
No,
it's going to be a different mixture.
I'm saying your dad. Hold on, before you're saying no. Your dad could get different results from going to different places, or even doing a test at the same place under a different name. Like we've seen that there's definitely loads of anomalies. So it'd be interesting to see what comes up when you do it yourself. Being that you are a mixture of your mum and your dad, and your dad's your dad, isn't it? It'd be, you know what I mean?
For the sake of this conversation, what you're saying doesn't really apply. But yes, it would be interesting, and I would like to see which particular admixtures from my dad and my mum has passed on to me. But when we're talking about specifically haploid group, that comes from your dad. So unless your dad's not your dad, you don't really need to do a test to find out.
Well, I'm not convinced in that. And
you're not convinced that my dad's my dad?
No, I'm not convinced that it's only dependent on who your dad is. For the simple. All right,
but you could resolve that by doing a quick little
research. Sentence, bro. I'm not talking in 1 second bursts, and that I do have a full adult sentence to say, if you don't mind. Please, bro, come on, man. Yeah, because you get it wrong every time you interrupt.
Okay. Go on.
Because I wasn't saying that. What I was saying was that Dave recently revealed that the mitochondrial DNA is present in everyone, and that it does provide information in both males and females, and now that really puts a different spin on what they've been telling us previously. So it'd just be interesting to see what your results were. That's all I'm saying, man. It'd be interesting.
Yeah, because it won't be the same as your dad. It can't be.
What do you mean?
Because your dad has a dad, and like he might have different origin, and you know what I mean. Even if you're tracing it down the dad's line,
origin than you. Explain that.
No, slightly, because he could have someone from somewhere else. Like before you were Turks, you were probably someone else. Like you just got to go a couple generations back, and then it all gets a little bit confusing for you guys because I don't know. you actually somebody else. And just same for me. A couple hundred years ago, I was somebody else.
Well, if you took it all back, we'd all be A. We'd all be swimming around in the same nutsack.
No.
Yeah.
No. In Africa, there's so much different admixtures and variety. Yeah, that's why it's not uniform. One second, it's not uniform in how we came to be. Do you get it? I could be mixture of so many different other tribes, and it's been proven that look, you're 50% Bantu, and then you've got different, Nilotic, this one, that one, all of them different mixes that are out there within African continent is within the gene pool. Now, the other thing is that they say that everybody's genes or everybody's type of genes are contained within Africans that live in Africa. So it's not, we came from them or did it. They definitely came from us. But that also shows you, one second, that shows you the complication of our mix. Yeah. Because before they couldn't even measure it. It is relevant because they're calling it junk DNA. They don't know if it's alien. They don't know what we are, bro.
That's nothing to do with it.
That little 1.something%. Hold on. That little 1.something% of the gene pool that they can map, actually means nothing, bro. Yeah, it's tiny bit. So they can't even fully do it. That's why they left us out of the DNA up until just recently. Because they must be going there and swabbing people because perhaps it's going to be a mazza to start doing us Africans. Yeah. Because our thing is complicated. It's got everybody's genes. You got a bit of Mongolian, you got a bit of this. Of course I have. Man's original.
No, that's not the meaning of original.
Yeah, it's original mix-up.
No,
but
it's not.
Don't get it twisted. I don't mean original as in the original on the planet, because
let me say something.
Our closest markers are the oldest people on the planet. To get it.
There's varying methods of how you can have a different haploid group than your ancestor. So, for example, we say that ours came from J's, right? Because ours weren't there when Noah had his 3 sons. There was no ours. So R is an extension of J. But at a certain point, they became so different from the original group that they had to be given their own letter. And now that usually happens when people move into new lands and new territories and are exposed to new things and adapt to that so much that they stop being like their original people. So they're given their own letter. But there are times where people can break up into different tribes and different cultures and different religions and different. But because the lands that they're moving to ain't that different, you think about it, right? From Italy going through to literally the border of Turkmenistan, everybody's J. Greeks, Persians, Turks, Anatolians, they're all J. And they didn't change from being J. They do have subclades, which is like makes them like a little bit specific to their region, but really, they didn't change.
But
right?
I'm just saying, like, why is it important to talk
what
about
I'm saying is, when
babies?
you become different from your great granddad, it doesn't mean that no one originally came from J's. Yeah, some people did come from J's. The same way J's came from a common ancestor with E. J didn't come from E. Just because J comes later down in the alphabet than E, and E come before J, doesn't automatically mean that E is the father of J. Because E could be your cousin, the one that's older than you, because his dad got married before your dad, because you got the same granddad.
I know what you're doing, bros.
You know, have you lost the thread?
Yeah, because at the end of the day,
what I'm saying is,
my family. One second. Even though we're related, my family is much older than you, and your admixture.
Say my family.
One second. And your admixture, is far back still. Yeah, it's not no plating. That means you did exist. Your people did exist at a particular time, right? And came out of another people, and came out of another people, and came out of another people, who came out of another people, who came out of another people, who came all the way back to me, right?
No, not you. Your great granddad.
Well, I'm in the mix. Ancestor. I'm in the mix because alphabetically.
It don't matter. You don't own granddad, innit?
If I'm alphabetically, we both got the
same granddad, innit?
My brother.
You don't own him.
If I'm alphabetically E, then yes, it's an alphabet. No,
No.
hold on, it's an alphabet. The way they're doing it, yeah, that the ones previously have some influence in the ones that come later on. That is a clear fact. Now,
It's not
most
a
of
clear
this,
fact. You just made that up.
well, hold on. Up to a certain point, most of the haplogroup, the J's, the H's, they didn't exist yet. They come at a particular point. They never
But
come.
there's a point where you didn't
previous
exist.
letter. 1 second.
There's a point that you didn't exist, bro.
They came before the previous letter. That could be all well and good, but my genes were being carried through my ancestors.
So where was our genes floating in space?
No, if your genes are not played yet, I have to exist first. My people have to exist.
No.
One second to create different sets of people, different admixtures of people, to then create different admixtures and different admixtures. Hold on, for them to all then start mixing to create you.
No, that's not true.
That's what it is.
You made that up.
I didn't make nothing up.
You did make that up.
What they told us.
It goes at all. So E's and J's, right, come from a common ancestor, right? That's it. That means we got the same great granddad, right? That's it. I don't come from you just because my letter comes after your letter.
No,
right? It means that you, out of the cousins, you're the older cousin from the older sibling that got married first. Do you understand? Have you not got an older cousin from your dad's older brother?
So then don't I exist before you? That's what I'm trying to say.
Brother, listen to what I'm saying to you.
And you're J. 1 second, bro. If I'm E and you're J and you're half of your DNA is R1, let's get that right. Yeah. So you're way down the line to me, bro. Hold on, my brother. One second. You're way down the line from me. That's just in haplogroups. Yeah. No one ain't dissing no one. I'm just telling you in haplogroups.
It ain't a diss. It's just the fact that you're not understanding a simple thing.
I'm understanding every part of haplogroups.
All right.
I know
Can you not understand that if me and you got the same great granddad, right? You're not any different than me. You're not going to get any favoritism from granddad when it comes to inheritances. You're not getting anything more than him or more than me from him.
But how are you
at the same distance? 1 minute, bro. You're equally at the same distance from granddad as I am, because we're cousins, right? Now, I'm saying to you that you existed before me because your dad's older than my dad, and your dad got married and had children before my dad got married and had children. But my dad and your dad are still with the offspring of the same original granddad.
No, but that's not true.
Genetically, the distance between us and granddad is the same. We have to go through the same amount of stops on the bus stops to get to where we are.
No. Yeah, because we're in the modern time. Hold on, we're in the modern time, and we know 100 years ago, that is like what? Grandma, great grandma in existence, and granddad, and all of that.
How is that anything to do with what I just said?
So I'm saying we're modern beings. We're new. And I'm still looking like my original family, because there's no break in the chain for me.
There's no break in the chain for anyone. Where's the chains break?
1 second. Yes, just break. You're admixture yourself.
That's not admixture. Ain't a break.
My granddad wasn't white. He wasn't fat and Turkish.
Why is white got to do with it?
I don't know.
But this
you're saying we're cousins.
So you contradicted. 1 minute.
You're saying we're cousins.
Hold on. Because you're insulting me.
I'm still carrying the same level of ability.
Well, you're saying that everyone's genes everywhere in the world is contained in Africans.
Yeah.
So if I'm fat and white, where did them genes come from?
They came from
not Africans.
Not Africans.
You just argued yourself into a fucking You just said it yourself.
Can't. Yeah. But you're an admixture of an admixture of an admixture.
We're not
admixture. 1 second. 1 second. What is serious is me.
Nah, you're not serious. You're joking.
I'm still here. 1 second. I'm still here as the original. You're not the original. How are you original?
You're not original.
Yeah. Your melanin's all depleted. 1 second, my brother. Your melanin's all gone left. Yeah, because you haven't got an abundance like you used to have. Your hair's not kinky. Yeah. You are several generations from me, my brother. How are we related? Explain yourself. When I look back, when I look back at my grandparents and I can see myself, I can see my granddad and my great granddad and my great granddad.
Are you fucking? You're inbred,
bro. Please.
But you're inbred.
What are you talking about,
brother? You're inbred.
Come on, bro. Allow it,
brother. You moved back into Africa.
I don't want to hurt him.
I married your great grandmother's fucking daughter.
That's inbred.
What?
What do you mean? Like, what are you
Brother,
talking
you're
about?
saying your admixture is from A and B. We all came from A and B. So you've gone back to the source and refreshed yourself, and you're like, yeah, we represent the original people. Yeah, because you went back in along the same line that you came from and married back into that line. So that's inbreeding.
It's not inbreeding.
Of course it
when
is.
There's so much connections, when there's so much different types of us. Yeah. One person creates a family, right? Another person creates a family, as a wife, and creates a family. What are you talking about inbreeding in a place that is first populated supposedly on the planet, right? With all the different mixtures there. So it's not like they're outside of the continent that we first see these admixtures. Yeah. We admixture in the continent. And for you to get me, it's been millions of years of admixtures. I don't know what you're talking about with your last 5 minutes, 30,000 years ago marker.
Listen
I don't know.
Listen to what I'm
Allow
saying.
it, my brother.
If we say, 1 minute, if we say that
Mm.
there is an original man called Adam, right? Scientists have proved that everybody comes from this one guy, right? Now they're saying that on the mum's side, the women.
Sorry, is that scientific fact that everyone could come from one person?
Well, when we say scientific fact, we have to understand that this is the best available knowledge at the moment, right?
Well, that's not
They're
right
saying
knowledge.
that everybody came from one guy.
No, it doesn't make sense, my brother.
Let's not finish my point, bro. Yeah, because it's a model, isn't it? If you can understand the model,
but they're not using that model, my brother.
My brother, please.
Scientists are not using that model
that I'm using. That's based on science, which is the best knowledge we have today.
They're telling us about monkeys, and
brother. You don't have to accept it, but this is the model, right? The model is that everybody comes from one guy in Tanzania. They call him Scientific Adam, right? And that's where the A people start from, right? And then they move around Africa, whatever, and they create the B people, and then the C people leave Africa, and there's basically a lineage. My point is this: no matter whether, and when you look at the end of the line, if your train ended in R or J or C or Mongolia or Turkey or wherever, and someone else is still in Africa today, yeah, he's still got the same amount of steps going back to the original person. Yeah, there's no difference in the length of the lineage between every single human stemming back to the original person, because we roughly all live the same length in time. Roughly, humans live about 70 to 100 years, roughly. There's been times where people live to be 50. There's been times where people might have died at 30. But that's a little blip. In reality, the rough human existence is roughly one lifetime. Yeah. So we would have the same amount of ancestors going back to Adam as you. The fact that you retain more of the original DNA through inbreeding and going back into Africa is irrelevant. My dad is still the same, brother. When the granddad dies and he hands out his inheritances, my granddad and your granddad are still on the same level. They're still going to receive the same percentage trickle down, from the original granddad. You don't have any more superiority than anyone of any color or any race or anywhere living anywhere else. You're not more related to Adam than anyone else.
Listen, they said a long time ago, they called this thing genetic Eve, right?
Forget
or
Eve.
Microconjugal Eve. 1 second. Yeah, they say it was one African woman who left out about 200,000 years ago, right? That created everybody who is non-African on the planet. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Who created everybody who is of non-African. Non-African. That means you. That means a load of people like you, other people, Turkish, Chinese, all of that came out of one African woman. Right. Do you think necessarily that woman was related to me? Knowing the millions of years that we've been on the planet, mixing and to have one person only 200,000 years ago leave out and create every other admixture that ever existed. This is what scientists said, via microconjugal DNA, right.
I'm not really getting that.
Even though the first man could have left out earlier, if you didn't leave out with a woman, nothing ain't gonna happen. That's
I
facts.
don't really see.
Right? So that's why the mitochondrial DNA is so
Your
important.
original argument was not this.
Come on, bro.
Your original argument.
No, I'm
was
just
that
showing you something.
You physically
You haven't got the time. You're not in my timeline, my brother.
Brother, please, can I just say something?
You're not even
Because
related to
your
me that closely.
Original argument.
Distant.
Your original argument was that
Distant
because
anti.
you're black and I'm fat and white, that you represent the original people more than I do.
Yes.
I'm saying to you, that's because you went back into Africa and as an E group of people married back into A's and B's. So you're inbred. That's why you have that. Yeah. Now, secondly, you're saying to me, oh, your admixture makes you different from me. I'm saying, nah, just because your admixture is an inbred one of your great-granddad, your granddad's, your grandmother, yeah, is irrelevant because this goes by the dad's side. Now, my dad has the same amount of steps away from his original dad than your dad does. So basically, you being black doesn't mean that you're automatically older than other people, because you can't take credit for anything that happens on your mum's side.
I definitely tell you what.
Side. So you keep throwing the mum into it and coming up with this genetic Eve argument is nothing to do with what we're talking about here today.
It's got
Every point you put, I just want to point out something for anyone who's keeping score. Every point you put to me, I've banged it out the park. And then you've come back with another reply, which isn't an answer. And you've tried to pretend that you've nullified the points that I've made, but you haven't. You haven't neutralized what I'm saying to you. You haven't.
Right. So, are you finished?
Yeah.
Right. So, all this inbreeding talk, right, would lead to tumbling in the genes and the DNA and admixtures looking funny, maybe albino, maybe
not true.
You get me? Downs, maybe. Yeah, no, if that's the case.
Brother,
because there's no hold on, one second. I have never seen a report or anything written about E1B1B and E1B1A breeding as a result of inbreeding. That is just ridiculous. Yeah, that God would give us all the fucking genetic superiority that we need to live on this planet. Do you get what I'm saying? As physical, just natural physiques, natural abilities, natural, all of these type of things came from inbreeding. No, what came from inbreeding, was you, my brother. Yeah, because once your melanin is corrupted, because you're supposed to look like me. Now, the moment you don't look like me, 1 second, there's a failing somewhere. That's your melanocytes are not working, my brother, in your skin pigment. 1 second, because you had your time, in your skin pigment. So how are you saying you're me? Yeah, you're related to me closely. No, if we stood together, everybody could see you're an admixture of an admixture of an admixture. I can give you my blood, but I can't take yours. This shows, all the anomalies in your fucking blood. You B, A, B, whatever blood you've got. Yeah, I'm fucking O. Yeah, you dickhead. I'm O too, though. No, that's the original bloodline.
You're an actual dickhead.
That's the original blood.
You're ignorant. And you
O can give to everyone else, but everyone else can't give to O.
I've got O though.
No,
there's O's
man,
that live outside of Africa. There's O's that ain't black. You're chatting shit.
What are you talking about? It's in your blood. Your blood is your blood.
What you on
about? I don't care if you don't look phically black, but remember your DNA. 1 second, your melanin can be corrupted. 1 second, 1 second, because you're not going to get away with ever telling me, bad man, that I fucking came from inbreeding. Yeah, you're inbred. You fucking Turkish bastard. Yeah, no, you got the audacity. Hold on. You're
a motherfucker.
You're supposed to be. Hold on, my brother. You're supposed to be from Mongolian and this one and Greek and Roman and that's all the mixes. 1 second. 1 second, my brother. 1 second. 1 second. Yeah, because I don't have the physical ailments that you have, because of your fucking breeding, because of who you came from, You're inbred. My shit is pure, raw, and authentic, You're
inbred, bro.
I'm inbred.
Yeah, and
you think Turkish people don't look inbred? Hold on, my brother. Some of your women look like men.
Some of your women are men.
Yeah, no, some of your women look like men, bro.
Yeah, some of your women are men. They'll fucking fist me up.
Like, is that an auntie? No, Ra's Clark. She got square jaws still. Yeah. So I'm saying you are an admixture of an admixture of an admixture of an admixture of an admixture, telling me who is a admixture of an admixture of an admixture on a continent where they're finding the original bones, the original DNA, and even if they check the DNA of the people today, they're telling us we're the oldest on the planet. I don't know what you're doing, Khan. You're a baby in this discussion.
You're obviously not getting it, bro.
I got it.
You're actually arguing against,
and you ain't done no DNA. So
hold on.
You're batting from a position of ignorance.
Your own contradictions here, yeah, because you've originally said
shit.
You're fat, you've got straight hair, you're white, and this is the same guy that 2 minutes ago said everything came out of Africa. All the genes came out of African people.
But you're not
right?
listening.
So you contradicted yourself there to try and make out that someone is genetically
one
not
African woman.
If all the genes come from Africa, number one.
Hold on.
That's where you've gone wrong.
Because if the woman who came out of Africa,
get the woman.
Hold on, the woman would have been at a time, if they're saying 200,000 years ago, when it was like E1B1A and E1B1B. Yeah. So, as you know, hold on, my brother.
Contradicted yourself.
Oh my God,
and I've pointed this out many times because
let me finish, bro.
You think that you can freestyle when it comes to science.
Let me finish. Yeah, I can freestyle better than you. Yes, of course I can.
You're shit.
Yeah. How am I shit? You're in your bedroom.
I keep pulling you. I'm
and you ain't even got a computer, a proper laptop
right now. On
what are you doing?
And you're like, no, I'm not.
Bro, remember, I've done these videos.
You're shit.
Come on, allow it, man. We've done these haplo. We've done these haplo. One second. We've had these haplo groups. Yeah, that's my level because obviously I wasn't the one talking about inbreeding.
Yeah, but you're inbred though. And here's the thing.
But there's no evidence to what you're saying, my brother.
That no one else
what are you doing, man?
can look around them and see their ancestors. Yeah. Not only can you see them and live amongst them, but you married them.
I'm saying all of them.
You said it yourself, but when I say it, all of a sudden it's a problem. Because the white man's saying it.
Hold on. It's like you're not understanding how Africa works, my brother.
But you're the one saying no one else apart from you is living amongst their ancient ancestors. Yeah, but you weren't just living amongst them. You was fucking them.
Sorry, 200,000 years. Yeah, and we're saying one person created the rest of y'all. One of us. Yeah. That's going to take some inbreeding also, because that's a very strange fact. One person doesn't make a whole set of people. You need at least 100 or 200, yeah, to get two people after 100 years who are not related to each other, right? So we're dealing with hundreds of thousands of years we've been on the planet, bro. You're dealing with a couple thousand years that you've been on the planet. Work it out yourself. Yeah, you're a baby in this. Yeah, and while these admixtures, these admixtures pre-exist. 1 second.
Are the same generation. That means that if you think
what
of it,
are you talking about?
Listen, if you're a bus number 57 and I'm a bus number 75, but we both left the Bruce Grove bus garage at the same time, and there's the same amount of stops on the line, we'll both run out of petrol at the same place in the same time, distance-wise. So my dad and your dad, going back to Adam, has the same amount of stops along the way. You're not any genetically different from anyone else. The only difference is your admixture kept you in Africa. Everyone else went and lived outside of Africa. There's no difference. So your bus stopped in Forest Gate, my bus stopped in fucking Walthamstow. So what? The distance is the same.
If they ever find the bones of Adam, yeah, or
the alive, bro.
Hold on, one second. Yeah, because again, it's just like you read these books, you should understand that this
ain't about reading books, bro.
One second.
That's old hat now.
1 second, yeah, because even if you're talking about Adam, you're talking out of a book, right? No. And I'm saying that book even indicates. 1 second. Adam. Oh my God, bro!
It's not out of a book, bro.
Just allow it. You said Adam.
Yes, it is out of a book. You're lying, bro.
It's out of a book, bruvs.
Brother.
Ain't no genetic Adam anywhere, bruvs. Yeah?
Scientific Adam.
Yeah? Scientific Adam.
Yeah.
Well, scientific Adam, how do you know it's Adam or Adams? Or, you get me? And Eve's.
Our scientific journals
it takes a lot of set. One second. It takes a lot of set of people to make us here fully on the planet. It couldn't have just taken two people, my brother.
No. But right, one man.
You sound really dumb. Yeah? Two people created everybody on the planet. Prove that.
No,
Because scientists are not even saying that.
Brother, there could have been other people. There could have been other people that died when they went out hunting for food. There could have been people that their genetic material didn't pass on to the next generation.
Okay.
It could have been a situation like Cain and Abel,
Let's
where one
work it
brother
out.
killed the other brother and killed all his children as well.
Let's work
That
it
could
out.
have
Let's work
happened.
it out.
So
Let's work it
these
out.
genetics wouldn't have passed on.
My brother,
No
let's
one's
work
saying
it
that
out,
two
right?
people are running around Africa having children. No one's saying that.
Bruv, it's not two people. You know, the continent is the biggest continent, the only continent in the world. Yeah, size-wise, yeah, they ain't nothing as big. Yeah, so when we're talking about Africa, yeah, we're talking about a huge place. Yeah, and we're saying that from one tribe of people who have been there, they've been there thousands of years to create these admixture tribes and all of this type of stuff. One of those people, she could have been Kenyan, and they're more likely she was from that kind of Nilotic stock, right? Who left out of Africa to create the rest of y'all. You're not getting it. And hold on, your marker, J2, that you're claiming, is 30,000 years old. Yeah?
Yeah.
The history of Homo sapiens sapien, they say, is how old? 300,000 years old.
Right.
So when I tell you you're a baby in this, yeah, understand that. Because your marker shows you're not nowhere. Hold on 1 second. You're nowhere near Adam.
Like I'm saying, you keep
okay.
yourself. You're the one who said
you're nowhere near. There was an Adam. You're nowhere near him.
All right, hold on. Let me big up Shiffer, man. What one Shift? We say.
Big up Shift. Big up, cuz.
There, man. I'm just listening right now. I don't want to flip it and like make it like too uneven because obviously there's two people talking. But like you know, me as a white man, you know, I understand where Sniper's coming from. Like, I think at the end of the day, you know, our people, you know, we were definitely inbreeding. You know, the original black people that were in Europe, when they saw certain anomalies like the albinisms and certain things, they didn't want them people to mix their DNA back with them. So they would shy away from them, and then they would end up mixing together. And then as the DNA gets more and more polluted and diluted, you know, we start to see monsterisms coming out of our DNA. And that's the facts of it, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's levels down to this. So these admixtures that he is 30,000 years ago, he was supposedly running around with Neanderthal. Because they say 30,000 years ago, Neanderthal existed. And this one existed. And Cro-Magnon and all of this type of fuckery. Yeah. But they know that definitely wasn't us.
Yeah, but Sniper, you got E1. Sniper, if you got E1, it must go all the way to E9 at least, innit? And then you got E1, A, B, C, D, all the way to Z, then, innit? So there's no way that he's nowhere near where he's saying. He's so far down the list. Like I said, like it's a weird one. It's a weird one that these people even exist. And that's how we know there has to be some type of mutation, which the scientists have depicted.
That is inbreeding. Yeah, because there's something wrong in the genes. That's what I'm saying. The perfection has been lost. The kinky hair, the melanated skin, the oriental or not oriental or whatever.
Brother, they're supposed to look like me. They're supposed to look like me, brother. Like if you was to go historically look at Portuguese and the Byzantine region, all of them regions, like even the Greeks, the Romans, majority of them still look dark. They didn't look what they look like today. So, you know, it's the Armenians and certain people who've come in, the Germanic tribes, you know, the ones that the Dundas tribes that was all mixing and inbred and stuff. And now the inbreeding has turned them savage. So they got no morals.
Yeah. And Mongoloid, listen, if you're part of that Mongoloid category, you can't tell them they're more original than the Mandem. The fact, it's in the name.
Yeah, like, let me just make one last point.
They're mixed with something else. Yeah, it's giving them extra chromosome, giving them Down syndrome.
That's why we started calling them Mongols. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Look it up.
That's why we started calling them Mongols, Mackie, because we originally, remember, we was Carthaginians. We were dark-skinned people, and then when we saw all of these things going on, we had to put markers out there so we knew who they were, so that we could recognize them when they came up. Because some of them were still even dark, but you could just see the Mongol, you know, like that coming through.
Bro, everything you're doing is bullshit. Because at the end of the day, you're bringing this to a Turkish man rather than taking it to the white man. You don't want to bring it to the white man and upset the white man.
The Turkish man is a white man.
You're fucking his daughter, so you don't want to upset him.
The Turkish
This is what
man
you
is a
lot
white
do.
man.
You're
I
trying
don't
to
understand.
you're trying to exercise your demons, and you find a
Brother, I'm
little
talking about
innocent
myself.
person
I
that
am
you
the
think you
white
can
man.
take it
What's
out
wrong with
on.
you?
But really, take it to the person
I
that's
can't. I thought
abusing
you
you,
was
innit?
black.
Oh, that's his
Can't the other
excuse. I
day you
Brother,
got
was
you.
listen
black,
to what
I
I'm
bro.
got
saying
you.
to you. Take your beef
Remember,
to the
I'm the
people
white
that
man
you're
now.
breeding with.
No, that is facts again.
Brother,
If you
I
knew
am
history,
white.
yeah, we are white, man. Classification, if we're talking about it,
And Turkish is
in
me,
reality,
bro.
not
All
skin,
of you are me, bro. You're my
not
people.
skin.
You're my descendants. And, you know, you got fucked up DNA, but you're my descendants. So I'll claim you. You know, Africa can't really claim you like that, though, bro, because you didn't come from them. We was all experimenting with you lot and making you inbreed and shit. So it's not really the same thing. Your genes are something else.
Well, I'm saying, how have they got Neanderthal in their genes? How? How did this happen? Yeah?
Well, this is
If
the
they haven't
thing.
been mixing. Who fucked a monkey, man? Who did
You
it?
did.
You did, man.
No, you did.
Your ancestors did, bro.
No,
That's why you
you
got
did.
Neanderthal in
Maku,
your
Your
DNA.
ancestors
Check
did.
your thing, man. Check your
Your
Maku,
thing.
ancestors did.
in
Yeah.
our family story, Maku, in our
Yeah.
family story, there was a
Here's the
weasel
thing,
deity,
though.
yeah?
Like,
The deity looked like a man weasel, yeah? And yeah, it did fuck down bare of them. And yeah, there was
it's a
bare
mad
picnic
thing.
mixed up with weasel DNA,
Mad
unfortunately.
thing.
But like
Mad
that
thing.
don't mean that all of them are though. Some of them have still got like the real human genetics, but some of
I'm
them have
not
got
even
mixed
saying
DNA.
that.
That's a fact.
I'm not even saying that. I'm saying
Mad.
a man who's talking about inbreeding, but yet man is still the image of perfection. Man is still image of the first man to walk the planet. That these scientists and these archaeologists and anthropologists keep putting out of an African man with a stick walking through Africa. Yeah. As the first man, the first Homo sapiens sapiens. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. He better recognize and listen to his fucking masters or his family or his European cousins or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, because they tell you
Pathetic.
who's the first on the planet. Yes, bro. Them
Regardless
little
of the
pygmy
subject
Can I be
people
honest
matter,
though,
went
Maku?
regardless of the
everywhere.
There
subject
ain't
Hold
no
on,
matter,
Neanderthal,
it is
Maku.
proven
wait.
you can't even talk without contradicting yourself,
Bro,
and you're so dumb. You
life
think
is a
you
contradiction,
can
my brother.
skip from different sciences to different sciences,
I can.
to pseudosciences,
I'm that
to
smart.
fucking religion, into DNA, and
I'm that smart, man.
You
Come on,
can't
man.
do it. You're not
I
pulled it
can.
off. Today
can.
you've just embarrassed yourself.
Yeah, you're still lying down on your front.
You've embarrassed yourself right
Yeah.
now. You don't know what you're
Yeah,
talking
in your
about.
bedroom. You're
And
still
here's
lying down in your
here's
front
the
in your
thing. What
bedroom.
I'm
It's
saying.
not
Like,
What I'm
Neanderthal,
saying.
bro.
Here's the
Matthew,
thing. What I'm
what's
saying.
in our DNA? Yeah, there was so much
Here's
Down
the thing. What
syndrome
I'm
at a point.
saying.
Yeah, the people were so badly Down syndrome. That's what they thought it was. They thought it was a whole another breed of human being. But no, it was just the Downs. It was the Downs, bro.
Here's the thing.
And
What I'm saying.
and
Here's the
unfortunately,
thing. What I'm saying. Here's the thing. What I'm saying.
Sorry.
That
yeah,
We have some
you
genetic defaults, yeah, but that's not from
are
inbreeding,
boring
my
now.
brother.
You're boring now, bro.
We don't
That's what it
inbreed, bro.
is. You're just
They've
boring
checked
now.
even the
Just boring
pharaohs.
now.
Hold on, they've checked even the mummies. They call them the cocaine mummies to check that did the Egyptians inbreed, and they saw that no, they didn't. Yeah,
Boring,
that they
bro.
checked the
Who gives a
DNA,
shit?
and another dynasty that comes in has different DNA to the previous dynasty.
I'm not related to
right?
Egyptians, bro. They're not
And what
to do
they
with me.
did,
I come out of Sumeria.
one second. They went into into deep Africa to find a new princess, yeah, and then place her with the new guy who they're deciding to be a monarch, and that's going to be a new dynasty, and that's how they did it, yeah. So they're Europeans who have gone there, yeah, to prove the point that we inbred, found out we didn't. Yeah, just in mummies, just in Egyptian mummies and dynasties and all of that, the bodies they've collected of our ancient kings and that. Yeah, they've checked them out because hold on. We don't contradict,
bro.
my brother. One thing we don't do as Africans is contradict because we invented writing, so we write things down. 1 second, my brother, we write things down. Yeah, so this is why we got a king's list, and even if you go to Sumeria where we used to live, we've got a king's list because we keep records. We've got stellars and all of that, talking about taxes and all of that, thousands of years before your people even existed. Like, stop it, my brother.
Can I speak now?
we got one in Europe too, Maku. And what you'll find my name in the King's List of Europe. You will find it there. I guarantee you.
Yeah. Can I let me know when you two are done, like, with your little
not even just my first name, my last name too.
Yeah,
my last name is in the
got you.
King's List. There's a coat of arms, all of that, bro. But they don't know the truth. And this is the thing. When we try and share the truth with them, we can show them some of the experiments that was done with the way they was inbred.
Yeah. So Maku himself has said, based on the history of his tribe, that they came from somewhere outside of Africa, probably Mesopotamian region, moved back into Africa. Science
Not
and
outside
DNA.
of Africa.
All right, whatever. Science and DNA.
Is that still Africa or not, my
Excuse
brother?
me, can I just finish what I'm saying?
No. Because when we go
Yeah,
back,
yeah.
1 second, into that region and that time.
Yeah, you're being unfair to me now.
No, it's all Africa,
are.
bro. Like you
Like,
can't say
I know
that
you're
we
clutching
left
at straws
out
and you're
of.
desperate, but
1 second.
what's going
1
on?
second.
Am I
Because
hurting
you're gonna claim my
Am I
area.
hurting
You're
you?
gonna claim Sumeria as yours.
Am I hurting you?
Right?
Am I hurting you?
So if we was in Sumeria, bruv, right? And you're saying we're E1B1A and E1B1B. Well, obviously A and B and C had been there previously. That's all. That's the probably blood clot truth.
By your own admission,
you who came from
Brother,
K,
you yourself have.
These people don't land till
previously-
Alexander the Inbred,
You
cuz
yourself have
Alexander the
previously
Inbred is the only.
stated-
That's the point where they step foot in that region of the world. They've
Mate,
never seen
mate,
it before. Alexander the
Mate,
Inbred.
can I just say, by your own admission, yeah, your tribe came from somewhere else. Whether it was regarded as in Africa or out of Africa or fucking Mesopotamia or Sumeria, whatever you want to call it, that's semantics. Semantics means
bro.
you're trying to get out of the fact by using the definition of the
It's
word,
one
which is what
landmass.
you're trying to do. You're
One
going to
landmass,
semantics now. Who cares what it was called?
It's one landmass,
You
bro.
know that your tribe came from somewhere else.
We have to cross water
Moved
to
back
go there.
into Africa
Oh,
as
please,
what
man.
we know as Africa today, and married back into the original people that they came amongst. So you not only stem
Don't
from
even
A
know
and
what you're
B,
talking about,
but you
bro.
have an admixture of A and B. So you, by your own admission, you're inbred. By your own admission, your origin is outside of what is regarded as Africa
How can
today.
you have inbred
So
when
Africa is
why
a
are you
concept of
arguing
less
Hold on, 1
against your
second.
own point? I don't
500
understand.
years
1 second, 1
old.
second.
I
How
don't
are you saying
understand why you're
inbred?
arguing against
Hold on,
yourself.
my brother. How
It's a
do you get
contradiction.
ancestors? How do you get ancestors?
Again with the side points.
How do you
It's
get
just what I've
ancestors,
said
my
to you.
brother? 1
It's
second,
just
1
what
second.
I've said.
1 second, man. How
You're
do you get
failing.
ancestors? My
You're
brother, how
failing.
do you get ancestors? You
How do
saying
get
that your
ancestors? You don't
ancestors
get
inbreed,
ancestors. You don't
or
get
your
ancestors.
ancestors knew each other?
You don't
Like,
get ancestors.
hold on, before they got together, are you saying they're the same family, same tribe, and all
What?
that? How do you know that?
What are you talking about, bro?
I'm talking about my ancestors. I go back a one generation. We're different tribes. There's different tribes in what makes me what I am today. Just one generation back. Yeah. My grandma is from one tribe. My granddad is from another tribe. Yeah.
I think
All
we
in
need
the
to
similar
recognize
area.
something
1 second,
here.
1 second, 1
We need
second.
to recognize something.
Because
That
one
there's a
thing we
difference
don't do.
between a
1
reply
second.
and an answer.
Oh, my
You're giving
brother,
a reply,
my
but it's not an
brother.
answer.
My brother, this is a place of millions, or you could say over 1 billion people, right?
How am I, a man with a degree is arguing with a barber?
What are you doing, man?
How?
Come on,
How is this even an
relax, my
argument? It's just not fair. You're
Relax,
getting
relax,
slew.
relax.
Four of your points that you've contradicted yourself on.
You got. Sorry, you got that from a university shop, sweet shop. Yeah, don't try it, bro. Yeah,
Brother,
like
you're
you got
getting
some degree
slewed by your
that you're
own
using.
argument.
How are you slewing? No, you're only disrespecting.
I'm not
That's what you're
disrespecting.
doing, my
I'm
brother.
saying that
Yeah?
you've got
You can't call man
contradictions.
inbred.
Sorry,
That's
1
what
minute,
you
Rick.
can't
Let me
do.
just point out
Yeah?
something. Let me just point out something.
hold on,
Rick,
hold
let me
on.
just say one line.
As a
Rick, you can have it.
disease.
Rick, let me just say one
You
thing.
get me? Can't
All
go
I'm
out in the
doing
sun,
is
bastard.
pointing
You
out
can't tell me this, bro.
contradictions in his own thinking.
You can't go
That's
out in the
all.
sun.
I've not got
Like
no
the sun
dodgy
don't
points.
like you.
I'm not going to
This
argue
is
with him on
fucking-
his bullshit points.
Hey,
That is some History Channel bollocks.
Con, I think, Con, I think you're
With
very
facts.
wrong. I think you're very wrong to use like, oh, I've got a degree. A degree just proves that you're capable of following order and turning up to somewhere in
that's not
time.
true.
That's all it is, bro.
That's not true,
So
bro.
cool. What?
It's the same level as man's picnic.
So you can say, bro, a degree doesn't mean that you're more intelligent than the next man.
And you got it in
Because-
2019.
because hold on,
I'm not
because
said I'm more intelligent.
Con, hold on. That's what you're saying.
Nowhere
You said
near.
No.
you did. Con, you said
Putting
I'm
words
arguing.
into my mouth.
Con, you said I'm arguing. I'm a man with a degree and I'm arguing with a
Yeah.
barber.
That's
Simple mean that you're moving
But
like
is that
you're
fact though? But 1 minute, is that a fact?
Con, what's that mean? Cool.
No, but
cool.
I'm asking you,
So-
Rick. You're asking
so-
all the questions, but answer some questions now, innit?
No.
Number one,
It's not
Did
factual.
I
I don't
state a
think.
fact, or
I
was
don't think.
wrong?
It's factual that you've got a
All right,
degree,
cool.
but it's not.
Now,
But it's
second
not.
point.
Hold on.
Did I say I was more intelligent?
You
No, I
said
didn't.
that by
Hello?
saying that, by
Hello?
saying that you employed
Hello?
us, fam. By saying that you employed us,
Let's have a
fam.
convo, lads. Come on,
You
lads.
employ that, Con. But all the thing I'm saying, Con, it doesn't prove nothing because I can bring
Finish your point, but I'm going to reply to you, innit?
Well, I can bring a gal in this panel, yeah, that will smash that anything intellectual, so we smash the shit out of most people, yeah. But this gal ain't got no. But let me finish. But let me finish, bro. 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 Let me finish, bro. But common sense, but common sense, she ain't got none.
Okay.
All right, Rick. Here's what I'm trying to say to you.
The point you're making.
When you're saying,
I'm busy trying to make jokes. My bad.
It's cool. Rick, when you're saying that having a degree just means that you can follow orders, that's
why
not
are we
true.
here now?
That's all it
Because
means.
some degrees, especially science degrees, you have to know how to do critical thinking. You have to know how to study things like ethics and morals. Like, there's more to it than what you think it is, which is regurgitating information. Maybe in some subjects it is, but in science subjects, it's not. You have to be able to follow scientific methods.
Who's going to be better at that, though? A person with Down syndrome DNA or a person with normal functioning DNA?
Things and arrive at a conclusion and demonstrate your methodology. That's nothing to do with regurgitating information.
So
yeah, but Down syndrome is going to affect your learning ability. Full stop.
That's true.
So then prove your inbreeding. Comment.
You, by your own admission, have
it's not my own admission. You made this up, bro.
You, by your own admission, have previously stated that your tribe, specifically the Yoruba, came from somewhere else to where they are now, found themselves living amongst the original people, and basically had what's it called from them? Admixture from them. Now, I'm saying if you come from the original people, then re-enter their domain and live amongst them, as you claim you're the only people who've done that, that means you have an admixture from them. That's called inbreeding.
No, that's called breeding with someone. But anyway, the thing is with that, Khan, is our story is actually the opposite of that. We got there and there was the knock and there was like these people who looked aboriginal. Now, if I look in my tribe, no one ain't got that aboriginal admixture, yeah. And they made point of it in writing what they were writing, that we traveled from the Nile Valley and moved to this part and settled in this part, and we bucked up on these people, and we bucked up on people on horseback when we got to the north, which they were called the Owo, yeah, which are probably houses, but they're just like Muslim black guys on horseback. So man are accounting the different types of people that they're meeting and they're encountering as they're moving down. Now, one thing they made a point of, they ain't breeding with just any tribe. No, we don't do that. But what we do, the royals will marry the adjacent tribe. Yeah, their children will marry them off. That's it. And that's kind of like peace. That's how we do peace.
Now, you're
going to marry my daughter. You did. But hold on. That doesn't require the people on one side to then start mass marrying the other tribe.
All right, cool. Yeah. Let me just quickly make one question to you.
One second.
Question's waiting.
We definitely go further afield, and we don't try and breed within our tribe necessarily. Do you know what I'm saying? Some say
let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, but in my case, yeah, because they're royal, they're all going to have like different blood origins and all of that type of thing. So I don't know what you're doing. I go 2 generations back.
I'm pointing out your
I'm like 4 tribes.
I'm pointing out 4 tribes. How your actual
doesn't even make sense.
And the politics that you're pushing doesn't even support itself. I'm showing you that. Now, here's one more thing that let me say. By your own admission, the original people, A and B, don't look like you. You're saying that some of them are short and black, and some of them got like mongoloid looking features and they're red skin and whatever, right? Yeah. So they don't look like you. But yet you've also admitted that there's people that came after you. Sorry. Hold on, excuse me. You've also admitted that there's people that came after you, namely Nilotic people, that are basically much darker than you. So if you're standing in the middle and your ancestors are lighter than you, and there's people that came after you who are darker than you, how are you then saying that a person who's whiter than you is less original than you?
Yeah, because it's not.
Yeah, that don't add up.
Sorry. You're saying the original Khoisan tribe, come in. I said it earlier. They come in both varieties. So you might see some. Bro. 1 second. Yeah, you say some appear light skin and oriental looking, and then there's also dark skin ones, completely dark skin with nappy hair and just the same, right?
Yeah.
But you're calling them pygmies. So basically, they're essentially the same. And remember that the Khoisan are the Khoi, yeah, and the San people. So even their marker, yeah, is one of the oldest, but it doesn't mean it's the oldest. Yeah, there were people before that and before that and before that and before that and before that that led to them. Yeah, and this is only a marker, but it's the oldest ones we have on the planet. So that's it, bro. Yeah, we are their descendants, and we can observe. Like, we don't always have to breed back with them, but as I said, we're in that
You don't always
luxurious
have
place.
to, but sometimes
My
you do.
brother, Africa's huge. Africa's huge, and pygmies don't live in Nigeria like that. For example, they don't. They live in Congo. They live in other parts. They don't, bro.
Hey,
so what are we doing?
Hey, Con, you know you say some stuff all the time, yeah.
They're called Bushmen for a reason.
This is one.
They're out in the bush.
This is one of them things I think that you should think about more before you keep and repeat it, Con. Like you need to.
Are you listening to what I'm saying, Rick? He's saying that as a white person, you're less original than him as a Yoruba. But yet, as a Yoruba, he's saying that his ancestors were lighter than him, and there's people that he's saying came after him, namely East African Nilotics, and he's saying that basically they're darker than him. So basically, his skin color or skin tone, we can call it, has no relevance to how original he is, but yet he wants to impose that as a marker or as a measure of people other than him. So he's got one rule for him and one rule for others. That makes him a hypocrite. That means that anything you say cannot be looked at as objective, because you're using one rule for one people.
No, he was telling you about your alphabet system, bro.
That's the definition of a hypocrite.
Now I'm a hypocrite. Before I was inbred. As long as we cleared, that man is not inbred. That's clear.
You by your own admission.
No, hold on. But you got my admission wrong. You got what I'm saying? So,
no.
Yes. Because when I told you the Khoisan, 1 second, I come in both varieties.
1970 and 1987 showed an overall rate of basically ancestral or inbreeding of 21%.
Ouch.
Mostly first cousin liaisons, and an inbreeding co-efficit of whatever. There you go.
Let me just say, based on what Jedi said, I'm not casting any aspersions on anyone and their lifestyle and their culture. I'm not saying inbreeding's bad. Inbreeding can be good. If you've got good traits that you want to hold on to,
it's bad.
Inbreeding can be good. But don't forget, the negative traits are also magnified.
You said that.
You see, for example, I walked up to a Jewish brother and I said to him, why do all you man wear glasses? And he goes to me, oh, because we read a lot. And I was like, he don't even know why, innit? Because the gene for bad eyes, passes through from their concentrated inbreeding. This is how the Jews had to go away and study, and their own scientists showed them, no, you're actually Ashkenazi. You're not actually Hebrews, because they were brainwashed into thinking that they descended from David and they descended from this guy. This was their belief, because they had their belief through their religious doctrine. But when the science told them, no, you have these diseases that come from these other races, and you inbreeding made it worse amongst your own people, they had to accept that, wait a minute, we're not actually who we thought we were. So it's their own scientists that told them that. They're not arguing against that now. They're not claiming to be original Hebrews at the moment. They know, innit? They know that they're Turks.
Bro, it's like...
Yeah, bro. So, bro, I don't understand you as well. Bro, are you not? Was there no inbreeding going on where you're from, Con?
Saying to you, if you follow, the teachings of the Quran and the Bible, certain inbreeding, like, we're not against it fully. We're not saying it's a bad thing. But what I'm showing Maku is that his tribe has a higher percentage of original people because they were pushed back into Africa and had to.
I'm just saying, it says here,
links with the people that they originally left.
Says here that the main cause of rare diseases in Turkey, according to a member of the pediatric hematology and genetics specialist, Professor, I can't even see his name, Professor Doctor, it's kind of cut out there. inbreeding is the reason for the high levels of rare diseases in Turkey.
I can
Stating
believe
about
it.
5 million people are affected by this situation, he said.
That's really sad, bro. And I have to say that like, I feel sorry for those people because out of poverty, they're trying to keep the money in the family, so they marry their cousins, innit? So they don't have to give them dowry and things like that. So that's because of poverty that they end up being inbred like that.
Wow.
But when you're saying people in Turkey, you have to realize that
this guy is rude, you know.
There's a variety. We're just being factual here, innit? There's a variety of different peoples and cultures that exist in Turkey. So don't want to point out the specific eastern part of Turkey where this predominantly happens, but these people actually, they're not landowners, they're not wealthy, they're not really successful at farming, they're just like, you know, they're just poor people, innit? Like that's why they're inbred through poverty.
Are you not being biased now?
Don't play with me, Khan, man.
Let's not do this, man.
Don't play with me, man.
Are you not being biased now, Khan?
I don't know. Explain. You point it out. Where's the bias?
Don't play with me, Khan. Yeah.
I don't even gonna lie to you, man. You man's always on smoke over here, man.
No, man. I just have to. The inbreeding comment was the only one.
Your man's always
was rude.
Your man's always on smoke, bro.
Man
put up a the video is old but gold, yeah. Aurora.
We see
that a million times, but yeah.
The man just pulled up. The whole. Oh, it's crazy. Who just pulled that up? Who pulled that up, bro? Who pulled that up, bro?
All right, man. All right, man. So what?
That was crazy, bro.
Are we ready for?
Yeah,
let's go back to this. That was a good convo, though, man.
It was all right.
You know,
a lot of lies, though.
Loads of people protesting and saying, "Oh, this one's pseudo, that one's pseudo. This one's making stuff up. That one's making stuff up." You got both chatting shit. You're wrong here. You're wrong there. But no one jumped on. Apart from
Rick,
Schiffer. So big up Schiffer.
Oh, big up Schiffer.
Big up Schiffer. Yeah, the rest of you lot. Yeah, man. I'm sure we all enjoyed that. Hit the like button, please, family. PayPal, Cash App. You know it's Friday. Show some love. Been a good week of streaming. Let's get it in, man. I would say I'm gonna play some of this. Axum said she was loving this. And whatever. So we'll see. We'll watch a little bit more. So yeah, I've rewound it back to, if you remember that guy, the head of the Jesuits. I can't remember his name, but I've brought it back to that point there where he started saying who he's in control of. And I remember he said some interesting people.
Himself had to say, the Pope's confessor has to be a Jesuit. And the Pope himself has to come to a Jesuit to confess. The Vatican Empire, everything I say is a quote. This here is Jean-Baptiste Janssen. He ruled from 1946 to 1964. And he looks like a charming gentleman, very cheerful. But nevertheless, you can see that this photograph was taken from the Saturday Evening Post, 1959. And this is what he is in command of. And now we will want to deal with these issues in the next session. He controls the following secret societies. The Sovereign Military Order of Malta. So he is in control of the Knights of Malta.
And I'm saying, and I'm claiming that would mean that obviously your Desmond Tutus and your Nelson Mandelas and your Sammy Davis Juniors,
anyone you can imagine, still,
and your cover your ears now, and your Marcus Garveys and your Selassies, people that work with that Maltese cross, that forgot the other name of the cross.
Yeah.
Rosicrucian cross.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all that. Well. Feel like they're displaying that they're part of a certain order, but that's just my
definitely. Ain't that the one that they had Haile Selassie wearing when he visited the Queen? That one.
And he didn't wear it when he visited the Queen. But
they initiated him to order.
They didn't do that either.
What you talking about? But obviously, he was initiated, but I don't know where it was. I don't even know where that picture was from, to be honest.
Could have been a fake picture. There's a load of fake pictures.
It's not a fake picture.
Yeah, big up, guys.
Big up, Axel.
Come on, man. Smash the like button.
Scottish Rite Shrine of Freemasonry, the Order of the Illuminati, the Knights of Columbus, the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan, B'nai B'rith, the Nation of Islam and its private army called the Fruit of Islam, the Mafia Commission, Opus Dei, along with a host of lesser brotherhoods. So each one of those secret societies is controlled by the Jesuits.
Mad.
Persecution of the Catholic Church in Germany has been directed only against those elements which did not entirely submit to the ever-increasing centralization of authority in church and state. So sometimes it looks as if even the Catholics are suffering, but only those Catholic groups that are not totally submissive to this system will be subjugated. Some Catholic orders were actually opposed to the Jesuits. They were killed, they were wiped out. In the French Revolution, the Dominicans had taken over the Inquisition from the Jesuits. Boom, they were zapped. And the Jesuits took it back. Its objective was and is still to destroy the effects of the Reformation and to re-establish the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation. A greater Germany, in other words, must be made again the center of a revived Holy Roman Empire. Leo H. Lehman, 1942, an American historian, said that. Isn't it fascinating that the Russian president, or a Russian president, let me put it that way, and many political leaders have given the assurance that Germany will once again play a greater role in the new Europe today. Isn't it also fascinating that it was a Jesuit priest, Father Stempfler, and not Hitler, who wrote Mein Kampf? In fact, you can read it on Mein Kampf itself. Now, the SS used this symbol of the skull and crossbones. What was that a symbol of? Do you remember? It was the symbol of Jupiter, the god Jupiter, the god of death. It's also the symbol of Osiris, who was the god of death. Anubis is just another form of Osiris. He is the god of death. He's the god of the dead. But Jesus says, I am the God of the living. I am not the God of the dead. I'd rather serve the God of the living. The SS was organized by Himmler according to Jesuit order principles. The rules of service, spiritual exercises prescribed by Ignatius Loyola constituted a model which Himmler strove carefully to copy. Absolute obedience was the supreme rule. Every order had to be executed without comment. Every single statement is being read from a reputable source. Again, in that wonderful book, The Great Controversy, we get an idea of the Jesuits. Throughout Christendom, Protestantism was menaced by formidable foes. The first triumphs of the Reformation past, Rome summoned new forces hoping to accomplish its destruction. At this time, the order of the Jesuits was created. Notice what this quote says. The most cruel, unscrupulous, and powerful of all the champions of popery. Cut off from every earthly tie and human interest, dead to the claims of natural affection, reason, and conscience, wholly silenced. They knew no rule, no tie, but that to their order, and no duty but to extend its power. We don't have to read the whole quote. But they made it their business to destroy Protestantism. The Jesuit order, therefore, stands before us as the embodiment of a system which aims at temporal political domination, and that over the whole world. You will say to me, surely China will not be subject. Well, we already read a quote by the Jesuit general himself where he says he controls China. Who controls communism? The Jesuits created it, and therefore they controlled it. They practiced it in their South American examples where they practiced it before they instituted it. Very interesting. This is Count von Hernsbruch, 1911, German.
I tried to tell people they went to Argentina.
This very thing.
They went
And
to
what
Argentina.
then do the
Oh, you
Jesuits
mean
say?
the Nazis, yeah?
No, they're called Sephardic Jews.
Yeah.
Non-practicing. But they practice something else, Kabbalah, all of that type of stuff. So yeah, they're your George Lucases, your Stephen Kings, all of these type of people who are not religious like that, right? But you know they're J. That's it. It's a J order, man.
Them, they seek the greater glory of God, but if you examine the facts, you will find they aim at universal dominion alone. It is they who rule the world. One quote
You getting the J2Os?
the other. Moreover, the Pope has thousands of secret agents worldwide. They include the Jesuits, the Knights of Columbus, the Knights of Malta, Opus Dei, and others. The Vatican's intelligence service and its field resources are second to none. Even Dave Hunt, American Baptist historian, says that. So let's have a look at some of these institutions. Let's have a look at Freemasons. The Grand Design Exposed says, the truth is the Jesuits of Rome have perfected Freemasonry to be their most magnificent and effective tool, accomplishing their purposes among Protestants. Now, surely the members of Freemasonry themselves must be deceived, because if they saw it, they wouldn't do it, right? So actually, the order is being used and they themselves are deceived. And only within the order, higher up, are those chosen ones who know, and they are controlled by the Jesuits for Rome. Very clever. Very clever. To make Protestantism do what you cannot do openly because you have been fingered by Protestantism as the Antichrist. So
I know. What?
Mother. Oh yeah, what fingered? Yeah. He be fingered.
Pause. Yeah, we know all this, man. Everything he's saying is like clear as day.
Nah, I don't think everyone knows that still.
Not everyone. Exactly. I'm saying like I wouldn't be surprised if you lot know this, but I know this already.
You knew this, yeah?
I knew. Yeah, someone told me about this already. About the Protestants actually being an extension of Freemasonry. Sorry, the Protestants. Yeah, that's right.
That's not what he said.
He's saying that.
Typical Kanye.
All right, so what did he say then? What did he say? You can't just spout something like that. Back it up. Man.
He's on fire.
Exactly. Silence.
I'm gonna let you say more dumb shit, man, because it's entertaining.
Well, it's getting so boring, man. I feel like my brain's actually getting drained, bro. Getting boring now.
Hey, Kyle, you cracked me up, man. You said the wrong thing, man.
No, I didn't, bro. He's saying that there's a Jesuit ruling elite that used Freemasonry to control Protestants and make the Protestants do what they can't do because they've been fingered as the Antichrist.
Now we got it.
But that's the exact same thing what I just said.
It's not really, but still. Now we got it. You're very much more concise.
Anyway, man, I'm here to hurt people. I'm here all day long, bro. If anyone gets hurt, that's fine. Cool. Axe them in particular.
Hey, listen, Carl, let me ask you a question, bro.
Yeah.
Like, what kind of vibe are you on? Because I feel like ever so often we get this intensifying of your personality, and you just get a bit like combative, and you know. So, is there a reason? Do you need to eat something? Are you in a like, what's going on? You tired? Like, what's happening? Because usually, like a day after or 2 days later, you be like, "Yeah, I know my hormones or this or that or whatever it is." What's going on? Let me ask you now, because I can feel the vibe. Let me ask you now.
I don't know. I'm just speaking, and someone just shouts out, "No, that's not what he said, though." And I'm like, "So what did he say then?" And it's just silence. So if you're gonna throw stones, I'm gonna have to bring you into my view, innit? Keep an eye on you.
I hear you, man.
That's all I meant to say.
That's the hormones, man. Pause.
Anyway, come off it. Anyway, we all know where we stand, innit?
This is a Templar fortress and a church on the island Mallorca, Spain. There again, you have the double-headed eagle, and you can go to virtually any church on that island, and you will find the double-headed eagle over the altars of these churches. As I've said, Adam Weishaupt was the father of Jacobinism, and he is the one who is also the founder of the Illuminati.
Right.
From the Jesuit college at Ingolstadt, it is said to have issued the sect known as the Illuminati of Bavaria, founded by Adam Weishaupt. Its nominal founder, however, seems to have played a subordinate, though conspicuous, role in the organization of the sect. You see, again, they use a front and a front and a front. Now, here are two Jesuit generals. This one over here is General Ricky, and this is
General Ricky, you know.
Budakovsky. And very interesting,
Little
this
what?
one over here, 1773 to 1840. 14, he ruled during the order's suppression. Now notice this, the Vatican itself suppressed the Vatican, the Jesuits, between 1773 and 1840. What happened to the Vatican in that time? There was a mortal wound, and the Pope was taken into exile and he died. Isn't that correct? So who gave the mortal wound to the papacy? The own order in the own church, power struggle. And he created, in his time, the Illuminati was created through Weishaupt, and of course, is also the father of modern communism, who with his Jacobins conducted the French Revolution. Years later, Jesuit General Ledokovsky with his Bolsheviks conducted the Russian Revolution in 1917, and it's identical to the other revolution. And I will deal with that when I give a lecture on revolutions and wars and dictators later in the series. France's greatest authority on the Jesuits, Edmond Paris, said, the Russian Revolution, by eliminating the Tsar, protector of the Orthodox Church, had it not decapitated the great rival and helped the penetration of the Roman Church, we must strike while the iron is hot. The famous Russicum, Russian College of Rome, is created in 1929, and its clandestine missionaries will take the good news to its schismatic country. 1 century after their expulsion by Tsar Alexander I, the Jesuits will again undertake the conquest of the Slav world. And did the poor Slavic world suffer? They were slaughtered by the millions. History will show what happened there when Stalin, probably one of the greatest mass murderers of all time, did his thing. Frederick the Great, so-called.
Yeah, I'll be real, yeah. I don't really
high
know
degrees of
much
Masonic constitution
about Stalin, you know, and the whole.
Don't you?
Nah, to be honest.
Have you heard about something called the Gulag?
Stalin and Mussolini. I don't really know much about those two figures. These
Mussolini
dictators. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know.
Stalin is more with the Bolsheviks, and those are the guys who came with communism, fascism, and but they had their little secret groups. That's why Hitler ended up in one of the groups with Madame Blavatsky. Do you get what I'm saying? Because it's all Bavaria, it's all Germany, it's all of that. Do you get what I'm saying? So the previous incident that happened was the
Yeah.
Russian, yeah, it's the Russian Revolution.
He was Georgian, but yeah, he was Russian. Yeah.
His thing is the Russian Revolution when
no, that's Lenin. That's Lenin and Marx.
All of them, though. Yeah.
No, Stalin's not that old.
Yeah, he is. He's within their time frame still. Yeah. So what's happened is when they've taken over the country, then they had various leaders: Stalin, Lenin, Trotsky, all of these guys. But all of them were working on these ideologies, what we're calling fascism, communism, and all of these type of things. Do you get what I'm saying? So when Hitler came with his one later on, he's coming from these schools of thought that ended up with Garvey, that ended up with Pan-Africans. Do you get what I'm saying? Because for the time, that was the revolution against the monarchy. They had the best model. Do you get what I'm saying? Previously, before that, maybe the French Revolution. They had some great minds and thinkers then. But now, after they were deposing the monarchy, they had to have a system that they put in there afterwards. And this is what has ended up as communism, fascism, capitalism, and all the ism and schisms.
Yeah, Hitler took over the fascism, and so did Mussolini.
Right.
Yeah.
And then others went for communism, and communist China, communist this, communist that, communist
Axel,
Cuba.
who was the one in Spain?
You know what I mean?
Weren't there a leader in Spain that was also fascist? Or did I get that wrong? I know Mussolini was Italian, isn't it?
Yeah, he was a fascist.
Yeah. Mussolini, yeah. Italian.
Franco.
Not Roman.
Who's General Franco?
I don't know, you know.
What was
I
that?
swear that was the Spanish version of Mussolini.
Yeah, General Franco, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. But Stalin was the daddy.
Why does fascist sound like I'm supposed to say?
Yeah,
pause
all of
after
them.
that?
No, it's really the Bolsheviks is the daddies because they came with even socialism and social science. Yeah, to how to move a crowd. Crowd control and all of these Big Brother ideas. All of these theories came from what they call it, psychology or whatever. But it's a new science, so it came with these guys. You know what I mean? They do all of these First World War experiences, messing with psychedelic drugs to try and stop people doing mutiny or running away from the army. Because in the First World War, it was their children. In the Second World War, it was the general public's children. Do you get it? That they were sending to war or whatever.
Yeah, I think Stalin did kill a lot of people, but like so did Churchill.
But it's all Russia. It's all Russia. Think about it. That's why there's Cold War. That's why all of this, you know what I mean, over the years has been thing, and now it's all down to Putin, who is a descendant of the oligarchs, and the oligarchs go all the way back to the Bolsheviks. You get it? So it's all it's a bloodline. It's a thing of, you know, these guys who had the original plan for the early turn of the century, basically. So the early 1930s and 40s, that's where Garvey and all of these guys are about. So they've taken some of these models and said, yeah, we're going to run with this because he was a separatist. All of these concepts come from the Bolsheviks. Sorry, Axel. Go.
No, sorry, it was me, man. It comes from Karl Marx, really.
That's right.
Yeah.
And they're all from the same school. All
And
from
Karl
the
Marx
same.
buried in Highgate Cemetery.
If I go into Tacitus though, is Tacitus not going to say that? What's the Greek boy's name again? The one that's in all of the flipping movies, Odysseus. He's going to say that Odysseus and certain man, he was a king. He got sent out to that region to conquer it and take it from the original people who didn't look like them. So even the Russians are Greeks. So they're all the same group, and it's all the same people, isn't it? That's why they all look similar.
That's correct. You know what I mean? But that timeline for what they're talking about is very, very, very recent.
Yeah, that's like Armenia's times as well. Similar. Because they was conquering everywhere. They were sending their people everywhere. World conquest, innit?
But the reason why they rate the
Armenians
Greeks
killed a lot of people.
The reason why they rate the Greeks is because it's their earliest, what they would say, European civilization.
Well, that's when they overthrew Rome and overthrew Europe.
No, there's no Rome yet.
At the same time. They weren't a Rome, you're right.
Sorry,
not
Greece
as you know it.
Yeah,
not as you know it. Yeah.
The Greeks. The Hittites are older than the Greeks.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah. I would somewhere along there. I don't know about older, but yeah, they were.
Yeah.
They kind of came around about the same time.
I don't know if they was from that region though. When we're calling Greece, I don't know if the Hittites were from that region, but that's arguable.
It is definitely. We don't know where they're from. All of a sudden, I think the Egyptians definitely said they were cousins to them. So I don't know. They ain't the guys there now. That's all I know.
Yeah, they probably are to a certain percentage. I won't be surprised that if there's an admixture.
No, but most Europeans aren't in the land of their origins. Majority of Europeans.
Yeah, majority.
Let's be honest, bro.
Whether you be Turk.
What do you mean, though?
None of you ain't from the places that you're in, innit? None of you are from there.
I understand what you're saying.
Whether you be Greek, whether you be Italian, whether you be Cypriot, whether you be Roman or whatever.
Turkish.
Yeah, Greek, Italian, anywhere around the Mediterranean. Yeah. People just eventually settled there. And
are you claiming all that as an extension of Africa?
Well, to an extent, because, brother, I don't have to go back too far. And brother, listen, Khan, I don't have to, brother, Khan, I don't have to go back too far in history. And there's no such thing as a Turk. All I can see is Byzantine. And I can go back a little bit earlier than that. Hold on, listen. I can go back a bit earlier. Listen, you're talking about Turco-Mongols. They weren't calling themselves Turkish, brother.
They
Let's get
were.
this
They
shit
were. They
correct. Let's
were.
get this
Don't
shit
try and
correct.
tell me about my
Next
own
thing,
people.
next thing.
They
I
were
am telling
calling
you, brother. I'm
themselves
telling you about
Turks
my people. These are
before the
my people, you know.
Byzantines.
Remember, these are my people,
Brother,
innit? These were
what
the
are
low
you on
life
about?
people
Who's
from
your
my lands,
people?
innit?
Sorry,
So
who's
I
your
can talk
people?
about my own people.
Who are
Now, the
you
fact of
talking
the
about
matter
as
is,
your own
the
people?
fact of the
Get
matter
it
is,
clear.
brother, the fact
Who?
of the brother, the fact of the matter is, those people would identify as mongrels. Yeah.
Who?
Now, if I
What are
go
you on
into
about?
actual Byzantine,
Oh,
Byzantine
you're
is
all over
way
the place.
before any
I can't
structure,
work out what you're
any
saying.
landmass called Turkey. And if I go back before that, the
I'm thinking.
Byzantine ain't even that old. The Byzantine, I don't even
That's what
think
I'm
it's
trying to tell
1,000
you.
years
You're
old.
contradicting
So
yourself now.
once you put that in perspective, brother,
Yeah, you're
none of
lost.
those people ain't from that region. Not one
Right.
of those groups that are there now.
Okay.
None of them.
And your point being?
That's what I'm trying to say. All the Europeans, all of our people, most majority of us are not in lands that are indigenous to us. We're from like Iceland and shit. That's where we're from. We're
Who's
from like the
we?
northern
Who's from
hemisphere.
Iceland? I'm getting
Me,
confused.
you, Jupiter, all of us. We're from the northern hemisphere.
All right. Oh, you're being white today.
Brother, I've been white. You didn't, brother. You're
All right,
black.
cool.
Don't you remember?
All
You're
right.
black. Can't remember.
Here's what I'm
Hold your
saying to you.
title, man. I don't
Here's
even
what
know
I'm
why you're
saying to
fighting
you.
so
Here's
hard
what
for
I'm
these
saying
white
to you.
people.
Listen, if you're saying that 100,000 years ago,
white tones, you know.
if you're saying 100,000 years ago, like black people left Africa and spread all around the world, and then I don't know at what particular date some Iceland people pushed them all the way back into Africa through violence and being militarily kind of like evil, I would agree with you. That is the current status of the world. No one's disagreeing with that.
No, I can't. It was
Why is
just
that
my
up for?
people. No,
Why is that up for debate?
can't. 1 second. It was just my ancestors. The people in Africa are innocent of this, but my ancestors, yes,
No,
we did
they came
enslave
out
a
of
lot of you
Africa and they got pushed
Down
back in.
syndrome, inbred motherfuckers. We enslaved
I
you.
understand what you're
We
saying.
taught you a lot of stuff. A lot of you acted
I
like
don't get
animals,
it,
though.
bro.
So you know,
You're
eventually,
arguing a point
as
that no
we
one's
start,
arguing.
eventually, some of us decided to breed up with you. That's why you got some more more black genes in
The
certain
Arabs.
white
They're the
people.
Arabs.
And then, you know, after we breed, I'm not talking about Arabs, I'm not talking about white people in general. So in all of the
Arabs
in
are
all
black
the different
people
mixes of white people, you
who
got some of
became
them that
white.
are a bit more black than others. And that's because we was mixing with you and making you more like us again, giving
But
you
we
back
all know
normal
all this,
DNA.
though. What's
But
the like surprise here?
obviously, we wasn't from those regions, innit? Our people were we were in Europe, we were in Europe. But what we was doing is, if you came out Dundus, we send you out into the mountains. How do you think Alexander came about?
Right.
We send them off because we don't want it.
But
We
then
thought that you
Dundus
had
came
some kind
back
of curse.
and fucked
We
you
thought
up.
you had like the mark of Cain or something. You're gonna start murdering everything or something. And the thing is, when you came back, that's exactly what you started doing. So technically, we might have been right, but we're not holding no grudges.
And don't forget, they used
You know,
witchcraft
you
and all
are
the
us.
Kabbalist knowledge and all
You're
this like
related to us.
satanic rituals to kind of consolidate their forces and kind of like put your people down who were the original like Jesus people. So like now we have a split in the world of black on one side, white on the other, Jesus on one side, Satan on the other. But the thing is, when we look at the
no
end
such
of
thing
time
as white. It's
prophecy where
Dundus. It's not
Jesus
white. It's
comes
Dundus.
back and redresses the balance, you don't really seem to be showing any potential
Brother, there's no such
toward
thing
that
as white. It's
movement.
just Dundus. You are the Dundus version of me. That's all
Yeah,
it
but
is.
you're just stating the case. Yes, okay. Whatever you want, whatever words you want to use.
I'm just saying that the Dundus people got sent out
But
to
I'm
the
saying,
cold
what are you
places
doing about it
and
though?
to the mountains, and you're not really
where's
from
the
where you're
Jesus
from.
power?
Or what do
Family,
you think you're from?
let's move this along, family. I'm gonna press play. That
Yeah,
was a great exchange. Respect to the brothers. Hit the like button, family.
Of the ancient right to be revived, and he himself wrote the constitutions under the guide of the Jesuit general. Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, Albert G. Mackey says that himself. Very interesting. And now notice this. This is a source that's unbelievable. This is ISIS unveiled by Blavatsky herself, the author of Secret Doctrine. She says that the rites are the offspring of the sons of Ignatius Loyola. The Scottish Rite and all of these worked under the instructions from the general of the Jesuits. So who controls Freemasonry? The Jesuits, there's no doubt about it. Here, we have confirmed the induction of the Knights Templar Mason into the councils of the said order of knighthood, and hoping in confiding that he will ever be so demean himself as to conduct to the glory of IHS, the most holy and almighty God, and to the honor of the mark we do recommend. There's a ritual in Freemasonry which is totally Jesuit. So the Jesuits control Freemasonry. Here's a Freemason temple, if you like. It's in Oklahoma. There is IHS. This is a Freemason temple. It's a lodge. There is IHS in it. There are still old ladies, male and female, about the country who will tell you with grim gravity that if you trace up masonry through all its orders till you come to the grand tip-top head mason of the world, you will discover that the dread individual and the chief of the Society of Jesus are one and the same person. James Patron, American historian. There are many that say these things. Knights of Malta. The Freemasons are in the foreground, while the Jesuits and the Knights of Malta are in the background. The Jesuits control.
Now it makes sense, right? Now,
Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff.
Right. Now everyone asking what was the connection with the Knights of Malta. I know they're just the order, and it's just what was man saying? It's just symbolic, and it's just whatever. Yeah, damn right, it's symbolic. You become a Knight of Malta, that shows that you are fucking
Mason.
You're a G of Masons.
Of course.
So you could be a Knight of Malta, you could be a Shriner, you could be all sorts. But it seems like the Knight of Malta will be above those Masonic orders.
I don't think the Shriners come under their kind of like.
Oh yeah, the Shriners come under it too.
Where's Malta
I
again?
think
Is
the
that near
Shriners is
Cyprus?
like an equal but opposite.
Shriners are a Masonic order.
Yeah.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Why are you a Shiner, Con?
I need to research a bit more on the Shriners and find out about them.
You a Muslim or a Muslim?
Huh? Muslim.
Muslim. Mohammedan.
Yeah. Starts getting deep, starts getting techie, starts getting Moorish.
What's Knights of Malta? Is it the Templars? The Knights Templar? Knights of Malta, isn't it?
They use the same type of insignia, but I think they are still different. They're still different.
Which one comes above and which one's like the offspring of what? Knights of Malta, I swear they're
the Knights Templar probably
the older one.
The older one, yeah.
Yeah. So what? They were run by England, didn't it?
Knights Templar? No, not.
Yeah, like weren't they like the Crusaders that basically were supported by England, and they basically
not England, bro.
They ended up by supporting the French royal family with their money, because this man even was saying that they were the bankers.
They were.
So they basically what's the word? They basically paid for the royal families, and then the royal families basically turned on them, and that's where you get Friday the 13th, because the King of France basically put all the Knights Templar to death.
Yep.
So that's what this guy mentioned it earlier, that they basically were the bankers, but where their money came from was through the Crusades.
Yeah, he mentioned the whole story still.
Yeah, yesterday.
Control even the Knights of Malta. Now, who are they? Well, they are headquartered in Rome, these knights. They used to be on an island, but besides that, they used to be a military order. They are still a military order. They are knights. They control the banking of the world, the industry of military complexes of the world. They oversee Chase Manhattan Bank with all its branches. They rule all the intelligence communities, the KGB, the CIA, and all of these things to restore the Dark Ages. Everything I'm saying is a quote. I'm saying nothing. Don't accuse me of saying anything. I'm just reading. Who are they? Well, here's the head of the Knights of Malta at the moment in America. Well, he's dead now. This is Francis Joseph Cardinal Spellman, Cardinals of New York. And their headquarters is St. Patrick's Cathedral, the diocese of the Archbishop of New York. There are the various ones. Here's Terence Cardinal Cook, then was Cardinal O'Connor, and currently Cardinal Archbishop of New York, Edward M. Egan. Now let's have a look who the members of the Knights of Malta are. That should be interesting. Some past, some present. General Alavena, George Anderson, Angleton, Azru, Bertie, Bobs, Bonaparte. Does that name ring a bell?
Napoleon.
Bradley, Brady, Pat Buchanan. Does that name ring a bell? James Buckley, Prescott Bush, Does that ring a bell?
Mad.
Opera, William Casey, does that ring a bell?
I don't know half these people.
CIA,
Yep.
Cisnero, Cooks, Coughlin, Loach, Giscard d'Estaing, does that ring a bell? President of France, Bill Donovan, Alan Dulles, Avery Dulles, Edward Egan, that's of course the Cardinal himself, Franz Egon, John Farrell, Flanagan, Flynn, Gailey
Flanagan?
Norman Grace, General Alexander Haig, does that ring a bell?
The Hague.
Otto von Habsburg, wow. Konrad
Habsburg,
Hilton, Heinrich
royalty.
Himmler, he was Knights of Malta.
Heinrich.
J. Edgar Hoover, FBI, CIA fame.
Oh shit.
Joseph Kennedy, Ted
Any cons
Kennedy,
in there?
Larkin, Lehman, Lorenzo, Luce, Henry Luce, founder of all the great magazines and Time magazine and all of them. Great publishing magnates, McDonald, Manhattan, you name them.
McDonald's.
All of them. O'Neill, Otis, Franz von Papen, the legate who worked with Adolf Hitler, Perón, Rocco.
Perón?
The list goes on and on and on. Frank Shakespeare, Martin Shea, even Frank Sinatra was a Knight of Malta. for
Standard.
instance, right? So there are prominent men who are Knights of Malta. Now, what about the Knights of Columbus? The founder of the Knights of Columbus is Father Michael McGivney. He lived a very short time, then he died. He was very young. He died at the age of 38. There is their emblem, and this is their official home webpage. You can just take it straight off, and you can see something fascinating. What is that? Hello? Do you remember what it is? A little bundle of rods that you also found in the French Revolution, right there in the Manifest of Human Rights. What is it? Fasciae. And they've got a wreath around it.
Fascia, yep.
What's he talking
All
about?
power in one man. Who will that
That's a-
man be?
it's a
Who do
axe.
the Knights of Columbus, founded by a Roman Catholic priest, want to steal that
And it's the
man?
symbol of
Talking about a
fascism.
little bag of rice. What's that?
No, not right. Rights. I think it was right.
Oh, I thought he said rice. You know when they throw rice at people in the weddings and that? I thought he was chatting about that.
Oh no, it's like a scroll or whatever, collective papers. It's a bundle. But what's the fascia?
Yeah, it's the symbol of fascism, and it's also the symbol that surrounds the US crest or symbol. Yeah, that shows that the fasci or fascism is in place in this country or in that country of America.
So the elites are there basically.
Yes, basically, because it's a foreign company, it's a foreign government, basically, or corporation. Yeah, and that's their symbol. It's just on either side of the actual bigger symbol. I don't know
Yeah.
if you can- yeah.
So what is it? Is it like the reef type thing or?
No, it's a stick. It's an axe, a hand axe, yeah, with sticks around it, and then you tie them.
Okay.
Yeah, so that only the axe bit is showing.
Okay.
You get it at the top of it, yeah, and that's a fascia, which is yeah, that symbol.
And that was the P in Christianity
Remember
that
what
he
it is?
showed.
A little bundle of rods
Yeah.
that you also found in the French Revolution, right there in the Manifest of Human Rights.
See,
What is
French.
it? Fasciae. And they've got a
Fasciae,
wreath
right.
around them. What does that mean?
Mm,
All power in one man.
Rome.
Who will that man be? Who do the Knights of Columbus, founded by a Roman Catholic priest, want to see the power vested in? The Pope.
This guy's such a
The
nerd.
Knights of Columbus, founded at New Haven, Connecticut, 1882. Then it was already considered 300,000 strong. Roman Catholics are only Roman Catholics are eligible. It is initiative to service in 4 degrees. It's the heart and soul of politics. You cannot get into politics if you don't have the stamp of approval of these guys. The fact is well known to political machines and non-Catholic politicians whose candidates must receive the approval of Rome and the Knights before they dare nominate them for either dog pound or presidency. The Knights of Columbus' principal business is politics, a Jesuitical politics. So Menace to the Nations, Jeremiah Crowley, here's the quotes. These are serious accusations. There they are, with their fasciae, which will become clearer as we go on, and we can see where we are heading. For today, Rome considers listen to this. Today, Rome considers the fascist regime the nearest to its dogmas and interests. We have not merely the Reverend Jesuit Father Coughlin praising Mussolini's Italy as a Christian democracy, but their official magazine, which is Civiltà Cattolica, this is the official Jesuit magazine, says, this is the house organ of the Jesuits, says, fascism is the regime that corresponds most closely to the concepts of the Church of Rome. This is scary.
Mad.
Have you noticed lately that there is more and more control? Have you noticed some of these things? Have you noticed that you are being treated more and more like someone who has to bow 20,000 times before the powers? And there is the organization Opus Dei, is a semi-secret religious lay order with paramount objective is total support of the papacy. And these people walk around with clamps that tear into their flesh so that they have constant pain with every movement to remind them of their obligation. And they have high members, like presidents, for example, of Portugal is an Opus Dei member.
Afro.
Then we have the Skull and Bones.
South.
Who are
Yeah, shit.
Well, they have this interesting Skull and Bones. What does it represent? You know that by now.
What?
Jupiter. And they
Ah,
have the
shit.
number 322. You look up Genesis chapter
Ain't
22,
George Bush
you will
in the
find
Skull and Bones?
now man has become as one of us, knowing good and evil, raising man to the level of deity. This is Yale University, the place where they are. Now let's consult one of the greatest authorities on Skull and Bones. That is Anthony Sutton. Let's ask him who he is. Educated at the Universities of London, Göttingen, California, former research fellow at the Hoover Institute, Stanford University, as well as economics professor of California State University. He had the guts to speak out and write a book, and it cost him dearly. But nevertheless,
the way he tells it.
There's the book. Anthony Sutton, America's Secret Establishment, an introduction to the order of...
Yeah, the volume is low still.
Well, I don't say
A little bit.
Let's quote it. Skull and Bones. It's over. It's Bush. Bush won the election. Let's watch this video.
Yale University, the scions of America's first families confess their sexual exploits from a gruesome coffin. In a smoke-filled room, a handful of power brokers manipulate the global economy. These are the purported activities of some of America's secret societies, groups with names like Bilderberg, Skull and Bones, and the Trilateral Commission. The Skull and Bones Society is founded in 1832 by 15 seniors at Yale University in New Haven, Connecticut.
Can you not see anything?
They establish a secret society with rules
No.
and rules that remain unchanged to this
It's blurry, but I think it's supposed to be.
All right, guys. Come on.
The Skull and Bones initiation ceremony is said to be held in April in the tomb's basement.
No.
One distinguished members.
What's up, brother?
Still blurry.
Yeah, stop talking over it, bro. Please.
Okay.
Unchanged to this day. The Skull and Bones initiation ceremony is said to be held in April in the tomb's basement. One distinguished member serves as master of ceremonies. Once enrobed, he is known as Uncle Toby. The shortest senior is appointed Little Devil and dons a satanic costume. A bonesman with a deep voice is dressed as Don Quixote. Another is dressed as the college's founder, Elihu Yale. Still another is given papal vestments. It would all be funny if it weren't for the fact that among the former bonesmen are 3 presidents: William Howard Taft, George Bush, George W. Bush, numerous senators and ambassadors, industrialists like William Whitney, CIA agents, State Department officials, and publishing magnate Henry Luce. Absolute secrecy is also required. In his 1999 autobiography, George W. Bush devotes just one sentence to his membership in Skull and Bones. Quote, "My senior year, I joined Skull and Bones, a secret society so secret I can't say anything more. The secrecy, according to some researchers, is there to protect the fact that Skull and Bones funnels its initiates into positions of power and influence.
The best-known bonesman is ex-President George Bush, who, according to tradition, is supposed to avoid admitting he's a member.
Mr. President, are you a member of Skull and Bones?
American Journal got a similar response when we recently asked George Bush Jr., the governor of Texas, about his membership.
Does it still exist? The thing is so secret, I'm not even sure it still exists.
Okay, so
Lies.
that George W. Bush is a member.
The lie was
Lying in a
strong, though.
coffin. They bow down before a papal figure, swear allegiance. They do all kinds of weird sexual things in a coffin, which I'm not going to explain what they do here. It's pretty vile. And these are the presidents of the most powerful countries in the world, and they belong to secret societies such as this. The order, what it is and how it began, those are...
So does anyone, like, I don't know, a lot of people like, what's wrong with the Freemasons and blah, 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 there's no... But does anyone think it's odd that people of power are part of these groups? Does it ring any alarms for anyone? Or is it just like well, yeah. You know, just into conspiracies. Is it alarming? Or is there, even if it's not alarming, does it make you, what does it make you think? I'd love to know. What? Man like Schiff, you know? Schiffer. Yo.
Yo. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. This that motherfucking dirty white boy, dog. Bringing y'all this 100% certified white boy music. If you don't know about this, dog, you need to get the fuck in where the fuck you fit in, dog. You understand this shit? This for my true to life dirty fucking dubs. Yeah. I'm fresh, I'm thug, I'm dirty, I'm dub. I'm a white boy, get it right, boy. I'm growing, I'm moving, I'm maintaining, proving. I'm a white boy, get it right, boy. I'm fresh, I'm thug, I'm dirty, I'm dub. I'm a white boy, get it right, boy. I'm growing, I'm moving, I'm maintaining, proving. I'm a white boy, get it right, boy. It's a dirty white.
Yeah. Big up, Chief. No. I'll just give you an intro. Boom. What was we saying?
Yeah, I was saying they need to put me in that video, man. That's my
know it
song.
as the order. Others have known it for more than 150 years as Chapter 322 of a German secret society. That is very important. In fact, this was discovered when they broke in and stole some of the papers at that institution. It is officially known as the Russell Trust of 1856.
And do you think you can break into a secret society that has information on world presidents and world leaders? And you think you can just, that's like Alex Jones with his fucking lardy ass jumping over the fence and sneaking into Bohemian Grove. Yeah, come on, man. You got to see for what it is. You know what I mean? It's disclosure.
Yeah.
And obviously misinformation. The misinformation I suggest is going to be when they tell you what the ritual is, and you think, all they do is have a little wank and blah, blah, blah.
What, in the coffin thing?
Yeah, they have a wank in the coffin and confess where, listen, bro, there's other shit. You know what I mean? There's other shit. So they give you enough information so you can run off and feel like, oh yeah, I know what I'm going over there. It's not deep. Some weird men just, playing dress up and stuff.
See this thing, what he's saying about the Russell Trust. Do you know who else is Russell? Have you heard of the Russell Group?
No.
They're all the top universities in England is the Russell Group universities. So this Russell thing is like some high up thing, isn't it?
Okay.
Overseeing trust or whatever.
Russell Group.
or as the Brotherhood of Death, because they serve the god of death, who happens to be Anubis, if you like, Osiris, if you like, or Jupiter. The American chapter of the German order was founded in 1833 at Yale University by General William Huntington Russell, and Taft, the only man to be both president and chief justice of the United States. Interesting. Now, the German order, what does this actually mean? The Illuminati had its origin at the University of Ingolstadt, and recruits were from the student Incorps. Of course, they had to be students with high connections, you know, sons of very high insiders. The order had its origin in Yale in 1833, but Skull and Bones is a chapter of a German secret society. So which organization does it represent? Active members have enough influence to push their sons and relatives into the order, and there's significant intermarriage amongst the families, and they fall into major categories, two major categories. We find the old line American families, second families who occupy great wealth. When he's initiated into the order, he says, tonight he will die to the world and be born again into the order, as he will henceforth refer to it. The order is a world unto itself, in which he will have a new name and 14 new blood brothers, also with new names. Now, there's also a British chapter, which was established at Oxford University and All Souls College, and the British element is called the Group. So the Skull and Bones is not the only one. You have the Group, and then you have a European order as well. So the Group links to the Jewish equivalent through the Rothschilds, the Inner Circle, and so there is a worldwide secret organization which has the highest individual in industry, government, all facets of life. And they actually are the most prominent rulers in the world today. And if they are a chapter of a German society, then they are the Illuminati. And George W. Bush said that there are 1,000 points of light illuminating the world at the moment. It's interesting that the order writes many constitutions. The members write constitutions. For example, Archibald MacLeish, who is a member of Skull and Bones, or was, he wrote the constitution of UNESCO. Now, we're going to have to deal with UNESCO and find out what it's about. Churches, the Union Theological Seminary is under the control of Skull and Bones. A very interesting seminary. We'll deal with these in more detail in another lecture. Major establishment of law firms, communications and industry, the Federal Reserve, and all of these are controlled by the order. This is how Chapter 322 operates. There's a central inner core. Notice that this is actually the all-seeing eye, the wedge of the eye, but that's something else. There's an inner core, there's an inner circle, there's an outer circle, there's an Atlantic Circle, the Bohemian Club, notice there, Bohemian Club, part of Skull and Bones, Pilgrim Society, Penumbra Order, Chapter 322 of the Order, the Trilateral Commission. That's how it's put together. You could basically put it this way: Council of Foreign Relations, United Nations, Bilderberg's Club of Rome, Royal Institute of International Affairs, and the Trilateral Commission, with the Illuminati controlling everything on the inside, forming basically the round table. Now, you saw that the Bohemian Club is part and parcel of the issue. Now, what is this Bohemian Club? Well, here's the Bohemian Grove. The August 2, 1982 edition of Newsweek reported, this is just another quote, the world's most prestigious summer camp, the Bohemian Grove, is now in session 75 miles north of San Francisco. It's in a forest. It's a fortress. But strangely, even fortresses can be breached, and one enterprising journalist managed to sneak in. The fiercely guarded 2,000 acre retreat.
See what I mean? And all of a sudden, you feel you got inside information, and we know World One, but they just hint at aspects. They hint at the truth and give you some loads of misdirection, like all good illusionists and magicians. They'll misdirect you, man. You got to really wonder. Because basically, they want you to know, innit? That's part of it, and they want it out. But then at the same time, they want to control the narrative of what is out there. So they give you controlled opposition and people that disseminate bits and bobs of truth. Yeah, man.
Retreat is the country's extension of San Francisco's all-male, ultra-exclusive Bohemian Club, to which every Republican president since Herbert Hoover have belonged. This is just a quote. This is the Bohemian Grove ceremony, which was photographed or videotaped very darkly, of course, very secretly by one journalist, which caused a major furor. Now you can see very little in this light, so I'll explain to you what's happening there. In this forest, the men appear naked. Naked. They have to walk around naked.
Mad.
In fact, some members have left the society because they're tired of walking around naked. Now imagine every president of the United States has been a member of the Bohemian Grove. You know, just imagine. The priests are dressed in vestments, papal vestments, and they pay homage to an owl because the owl sees in darkness. It has illumination. There are other rituals which I do not want to talk about that happen between all these naked men. And if you read your Bibles, you will find that those who worshipped in the groves were called the perverted ones.
He is eternal, and we bow to beauty everlasting. For lasting happiness, return to one alone, and she surrounds you now. Great nature, refuge of the weary heart.
We bow to one alone, great nature.
He is ever faithful. Other friends may fail, so must he come his children. Little children that believe nor ever doubt her beauty and her faith. Bohemians and priests, our funeral pyre awaits the corpse of care. Grace unto all mortal wisdom. Owl of Bohemia, we beseech thee, grant us thy counsel.
Owl of Bohemia, grant us thy counsel. Well, that's just a part of the ritual, which shows that it is nature worship. It is condemned in the Bible, and yet, who are the members? Let's continue. This is an article in Mother Jones, August 18, 1981, volume 6, page 28, and reports who the prominent members were. For example, George P. Schultz, Stephen Batchelor, Gerald Ford, Henry Kissinger, William Buckley. Can you imagine them all walking around naked, worshipping a stupid owl? I mean, that's so pathetic. Fred Hartley,
stupid
Griffin,
owl, but is it stupid?
Haywood, Coors, Teller, Ronald Reagan, Clausen, George Bush, William French Smith, etc., etc., etc. It is pathetic. Modus operandi of the order. The activities of the order are directed towards changing our society, changing the world, to bring about a new world order. This will be a planned order with heavily restricted individual freedom. That's fascism. And I will show you the papal encyclicals that will make your hair stand on edge as to what is going to happen all over the world. And believe me, I live in a country where it's being implemented. And you can see it happening every single day. It is scary. But you don't have to be afraid. If you know why it's happening, if you do not know why it is happening, you will despair, and there are thousands who are putting bullets through their head because they cannot tolerate it. 4,000 farmers driven off the land and murdered in my country alone.
Where's this country?
They lose everything. They lose hope. They put bullets through their heads.
Rhodesia.
They wipe out their entire
Must be
family.
Rhodesia.
Because it's better for them to die than to live with it. And you know what? You give a lecture like this and you show what's behind it and why it's behind it. And guess what? They get hope. because they see it's not just them and not something they don't understand. Once they start understanding the bigger picture, they gain hope. And they say, wow, so it's not really the end for us, because this is simply the sign that Jesus is coming soon and there will be a better kingdom. Let us give our lives to Jesus Christ, because this world has nothing to offer. And they get hope. No constitutional protection if you go against it. They control education. I'll show you how in the lectures. Money, law, politics, economy, history, psychology, philanthropy, medicine, religion, media. There is nothing that they do not control. And remember, they are neither left nor are they right. So if there are right-wing parties and left-wing parties, they control them what? Both. That's the Hegelian principle. That's Hegelian logic. Remember that both Marx and Hitler, the extremes of left and right, presented as textbook enemies, evolved out of the same philosophical system, Hegelianism, that brings screams of intellectual anguish from Marxists and Nazis. Remember that the Jesuits were told that they must serve on this side and the other side. Remember that? And create conflict between the sides. This conflict of opposites is essential to bring about the change that they want. Today, this process can be identified in the literature of the Trilateral Commission, for example, where change is promoted under conflict management. Have you heard that name before? Right, conflict is essential. The state is absolute. So the state must have total control. That means the people must relinquish their rights to the state. Do you see that happening in the United States at the moment?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. So the state requires complete obedience. An individual does not exist for himself in these so-called organic systems, but only to perform a role in the operation of the state. That's exactly what it was like under Nazism. Here's Hegel. The two, Hegel and Kant, are the philosophers behind the system. I was stunned. I was in Europe 4 weeks ago in Germany, and the leaders, the presidents of Germany, went down and put down wreaths in front of these people's graves and said, their philosophy has made the new Europe possible. They honored them. What a terrible, I would almost say satanic, well, why not just say philosophy? The Illuminati principle that the end justifies the means is also the principle of the group and the order, which is skull and bones. That means you can do anything, no matter how dastardly, as long as you achieve your aim. There's an outer circle, an inner core, all of these. Council of Foreign Relations is the outer circle, Trilateral Commission, all of those. Trilateral Commission was founded by David Rockefeller, comprises 200 members worldwide. The Bundy operation, activism towards a new world global order. George W. Bush, who was a member of Skull and Bones, remember, says that it's a big idea, a new world order where diverse nations are drawn together in a common cause. Only the United States has both the moral standing and the means to back it up. So do you think they're trying to get all the countries of the world to come into this system, yes or no? Do you think it's possible that they are giving their power to a woman who rides them? Does it look like it? Who controls them? The Jesuits. And who do the Jesuits say all power must be under? The Pope. Isn't that correct? All right. So who do you think would clamor for a new world order more than anyone else? Maybe the Pope. Wouldn't that be interesting? Well, here he is. New international order urged for the sake of peace. When? January 3, 2004. His whole New Year's speech was dedicated to asking for the implementation of the New World Order. Vatican City, January 1, 2004. John Paul II started the new year by insisting that peace is possible and thus a duty, and he called for a new international order. CNN, What did that have to say? Pope calls for a new world order. Thursday, January 1, 2004. Vatican City, Pope John Paul rang in the new year on Thursday with a renewed call for peace in the Middle East and Africa and the creation of a new world order based on respect for the dignity of man and equality amongst nations. What did he say? This year, Pope John Paul directed his thoughts to the continuing conflict around the globe, but he stressed that to bring about peace, there needs to be a new respect for international law and the creation of a new international order based on the goals of the United Nations. He called for an order that is able to give adequate solutions to today's problems based on the dignity of the human being. This is human rights, on an integral development of society, on solidarity amongst nations, rich and poor, on the sharing of resources and the extraordinary results of scientific and technical process. You know, sharing of resources. Have you heard of that before? Well, there's another term for it.
Communism.
It's called redistribution of wealth. Have you heard of that before?
Yep.
We talked about that for a while.
Let me redefine that for you. To redistribute
Yeah, that is what
wealth
communism
means.
Yeah, that is communism still.
But we ain't just, there was a time when they was talking about, I don't know if you remember, during like the lockdown and that, when furlough came in, right? And we was talking, discussing what this furlough is and blah blah blah, and then people start talking about. There's been talks about, I don't know if it was it repossessing everyone's houses? Do you remember that talk? Something to do with taking people's houses, and then it's not your house, but you can still stay in it, and some shit, and then it's gonna do like a basically like a universal payment, which is communism. I don't know if you don't remember that talk.
No, vaguely remember something about mortgages and furlough.
Anyway, man, they've put it out in the air. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
they paid attention to it, but we did speak about it. And this is old. This thing here is old.
Right.
As you can see, you get me. I don't know how old, but this ain't recent.
When was this video done? It looks like it's quite a while, but based on his suit.
Based on his suit.
It's a baggy suit, isn't it?
Take the wealth from the one who has it and give it to one who has not got it. Is that correct? Now, if you do that, which nations of the world will be hardest hit? The Catholic ones or the Protestant ones? The Protestant ones are the rich nations. Everywhere you can draw a line. Now, I will show you in the lectures that come that there are encyclicals which define how the redistribution is to take place. And how it is happening and how the encyclical says it should take place is what I can see happening in my country without the government lifting a finger against it. It is defined by need, as we will see.
Is this brother from South Africa?
There's another word.
Must be.
Man, he's pissed. He's upset. He's upset. That's what I see happening in my country. Bruv, move, man. You're from Germany as well, ain't you? Or whatever, you're Dutch.
German or Dutch, yeah. Same thing.
Taking from one who has and distributing it to someone who does not have. It's called theft. Stealing. Thou shalt not steal, says the Bible. The Pope in Rome says, thou shalt steal. He does. Literally, I'll show you his encyclical. You will be stunned. This New World Order is going to be an exciting place. I don't want much part of it. Fortunately, my God says, my kingdom is not of this world. If it were, they would fight for me, but it is not of this world. My kingdom is up there. There where your treasure is, there your heart will be. I have managed, because I live where I live, to loosen myself from that which I own. Because I know.
I need to know where this brother lives, bro. He's like, Walter Veef. Walter Veef is pissed. He's fuming, bro. Walter.
Yeah, I'm not buying this, man.
I like him. It was an interesting video.
Was that the end?
Yeah, that's the end. Yeah, he's from South Africa.
Yeah.
Africa.
My country. My country.
My kingdom is not on this surface in the other world.
He's got the cheek to talk about, he's got the cheek to talk about theft. That's mate.
He's Dutch, man. He's a Dutch.
He's from Zulu's church, though. He's Seventh-day Adventist.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yo.
Yeah. I'm munching, sorry.
Yeah, that's bad boy still. Old school though. He's brave as well. As I said, some of these things other men have died for saying less. So then it makes me wonder about him more so, you know.
Yeah, and how he's able to survive this.
How is he allowed? Yeah, how is he allowed?
Yeah, exactly.
Seems out of the European family, like the Germans always come bottom, innit? It's like they were the last to kind of have like some sort of monarchy. They were last to have their own country. They're last to kind of like they done really shit up colonialism, like compared to the others. Like, they always seem to be like the bottom of the list when it comes to the Europeans. It's like they're just providing just like the genetic material, like the bodies. They're just propping up other countries by providing like the labor. You know, like in America, you know, if you've seen the film The Gangs of New York, when there's a riot on the streets and the gangsters sort of like take a back seat for a second, watch like these factory workers like revolting and getting put down by the government. Majority of them were like German and Polish workers that revolted. And like the government, the Yankees, or the northern government actually just machine gunning them in the streets, like their own people. So like, I don't know, like these Germans always seem to come off worse. So I do think that there is like a distinction between, like, even when, like, if you think about when Hitler was trying to sell them this ideology that they are the master race. But what happened when they lost to the Russians? Hitler turned around and said he was wrong. He said the real.
Yeah, but in a way, we know where they was going with the master
Can I just
race,
land
though.
my? Can I just land my my line?
Oh, sorry, you was taking a bit long.
Hitler said the real master race was the Russians. That's what he said. He said he was wrong. That he thought that the blonde, blue-eyed Germanics were the master race, but then he had to, on his deathbed, recount that and say, no, the Russians are the real master race. And like, if you look at all this, it is to do with the Russians really being the R1 people that are the ruling elite throughout all the world. And they've used like religion as a cover story to maintain that. That's all it is. Religion is just like another labyrinth or another matrix, basically. That's all it is. But if it weren't religion, it would have been something else, like communism. If it weren't communism, it would have been another ism.
I get you. If
It's
you don't
just a
believe no more,
matrix.
thanks for letting us know. If you don't believe in religion no more, then thanks for letting us know. But obviously, what you're saying you know, I agree
No,
to an extent.
Sniper Heathen is in the back or waiting.
Oh,
Yeah, I
sorry,
agree
yeah,
to an extent, Khan, because what we have to understand is, like I said, you know, when Armenia came in and took over the Roman Empire and the Greeks and whatever else was there originally, at the same time, you know, they started sending out their people all over the world, you know, like that, just before that period. So before that even happened, you had these white, Greek, whatever, Germanic conquerors that were going out to in Russia, conquering the place. So no wonder they see Germany as their origin, because that's the first place they really start to get the
Sorry, 1
grasp
minute.
of certain concepts.
You're saying Greeks see Germans as their origin?
No, I'm saying what Germans see Greeks as their origin. And
No,
the only reason I can
don't.
say
They
that,
see Greeks as
only
blacks.
reason I can say that, one second, only reason I can say that is because once they refer to the Russians, once you go back into the Russian, we know the Russians they're talking about come from the Greeks, because it's documented, Tacitus. There's no running from this, brother. So then, once I can get to that point, what I can say is, okay, we're talking about the origins of us as civilized people. Before that, we weren't civilized, Khan. Our people were savages. And
I don't
then
know
at
if you
that
know
point
that
where we got
the Russians
civilized,
are
at that
Orthodox.
point where we took over civilization, you know, and started to learn things, you know, we started talking about master races and, you know, where we come from. We wanted to, you know, have a bit of pride in who we are. But
Yeah, I think
unfortunately,
you're kind of getting confused because you're trying to sort of put all white people on one side of the equation. But that's where you're going wrong. If you think about it, the
you cut me
Greeks
off
are
my
Orthodox.
sentence. So when I cut you off your
The
sentence,
Russians are Orthodox. They're not Catholic.
what we're going to do is we're going to have chaos. So it's better you just
but
let
we
me
need to
finish.
maintain the differentiation between the
Let me
Catholics and
finish.
the Romans
It's
on
better
one
you let me
side.
finish. And then when I'm finished talking, you get to say your speech uninhibited. But technically, we should all interrupt you because you just did it quite rudely. But the point is,
No,
brother,
I don't know if you know that your
the
connection's
point
really
is this.
bad
The
and we
point
can't
is this,
really hear
brother.
you anyway.
The point is this, brother. Look, at the end of the day, our ancestors, our ancestors.
Who's are you being white today or not?
I am white. I'm talking about me and
so
you.
our
You
ancestors,
know?
go on. Yeah.
So
I'm with
what
you.
we're calling Turkish or whatever today is not
Yeah.
necessarily Mongol. It's actually European. We're talking
It's
Greeks, or Macedonians, really.
Yeah.
Macedonians.
Anatolians.
Well, you could say Anatolians, but really we were Macedonians, and then because we wanted
Well, they
to,
spread to Macedonia from Anatolia.
because we wanted to have something to stand on. We wanted some heritage. We wanted some history. We looked around the world. We saw all of these great structures, all of these great cultures, and we never had one. So we started assimilating people's cultures. That's the truth. That's how we got all of these different names. That's how you got Turk and all of these names, and you know, Christian, Muslim, whatever it is, whatever the titles were. We were just going around taking titles because we didn't have none. And after all of our savagery, we started to realize that, you know what, if we're actually going to live by any of this culture that we're adopting and stealing, then we can't continue to be those same savage people, because it goes against the very concepts of the people we're trying to claim we are.
I think the word Turk is a bit confusing. There's like lots of different stories of where it originates from. But for me, it's obvious. It's like Ur. They came from Ur. They moved from Ur up into China. That's when their identity started, because they were moving amongst strangers. So they had to have a cohesive identity. Before that, they were just the same as Kurds, Armenians, Georgians. They were just like Caucasian Anatolians. They didn't really have an identity. But like, you know, when you put people in, amongst the midst of enemies on all sides, they have to come together and have a cohesive identity. That's when they start becoming like known as Turks. But they're just remembering that they came from Ur. They came from Uruk. Turk, isn't it? From Uruk. So there were Sumerians that moved out into other lands, expanded. As the Bible predicts that the Japheth people will move and have the biggest amount of land. And they did have the biggest amount of land. It's all predicted. It's not a problem, bro.
Real Turks
Tell
don't
us
look
something
like
we
me and
don't
you.
know, innit? Tell us
Real
something
Turks look
controversial.
Asian. Real Turks look heavily Asian. They don't look like me and you.
I'm telling you, they're Sumerian, that the admixture, it's just Chinese genetics is going to make you look different, innit? We've seen
Chinese
Jamaicans,
genetics
innit?
are
Like
not
they've got that
Sumerian, brother.
different look about them. That they're black people mixed with like maybe Indian or maybe Asian, like Chinese, like they've got a different look. That's just phenotype, though. That's just an admixture. Phenotype don't mean nothing.
No
really.
problem. Them Chinese you're
You
seeing
keep
today.
saying no, bro. You can keep
Them
saying
Chinese you're
no
seeing today.
because
Hold on.
you're gonna stick
Hold on,
to
brother.
you're gonna stick to your belief that phenotype
Calm down.
denotes your race.
Calm down.
You're gonna
Calm
do that
down. Calm
because you
down.
basically
Calm
look
down.
like a Congolese.
Calm down.
You know what I mean?
Calm down.
You're gonna say that.
Calm down, bro. Calm down. We're having a
No, you're
conversation.
cutting
We're
me,
not
bro.
screaming
You're
at each
cutting
other.
me.
I'm not cutting you. You stopped.
But you
I was
are
trying to
though.
speak, and
You
then you
are.
want
I
to
never
continue
stopped,
when I
bro.
start
I
talking.
never
No,
passed
bro.
the mic to you.
Take a break, bro. Take a break, bro. You don't need a 7-minute monologue. Now the point is, bro. Them
Okay,
Chinese
sorry.
people of
I forgot.
today,
I'm not
them
allowed to
Chinese
speak.
people of
The
today
black
are
panel.
closely related to what you're calling Europeans. In fact, their DNA is almost the same. Now, what we have to understand is that original people of those regions were a lot darker, just like the same of the people, the region of Turkey, Greece, Rome. All of these regions, they were a lot darker.
Who
And
cares? That's
unfortunately,
phenotype. Who gives a fuck they were darker?
unfortunately, what happened is our albinos and the Asian albinos started mixing together. That's how people started looking like us.
It's Dionysus. I have arrived.
Come again. See, even Jesus looked like an albino. This is what I'm saying. That's our people, Khan. You understand? We have to claim our people and know who we are. We was albinos. Then they started sending in the Asian albinos. And that's how we started getting a bit more sophisticated, because then it was less inbreeding, but we were still fucked up DNA, like, you know, Dundus and that. And then over centuries, you know, there just became loads of us. And more of us started getting this straight hair from the Asian side.
All right, me lion. Let me give you some jokes. Someone's echoing, by the way. They might want to turn their mic down or return it to factory settings. Or you like to turn up your mics to get some extra bass and that. Boom. So remember that guy that Walter Veith or whatever his name is. So that was the guy that was talking before. Now I said he's 7-day Adventist, but he may, I don't know. This guy says that he's banned from the 7-day Adventist churches and that, yeah. But I want you to watch this because it's jokes, because he's trying to go at the brother Walter. But it's like, well, watch it for yourself and tell me what you think.
You ain't got no evidence.
I think this guy may be Jewish, yeah? That's what.
Yeah.
And for being the sponsors of this video.
And if they were to accept Daniel 9:24 to 27, what would have to happen with the Jewish religion? It would have to become the Christian religion. And it would disappear off the face of the earth. Something that they do not want. The present Jews in Palestine are not the true descendants of the Judeans, but rather descendants of the Khazars. Research revealed that the so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe were never Semites, are not Semites now, nor can they ever be regarded as Semites at any future time by any stretch of the imagination. This is a totally different nation that accepted Talmudic Judaism, because I, as a Christian, can sympathize with every other religion, but I cannot embrace a religion that speaks evil of Jesus Christ. Nor can I have a union with such a religion.
I feel so sick in the stomach right now.
I careful how you lot talk about this one, yeah. But yeah, I was observing it and I was like, "No, this is cracking me up."
Yeah,
like, bro, like, watch this, bro. This is funny.
Okay. He doesn't have the backbone to talk about whether the earth is round or flat because he says he doesn't want to cause controversy, but he can't bring himself to talk about Judaism in a way that's not reprehensible. Yeah. Hey, YouTube, my name's Matthew Cortman, and this is Bible Scholar Reacts, where I, a biblical scholar, react to some of the craziest stuff you can find on the internet. Today's episode, we're going to be looking at some problematic things that Walter Veith has had to say about the Jews. Now, we've done a number of videos before that have focused on various things that he's had to say. And believe me, there's more to come. The one that we're discussing today is the claim that Walter Veith has said things that border on anti-Semitic. And today we're going to dig into that. Now, for some context here, Walter Veith actually was kicked out and banned by the German churches, as I understand it.
What we doing? What we doing? What's this contracting you're doing, brother? Let me check you out.
What makes him a Christian scholar, lad? Or is that sort of like is he self-proclaimed?
Who, Walter?
You know what I mean?
Are you talking about Walter Haven?
No, this kid with the glasses on.
Nah, he's just a YouTuber.
Defamation. The charge of anti-Semitism against Walter in the light of German attorney's conclusion must be counted as deliberate defamation.
Now, I'm not going to tell you by any means that what we're looking at here is anti-Semitic. I also don't think that I need to tell you why it would or wouldn't be. I would hope you would have the ability to judge for yourself. But let's take a look at just what problematic things Walter Veith has had to say about the Jewish religion.
I'll have to ask my accountant about that.
What if the Bible is right when it says there is no other name under heaven and earth whereby you may be saved except the name Christ Jesus? What if it is right? Well, then it's just a statement of fact and not unreasonable to say that the one is better than the other. Did you know that the Bible predicts precisely when the Messiah would come? That the Bible is so precise about this issue that whole religious systems negate it and push it aside and even forbid its study, lest one should discover the Messiah? And so this is a very important question. The Ten Commandments Commission has been created to restore and maintain the moral principles of the Judeo-Christian tradition. Interesting. Now we've got a Judeo-Christian tradition.
Most Christians and Adventists have used that phrase. Why should he have a problem with that? That is a little odd.
This is a messianic.
It doesn't make sense, though. Judeo-Christian, obviously, if you're a Christian, it's not going to make sense to be Judeo-Christian for you, is it? Because obviously the Jews they're not on Christ.
They're not on Christianity.
That's the whole point. They're not on Christ. So how
yeah, but is it not the fact that Jesus was a Jew? That's what they're sort of coming from. I don't know.
Just making up stuff. Yeah, but that's what they claim. Remember, it was them who supposedly killed Jesus. So that's why the Jesuits came about, to show that we're a group of Jews who supported Christ. Well, we'll see how that works out for you. But it seems right now you're a mess.
This is a minefield, man. This is a minefield. This subject still, but
Messianic prophecy. Now let me tell you, the Jews are very upset about this prophecy. Listen to this. This is the rabbinic curse. The rabbinic curse. And you will find it in Talmudic Law, page 978, section 2, line 28.
That is not in any sense an accurate citation for the Talmud. There's no such thing as Talmudic law, page something, section 2, line. That doesn't make sense. So already I've got feelings that this is a fake quote.
Let me read it to you. May the bones of the hands and the bones of the fingers decay and decompose of him who turns the pages of the book of Daniel to find out the time of Daniel 9:24-27. And may his memory rot from off the face of the earth forever. Wow, these guys mean business. Would you agree?
These guys. So he begins the quote, which is dubious, and we will investigate as to, you know, what is its legitimacy. But he begins the quote by basically saying, this is what the Jews are upset about. And wow, they're, the Jews, really serious about this. This is very, very problematic ways of describing this religious group.
So now I have to ask you something. Or what do the Americans say? Ask you something. Are you willing to go on in spite of that curse? Because if you are going to number with me Daniel 9:24-27, then this curse should theoretically stick to us. But let me tell you something. I serve someone greater than this curse. I have no fear of this curse.
This is really, really problematic.
Problematic.
He's talking about the curse, but every time he uses the word curse, it's a reference in a sense to they who authored the curse, i.e. the Jews.
Is it?
I'm not afraid of the Jews. I'm not afraid of their curse.
No, see, this is a madness. You can't be putting words into a man's mouth. Man said curse. You're saying that he means Jews, but he's reading a verse that talks about a curse.
Yeah, I just
suspicious, man.
Yeah.
It's suspicious. Yeah. He's getting ripped in his own comments. If you go to the comments of this video, they're ripping him, man. Just spit it out. Nah, I was just spinning up. Like, nah. You know when you tried to roast the clip, but like,
yeah,
the clip ends up being you. Like, so far, anyway, from what I've seen. So
I have a God who's higher than their. This is really problematic.
I have no fear of this curse. And I know why they've got this curse, because if this curse were not there, somebody might number that prophecy and find out whom they really should serve.
Wow. They would know whom they should serve. Apparently, Walter White doesn't think that the Jews serve God.
And then he proceeds to give a most amazing prophecy.
Is he allowed to think that the Jews don't serve God, though? I don't know. Are you allowed to think that?
Yeah. But you're not allowed to say it. According to him. According to him, you're not allowed to say it.
Yeah.
That's how it maintains itself.
But I know lots of Christians that don't think Muslims serve God.
Yeah, but Muslims don't deny the Messiah. But he's saying that that's the curse. If Jesus came and you denied him, then, you know, you're not going to be of the ones that get salvation. You're going to be cursed without salvation.
That's not what he's saying, Khan.
Is that not what he's saying?
No.
I'm sorry, I'm just obviously dumb and Muslim.
He's reading something that he claims is from the Talmud.
Yeah.
Saying that if you read Daniel chapter 2:7, blah, 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 you will be cursed. And he's saying that they said that because they don't want you to read that chapter, which probably tells you about the coming of Jesus Christ.
I think he's saying, well, I misunderstood, but I'm saying that he's saying that Daniel predicts the coming of Jesus very precisely. And he's saying to them, don't try to use Daniel to justify Jesus.
Nah. What? They're not even, he's already said that they're not even the Israelites or the real Jews anyway. So, like, we know that. I've said that many times, and I'm sure a lot of other people have said that. They're not the real ones. You know what I mean? It's their claim, and their claim can't be countered because it's classed as anti-Semitism and all of these other things.
But one minute. He's saying that it says this in the Talmud, right?
Yep.
So that was written after Jesus, wasn't it?
Of course.
So it's basically the rabbis giving their tafsir on events.
Yeah, but
Their teachings,
they shouldn't even
isn't it?
actually exist. But
No. Brothers, he's read a quote. He claims it's from the Talmud, and in the Talmud, it's telling its readers that anybody that reads that verse in Daniel,
yeah,
will be cursed, so don't read it. Now, Deep High Water is now explaining that they've written that there because they don't want people to go there and find out who the true Messiah is and when he's coming.
Yeah,
and that the Bible predicted the coming of Christ or whatever. Yeah,
right.
That's it. There's no confusion in what's being said
in the Old Testament.
That's right. Okay.
Prophecy. It gives the time when the Messiah should come. So accurately that in the Talmud you read,
oh, here we go
may
again.
the bones of the hand, page 978, section 2.
I don't think that exists.
Why would the Jewish Talmud contain such a curse? And if they were to accept Daniel 9:24 to 27, what would have to happen with the Jewish religion? It would have to become the Christian religion, and it would disappear off the face of the earth, something that they do not want. And so, rather curse the one who uses it.
I didn't just imagine that, right? He said the words I heard him say. All right, so obviously what we need to do now is find out exactly where does this quote come from.
A few moments later.
All right, I just looked on Google and I can't find anything reputable that is referencing this. It turns out that this exact quote, it only pops up on any archive, any internet search in 1998. In 1998, on an independent Adventist website, only there does this quote appear for the first time, supposedly in history. And then the next person to quote it is Walter Veith. And in both cases, they have the exact same page numbering. It means that Walter Veith, who seems to have gotten it from this website, was gullible enough to not double check anything he was saying. In fact, what I was able to determine is what the actual quote, where it comes from. It is located in a tractate within the Talmud called Sanhedrin 97b. It says, Rabbi Naamani said in the name of Rabbi Jonathan, blasted be the bones of those who calculate the end. For they would say, since the predetermined time has arrived, and yet he has not come, he will never come. But even so, wait for him, as it is written, though he tarry, wait for him. That's despicable. The original Talmudic quote has nothing to do with cursing someone for reading Daniel 9. It has something to do with trying to predict the end of the world. You know, something that Walter Veith is actually guilty of trying to do. Roll the tape.
If Christ came at exactly 4,000 years after Adam sinned, and if we add 2,000 years, could the world end in 2027 according to this calculation?
When you go to the website
What
for
is he
the
saying?
adaptation of Truth Matters.
No. What is he saying, bro? This
You
is
heard him.
mad. This is
Nobody
crazy.
started.
No, this is too much. He's predicted the end of the world is 2027.
Could be. Why not?
I know. You're as dramatic as him.
Isn't it? Is anything wrong with it? Nostradamus has predicted the end of the world. The Mayans predicted the end of the world. Like, what's the issue? Yeah, and in the biblical and the Quranic and the Talmud and the, you know what I mean? All of these things predict the end
No, but
of
I'm
the
saying,
world.
is this Walter's own personal prediction? Like, is he saying that?
I don't know. Okay.
Well, he was saying using the, I don't know what he was using, but he said 2,000 years after Adam. Suppose, but surely 2,000 years after Adam.
He said
Well done, hasn't
4,000.
it?
He said 4,000.
Lie back. But how would you have a date on Adam and Eve?
Exactly. But the biblical has a timeline in it, so of 6,000 years. So that's what he's trying to say.
It actually has a footnote.
If it's not for
and it
40,000
says the
years,
same thing. Talmudic Law,
Yeah.
978, Section 2,
6,000.
line 28. But notice what it says here. We have, as yet, able to locate this specific source for the reader. If it was Vythe who authored that, that would really speak terribly to his research. He's willing to say he doesn't know where a quote comes from, can't determine its truthfulness, but he's going to continue to cite it and spread it. That would sound ridiculous. Okay, here is another clip of Walter Vythe, but it has been spread around by anti-Semitic Adventists or people who like Vythe. The video I'm looking at is titled Walter Vythe on Fake Jews and Fake Hebrew !
Jeez.
And the comments are all praising Vythe for speaking truth to power, the Jews being the power.
Exactly.
This is dangerous stuff.
Now,
I know, but
I want to discuss a little bit of sensitive history. And if I go to sensitive history, well, then I must quote sources that say it rather than that I say it.
But
this does not look good.
Facts are facts. This is a book that was written by a Jewish man. This is interesting stuff. In this book, Benjamin H.
What? Why are you cutting it at the good bit?
Hold on.
I thought it was sorry, I thought it was him. Yeah.
Benjamin Friedman is a famous anti who collaborated with sympathizers and had extreme prejudice towards the Jays. His works are widely known as false and hateful. They are discredited. Okay. Now, I'm sure he's going to go into all of that, but you telling me that he's discredited and he's hateful, but was he a J? Which is what's being said about him, isn't it? That he's a J.
He's a J.
So you've gone around all of that. You've not let me know. Benjamin Friedman sounds a bit J-ish, but I ain't gonna jump to conclusions.
H. Friedman, a Jewish man, writes about the Jews and reveals an interesting history. He states that the present Jews in Palestine are not the true descendants of the Judeans, but rather descendants of the Khazars.
What?
Benjamin H. Friedman claims that the word Jew was only introduced into the English language in the 18th century. Now, this is fascinating. I went and checked it, and it is so. Yes, it happens to be so. So rabbis are trained according to the Talmud. And the Talmud has very little in common with the Bible. Then he states, from the birth of Jesus until this day, there have never been recorded more vicious and vile, libelous blasphemies of Jesus or Christians and the Christian faith by anyone, anywhere, or any time than you will find between the covers of the infamous 63 books, which are the legal code which forms the basis of the Jewish religious law as well as the textbook used in the training of rabbis. I don't want to go into it. If I were to put the quotes on the screen, which the Talmud contains about Jesus, you would be horrified. It is some of the vilest statements that I have ever had the dishonor of reading. And this is what their training consists of.
This is very clearly an attempt to really make the Jewish people look terrible, to paint their rabbis as being horrible. You are twisting this is just I
5 minutes later.
As to the origin of the present Jews in Palestine, he states that those Jews derived from Eastern Europe, and many of the Jews that today live in the reconstituted state of Israel come from Eastern Europe.
That's right.
Are not descendants of the Judeans or the lost tribes of Israel, but rather descendants of the Khazars. Who were they?
Bunch of Nazis.
They were a nation, most people...
Okay.
So he's actually claiming that the Jews in Israel are not real Jews.
Okay. Let's see what he says. Because he didn't clap back at anything.
Research also revealed that the so-called...
You're not gonna clap. You're not gonna clap. You're not
Man said, no.
Wow. One second. Brother, the biblical scholar. That's what he calls himself.
Right.
So the biblical scholar reacts. So I'm hoping that he's gonna crack open his Bible or do something. Do you know what I mean? Because you're just saying wow, but you're not even refuting the last 3 points. He played a lot. He said a lot, and I thought he was gonna pause at some point and be like, "Yo, this is why it's wrong. This is why it's wrong." Like he was attempting to do, at least for the first point or something. But I'm confused at what you're doing. Just looking at the camera, saying wow, but you ain't.
No rebuttal.
You ain't refuting what you're saying.
No rebuttal.
No rebuttal, man.
It's a mess.
And this Jewish fella who wrote this book, he was meant to be a Nazi sympathizer. He obviously survived the war, didn't he? To see the creation of Palestine, Israel.
The man, they know this themselves, innit? That's all. And every European set of people have got a history. And this is what they write about themselves. They tell you where they came from. And I keep saying that to people. Because when people start talking about Arabs and all of this, and I'm saying, but they're not that. Go back a couple generations. They'll soon tell you who they were. Oh, we came under the guise of this, but we were really, you know what I mean? Jews, whatever thing, you know what I mean? Whatever.
Well, the Khazars, they were like, correct me if I'm wrong, Mackie, weren't they like sort of Russian gypsies?
Yep.
They're the ones with the hats on. It's that Khazar dance, isn't it, where they squat and kick the legs? That's
they came from the Russian
dance.
steppes.
Yeah.
They came from the Russian steppes, man. You know what I mean? On horseback. Khazaria had its little uprising in the 13th century or something like that. And after that, dead food. You know what I mean? What they did, they just spread into other countries under different guises and took over slyly. Whether it was financially.
That's me and Khan's people, man. Some of us mixed with your people as well, though. Don't get it twisted, but it's me.
Well, I was going to say, they went down into like Tarsha and that.
No. Man was still wholly African in these times, still. I'm not involved. I mean, no chaser. When the holidays to bloody Istanbul even exist yet. Play the thing, Jez. Big up.
Those self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe were never Semites, are not Semites now, nor can they ever be regarded as Semites at any future time by any stretch of the imagination.
That's right!
What secret, mysterious power has been able for countless generations to keep the origin and the history of the Khazars and the Khazar kingdom out of the history textbooks? Did you ever learn about it at school?
Nope.
I never learned about it. This is a totally different nation that accepted Talmudic Judaism.
Right. King Bulon.
He writes,
Talmudic Judaism.
What?
Judaism.
Yes.
and if it is based on the Talmud, it is so anti-Jesus Christ.
That's right.
That it belies understanding.
I feel so sick in the stomach right now.
I
I'm going to edit so much of this. I'm sure you're getting the much shorter version, but I'm certain that even in that final version, it'll still be stomach turning.
Because I, as a Christian, can sympathize with every other religion, but I cannot embrace a religion that speaks evil of Jesus Christ.
Facts.
Nor
Big facts.
can I have a union with such a religion.
Matt.
I can embrace every religion, but I cannot embrace Judaism. That explains it.
That's it.
All those other clips. This is the background. This is what's going on
Not
in the
part
back
of
of his head.
Christianity.
And this really does explain why
I
he has a
paraphrased
problem
him.
in those other clips with Judeo-Christian. He never went into it. He's just like, oh, that's so strange. Now we know why. He would say, I'm not anti-Jewish. I'm anti-Talmudic Jewism. This is insane.
Fucking you up.
Take a look at a video that Vite did.
And we will turn to information that we find.
So basically, you're not going to debunk anything he's saying.
Nothing.
He's going to play it and do facial expressions. And...
That's what it's more of a reaction video, lad, isn't it?
There's a
Yeah,
rock
but even in reaction, you don't just do that in reaction videos. You talk about He ain't said anything. Have you not seen? This is the worst reaction video ever.
He brought out one verse or one thing from the Talmud.
And then boom, he was
was
like,
it.
yeah, that's it.
Why not show us the rest? What he was talking about? Where Jesus is in hell, burning in a pile of hot shit. Yeah. So
I've heard that's in the Talmud. I don't know. I heard that's in the Talmud.
What Jesus is burning in pig shit?
Something like that.
Something like in excrement or something.
Yeah, something derogatory. Yeah.
But because the Talmud is not a religious book, it shouldn't really matter. But I don't even know why his name's in there. You get it? Because it's not a religious book. It's a set of instructions and some other stuffs.
When was it written, Mackie? Was it obviously written after the Bible, or did he say Jesus, or did he say like the Messiah, or don't you know?
They're close to Mesopotamia, where a lot of the concepts come from, the tree of life and all of these concepts.
Heathen, you're Catholic, ain't you?
No.
Are you not? Are you Protestant?
No.
Culturally Protestant, yeah.
Are you Church of England? Are you CV?
Yeah.
Okay. What in that? Have you noticed anything like peculiar, kind of like masonry type things going on? While you being
his granddad's a Mason, man.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. He showed us the.
No. Me great granddad's brother.
Oh,
he's not
wrong.
So you could have got in.
You know what, lad? I was working in the I was working in the Masonic charity the other week. And I got them to look up the lodge, lad, and it was disbanded. The lodge he was part of was disbanded in.
No, it all makes sense. I'm thinking, why is Stephen on here all the time? He can't be just backing up Jupiter. Oh, now it makes sense. Well done, bro. Well done. Good show.
Yeah, man. Whatever.
Find in the Jewish writings called the Talmud. And these oral traditions became basically the basis for the religion of the Jews. And it is with these oral traditions that Christ came into conflict because he ignored them. So you can imagine if you have such Jewish sayings and such fables, and these people were elevated to such heights that this could lead to a form of religion denying the power thereof.
Judaism denies the power of God in Scripture. He has not changed. He may not be saying it the same way that he was saying it so boldly before, but it does not seem, this video does not seem to give any indications that anything has changed. Well, I hope that this video has been helpful for you. If you have appreciated the fact that you did not have to sit through hours upon hours.
Right, you are Dead. You are rubbish.
Finished.
I'm actually gonna give you a thumbs down. You're actually rubbish at
That was
reviewing.
terrible,
That was
man.
shit.
That was terrible.
What the hell was
You can't
that?
get more biased than that. Like,
Yeah,
yo.
how many subscribers you got? Okay, yeah. Well, this has
I've
got
had a lot, lad.
no, yeah, it hasn't actually. But this has got 22,000 views or whatever. This is shit.
No, that's terrible, man. He didn't cover no points. He's just an agent of confusion, to be honest. Pretending that you don't know what's going on in there.
He's an angry little man.
If you look in his comments, where they're just ripping him up. They're just like, yo, he's telling the truth. You're obviously too young. Blah blah blah. They're just murking him. Wake up, bud, and hear the truth. Bare people telling him.
Mad. Fully ginger as well.
I enthusiastically followed Walter Vaith. Listen. Thanks, mate. I enthusiastically followed Walter Vaith before watching this video, and now I still follow him.
Mad.
He's getting killed.
Murdered.
In his own comments. The truth hurts. Yeah, big up, Mosh. Long time, man.
Big up. I
was gonna say you've been boycotting. I meant to say you've been boycotting, but you do both. So yeah, but
less than the boycotting.
boycotting, whatever.
Less than the boycotting.
You gal cut, yeah.
Girl cutting.
All right, lad. All right. Congratulations, kid.
Gal cutting, yeah. So what about you, Mosh, man? You been good?
Yeah, man. There, man. You know how it goes, man. Yeah, man. Just living, fucking getting on with shit. Busy. All that. But yeah, man. We're there. So let me pass through, you know? See where I go, and I see some emotional ginger, some Canelo brother, Canelo Alvarez looking motherfucker on the screen.
I know.
emotional about the truth.
Yeah.
Shit.
I live Bernie, man. I live Bernie.
Gets political.
I know Khan never came off mute still.
What do you want to do? Big up Motion, by the way.
Yo, big up. Hope your mental health's okay.
So, right?
What's wrong with his mental health?
He was protecting it yesterday. He didn't want to jump on the panel because he was trying to protect it.
Okay.
Is it? Why do I always miss these things? What happened, Khan?
These men were winding me up. Apparently, I'm not allowed to speak on certain subjects because I'm not African.
Oh, who was that? Kayla and someone else?
No, it was.
Hold on. Lady D and I need to give you.
I didn't say anything to you, man. Oh, it was.
I know, but you was there. I'm saying.
You're black.
That doesn't mean anything. That's what I was trying to tell you yesterday. That people's opinions on the panel doesn't reflect everybody on the panel. You heard from MA. Hold on. You heard something from MA. MA said, "Boy," or someone, Rick, or someone said, "Stay out of it, Khan." But it's like in a joking way. Like you took it personally and decided to jump off. That's your business.
That is true. I didn't catch the joke.
You know what I mean? I'm like, bro, I
Even
didn't even say nothing.
Even if it was a joke, we could tell you to. If man could just bad you off the panel, then it is what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, get out of it.
Minor things, man. Anyway, that's all yesterday. You know me, I don't carry things on.
Yeah, but I'm saying like you're throwing people in the mix that had nothing to do with it. You know what I mean?
I didn't want to open up our bag of trauma anyway. I just wanted to just make sure the brothers men help us.
You love opening stuff, man. Like just
allow it, Jedi. Pause.
I said trauma.
That opening is bag of trauma, man. Yeah. Keep that shut, man. Open up man's bag and. I'm a fool, innit? That's how I open up my bag. Man's pouch.
Where you grew up at? Queens.
All right, so first and foremost, yeah. One of these 6 is a gangbanger. No. One of these 6 isn't a gangbanger. He's pretending that they grew up as a gangbanger. Can you guess who it is?
The guy on the bottom left. Oh, pause. The guy on the left. The left. The lower left square. Pause.
I would say it's Chicken Chat Rick Ross.
Rick Ross is trying it, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm going with Rick Ross too.
I'm not even being racist, lad. I can't even see the middle one at the top.
He looks like he was too tired for
Fucking hell.
You can't see the
I
middle.
can't, lad. I can't.
Wow.
No, is that what he said?
I'm gonna go the middle one and the bottom.
Turn up the brightness on your phone. Then.
Some cheek.
That's the middle one in the bottom, yeah.
How did he say the middle one in the bottom? Which bottom is he? Pause.
Wow.
The essay in the middle.
Yes, and here comes the real gangbanger, man. Like Dev in the building. What's good, Dev?
How is everybody? What's up?
What's up?
Hey, boy. What's happening, boy?
Dev? Don't try that.
I know his last couple times Dev been coming
on. That's silver lining.
He's been all serious when he passed through.
That's Trini, boy. That's not gonna that's Trini.
I know.
You've been on some black power shit. I know.
Power.
I see you, man. I see you.
I'm on positive things, bro.
I'm always, man. Always.
Positive, bro. Trying to keep a positive head.
Yeah, just don't. Whoa.
Pause.
You tried to trick me into that one there. Still,
you tricking your own self, bro.
I was saying, good luck.
I don't deal with luck, bro. I deal with blessings.
I hope you get a positive couple on the weekend. You get me?
You go bless that positive head on your own, bro.
We'll keep it. You never said give it. You said keep it.
Oh Lord, it's good to be.
Sean, where you grew up at?
Queens.
Oh, New York.
Yeah.
Where you from?
Queens.
Like any neighborhood in Queens?
East Elmhurst, 97th Street.
Okay, how about you, my man?
You know?
Where at?
Yeah, defo him, lad. Defo him.
All right, well, you know what I noticed about these things? Who are you to start asking bare questions?
I know.
Well, that's a good technique, you know.
The one who's trying to blend it?
Yeah, you ask everyone else the questions and then you're taking the heat off you, right?
This is like jail.
You're controlling it.
We used to do that. We used to do that back in the days. In other words, the guys used to check us for money, so we check them first. we ask them first. Something now, boy.
Yeah. It's true.
Yeah, we used to do that back in the days.
San Gabriel Valley.
I grew up in West LA, from Playboy's gang.
Okay, where you from?
Compton.
Okay, what hood?
Elm Street, Power.
What?
Elm Street.
Was that a hesitation?
Yep.
San Gabriel Valley.
I grew up in West LA, from Playboy's gang.
Okay, where you from?
No, she ain't gangster, man. She ain't gangster.
I can't. Would you hit that?
Yeah. Yeah, I would.
Like looking in the mirror in the car.
Is that food stains around the chops or is that facial hair? Because that would make a difference.
Either way, lad, you'll lick it, won't you?
Food stains, I'll lick it.
Wow. You said that.
From Playboy's gang.
Okay, where you from?
Compton.
Okay, what hood?
Elm Street, Power.
No, that was weird, cuz.
Yeah.
That was weird.
I'm just trying to blend it.
This guy looks like a Fed. This one is. Yeah, he looks like a Fed. He's talking like a Fed as well. That's why he hesitated.
Okay.
He's like, bro, I'm talking to a Fed.
Well, that's when I asked you where you from. You told me Queens. I'm asking where you from. We're here to find out who's from the hood. Where you from?
He's forceful, man.
Again, East 16th, Newkirk.
Okay.
I'm gonna call my people real quick.
Yeah. How's the jail system over there where you at? You ever been in jail?
I was in the feds and in the state. So the federal game is totally different. So I was in MDC Brooklyn.
Right.
And MCC Manhattan, which is for a federal pretrial. I did 3 years of the juvenile and 3 years in the feds.
All right. You went, man? No time at all? How about you?
Been a YA, Nellis YA. Was at SRCC first. Got out after that, 67 days. Did 8 years and some change. They gave me 10, 85%.
What in the Yakuza is going on here?
8 years and some change, look.
Chop you the fuck up. You can see. Your coos.
Yeah, I know he got us with the tattoos and that. But like, yeah, he's official.
But this one ain't got no tattoos. This Fed here.
He look like he got bulletproof vest.
I know, like, yo, he's wearing a wire.
Donnie Brasco.
You went to Hawaii too, huh?
Mexican Brasco.
No, I missed why I went from camp to after that to prison, San Quentin.
What level were you in?
2.
So how do they jump you guys in your hood over there where you're from? How do they court you into the neighborhood?
I didn't get involved fully into gang stuff until I went into MDC Brooklyn. I got jumped in.
And you, my man?
I jumped in.
You jumped in? How many guys?
About 5.
What they call them, remember? No. The guys who jumped you in.
Oh, the homies.
What the homies' names? I remember the homies jump in. The homie Chapo, the homie Sinbad, the homie Trouble.
All right.
When somebody beats you up, you kind of remember who beats you up.
All right, the homie Dave, the homie Big Mike, and then other niggas I didn't really know.
Okay.
How old are you?
36.
And you say you never been to jail?
Nah, man. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I wasn't even in the life like that, man. I was in to get money.
Me too. I'm all about money, but I still end up getting caught.
So who jumped you in the Playboys?
Yeah, this
Hey,
guy.
You took me way back. It was Sad Eyes, Lazy, Lucky, Grumpy, Baby Tear, and Munchie Cheek.
Munchie Cheek.
Wow.
Grumpy. She's having that she was naming the fucking else for a minute.
I know. What was her name? Grot Bags.
Tiny.
Those are transgenders.
So
right?
far, if I was...
Huh?
Those are transgenders.
What?
No, I'm asking if those are transgenders. Those.
I don't
those
know.
I
think she's
What do you mean? Everyone on the screen?
Yeah.
What?
Huh? I thought she was gonna say Rico.
You want to know if these people are transgenders?
Yeah, on the screen, on the screen.
What's the matter with your screen, boy?
It's Froggy.
I'm not sure if any of them are still.
I get what he's saying. The one that Khan was saying he would lick the food up her face. She did look a bit managed.
Wow.
Stop breathing on the screen, Uncle, and then it'll stop being foggy.
Hey, Jesus
Open the
Christ.
window. You're steaming up, boy. You're steaming up, boy.
They don't want to steam up. I was thinking, I'm thinking these two
don't
want
wanna
to
steam
steam
up
up.
for
I don't
no
know why.
reason.
I was in here. I just can't figure out which one it is, man. So,
Hey, we didn't ask him no questions.
yeah, you know I'm certified player.
I don't know that.
See that?
Yeah. I told you.
You could have did some research and all.
Why you start this?
Okay, you know what? I started banging in 1989, North Hollywood, California, 91606. I'm from the Hollywood boys. They called me Stranger. I ended up going to YA in 91. I got committed for busting on some cops. My YA number 63298. I did about 6 years. I lived through the whole 90s gang banging, and now I'm here just, share my story and kind of change the way I changed my life. That's what it's grateful to sit here.
Fed.
It's either Fred or he's one of them ones that, like, he's proper like when I say living it, he's
like a counselor.
Culture proper, do you know what I mean?
Unless he's a counselor for ex-gangs and shit.
Don't you remember your prison number?
Who, me?
PC 924.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I know all of
One of
them.
them. That's only one of them.
WW2373.
I remember the rest of them.
Yeah, I know all of them.
Bad man, remember them type of sitting there, man. I remember the bad times. Remember the good times.
You're fed.
You're like Afro's cousin.
Johnny Broccoli.
Johnny Broccoli. Johnny Deptford.
When they trying to live in the shit over there, you get me? I want to remember them blood clot number. They can keep it.
No, you're right.
Terrence Deptford.
That was a good one, so I'll give you that.
Deptford Casino.
That one was hard. No, you can't jump off the back of that one.
Pause, man. Don't jump off.
He can do whatever he likes. You're fucking. What is this?
That name sounds authentic though, but I'm not even gonna lie. It sounds like it's someone's real name.
That brother with the shirt is, I think he's a real one.
Who? What? The Mexican?
Yeah. I feel like it's the brother in the brown top or the checkered shirt, brother. I feel like them two.
Asian saying little though, isn't it?
Yeah, but I feel like
he's a face bad boy. He's moving off oh, I've got tattoos. That's it.
I hear you, but then remember we grew up in Ensru, bro, with triads, bro, and them man used to just quiet, bro. Some of them you wouldn't even know they was into.
No, but I don't know. Don't get out of here, innit? If you really want to be real, he said the least out of everyone.
Yeah, that's a proper gang member there.
No, but the brown jacket,
I'm not
though.
trusting the fat guy too tough either, to be fair.
The guy with the brown jacket, he looks like someone's like you know one of them nerds. He worked too hard and he got old before his time.
Some computer engineering
on the
shit.
street. He worked in the street.
Yeah, refrigerator repairman and shit.
Yeah. He does seem a bit sneaky, I can't lie.
He looks like DMX's twin brother. They done a social experiment. They left one in the hood and moved one to a middle class area. And this is the middle class at DMX.
Yeah.
He's been eating healthy. He's been living on quinoa.
Allow it, man. DMX and DMT. Allow it, man.
He actually looks
evil twin DMT.
This is not DMX, bro. I'm not sure why you're seeing DMX.
Here, try to guess who was that person, so that's what I'm here for.
His demeanor seemed like a cop to me. Like he had put on that sheriff shirt and like, yo, get against the car.
How long did you get jumped in for?
It wasn't so much a time, because someone say 13 because out here south, but mine wasn't one of those.
Man, I'm glad I didn't have to get jumped in. All my family from my neighborhood, so
Oh, so you just lost in, huh?
Oh, you didn't get jumped in?
I didn't have to.
We gotta jump him in. We gotta jump him in.
Oh.
Let me ask you guys one thing real quick, because you touch on what you were saying. A lot of people always say, especially when you're young, you know what you signed up for when you signed up for the gang. Did you know what you signed up for?
He talks too much to be a gang. What?
Yeah, I was told to.
Laid out like this.
You were told, but sometimes you don't understand. When you're young, like being told but understanding is a different thing. Yeah, for me, like I was definitely told.
Well, mine didn't do that.
Exactly.
They're like, oh, you want to be from the set? Oh, here you go. This right here. Go. They did what to your brother? Go do that. They didn't tell me about me growing up in life. I'm gonna get shot back in return. I've been shot 9 times, different occasions. Ran over twice. One was accident, one wasn't.
That guy's definitely the fake one, bro. Come on, man. He worked hard for that hairline. The guy with the brown jacket, man. Like, I've been shot 9 times. He's a copy. Are we finding out now, lad? Are we finding out now? Yeah.
Yeah. The only time the fat guy got shot was on.
I think that's round 1, so they might eliminate someone.
Yeah, they got to vote. Yeah, they got to vote amongst themselves, isn't it?
I don't know whether the fella on the far
Cole
right
and
there.
I directed this episode of Odd One Out. If you like this episode and you want to see more like this, subscribe to our channel.
That's a bad boy jumper he's got, by the way.
So you like it on him, yeah?
You grew up in the
No,
streets.
like it on
You've
me.
been in jail from a juvenile to an adult. So when he said no, he never been in jail. Oh,
What, the jumper?
We're Southsiders, so we're 13 seconds. And when he said that he didn't have the 13 seconds, it just sounded a little off.
I've never been to jail. I have been arrested a bunch of times, but I've never been charged.
Man, these guys, because man ain't been in jail, you ain't never been a gangbanger.
Yeah, that's an idiot. That's an idiot thing to say. Half of my bridges never went to jail.
Doing anything.
You have any tattoos?
Of course I do. I just can't show you, man. The feds are watching.
You scared of the feds?
Yeah, oh man, you better be scared of the feds, homie, because they're gonna get you. I want to know what that tattoo is right there on your hand.
Nah, you dumb, bro. Where's your
Which
tattoo?
one?
That one right there. You know which one. I'm
I
talking
told
about.
you, man.
It's a crown.
Does it mean anything?
It's a crown.
Yeah, there you go.
So you did Fed time?
Yes.
What gang were you from again?
TF.
TF, okay. He had full-blown like Hanyas and like Japanese art. I've never seen no Hispanics with dragons and stuff like that. You know what I mean? It just kind of threw me off a little.
How many different sets of
Well, I'm still.
No rosary beads or a cross.
I'm still sticking with
that's a good
my
spot.
man.
Yeah.
But
Now, he's
that
been
excuse-
weak from the start. Let's be real.
Yeah, I thought he was the one. You know what I mean? I don't think that other guy wasn't a gangbanger. Yeah, because he went jail. I think this one here he's talking way too much. He's way too organized,
Gil,
like a Fed would be.
And like Gil, like
Yeah, it's just
Gil
too much.
sounds like a Fed. I can't lie.
Yeah. How's he gonna get that off?
I feel that throws you off though, man. It's mad.
I
bro.
know.
I feel that's
He's
there
gonna-
to throw you off. You understand?
Not just that, it's his whole demeanor.
Yeah, but again,
man, but he's got the white tee underneath the shirt. Like,
I remember, the odd one out isn't necessarily a Fed. The odd one out's just not a gangbanger.
It's just not.
Nah, yeah. So don't be looking for the Fed. Like,
yeah, but I feel like if you look at the uncle them, of the Hispanic community, they will dress like that.
Yeah, that's
with the
true.
Dickies
Some of them were
trousers and
definitely
that.
gangbangers. You're right. Not
White
all-
t-shirt.
Yeah, but
Not all of
they
them
won't
had
be
that.
hiding their tattoos. They don't give a
You
shit.
should have got a tattoo near your neck. Nah, like,
they'll
I don't
get a
know,
face
man.
tattoo.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
but he's a different generation, remember? You're talking about early 90s and them.
Yeah, they
thing,
never
mate.
always
The
had
tattoo
that.
thing
the
wasn't
younger ones than
necessarily.
him.
Yeah,
don't know, man.
I reckon you could have it, lad.
Bro, he's saying MS-13. They fucking had tattoos, cuz.
But he could have a big tie on his back, though. He could have a big tie on his back. You know?
Yeah, but isn't that only since the cartel got involved, like the tattoos?
The
That
only time
MS
you meant to
for
hide that is jail.
Shut up, even you Fed.
If you went jail, you know what I mean?
Even knows too much, bro.
You know fuck all, lad.
You're brave coming around here without Jupiter. You know that, even.
What was round here about Jupiter?
Oh no, it was a joke, bro. Scouse has got no sense of humor. So.
Hey, bro, Scouse will end up.
You anymore, lad, not me. You're disingenuous fuck.
Bro,
Yeah.
I just don't understand why he's going to be
What?
doing.
Tell him, Heathen.
Oh, shit.
You pissed me off the other day the way he lied, lad, about something he said to me.
Well, but
You
you
always
got
like
a thingy, a Mason.
You always like.
Did he say hey lad? Did he say hey lad?
I've never lied, lad. I've never lied about me fucking great granddad's brother being a Mason. I've shown them the fucking. I've shown them all the medals and that, the Mason and the gloves and the flipping skirt and all that. They were.
You did.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So I'm not lying, then, am I?
Just tell him to fuck off, lad.
The white screen down after. That's why you can't see shit. You'll be talking in Scouse to your phone. Wipe it down, bro.
You need a screen protector from the accent, boy.
I don't know why I can't.
I still think.
I don't know why
think the fake.
you can try it on you, Heathen. I don't know why it's getting brave with you.
Hey, Carl, you don't language ain't even much better, bro. So don't even allow it, man. Allow it, bro.
Even will punch him up in real life, though, man. But I still think that Born Rich's cousin here with the microgram chains on, although he's got 5 chains, they're all pretty thin. I'm thinking like, yeah, he is definitely the fake. He's the fake guy, man.
Yeah, but you're not wearing polyester like Born Rich.
Wow.
Man said born well to do.
Born wealthy.
Uncomfortable.
What do you mean by sets? Clicks or
Yeah, clicks. What click are you from? The actual, you guys actually have so like
Wow.
click.
It's a lot of
Click to me
questions, man.
Is you could be from the hood, but you could be from the locals, the winos,
In jail, you get punched up for this type of
Winos.
question.
That might be a cop. Who knows? Oh man, I might be the Pope.
He's gonna get voted up next, man. He's talked too much tonight.
Yeah, he's that shit.
Please, homeboy, you never know.
Real quick, what clique were you from? Because you didn't.
He didn't let me finish.
Oh yeah, you didn't answer that.
No, he didn't let me finish. Crystal Bunnies.
Crystal Bunnies?
Yeah.
You heard of that?
I
Ew.
never.
First tattoo I got was in when did I get my first tattoo, man? First tattoo was on my stomach. Was my homie did it. My homie Chuco did it. Busted out the old piano fucking thing on the gun, and doesn't look hot whatsoever. I was about 14, 15 years old.
So, Gil, what organization you with?
Organization as far as what, like
Gang.
Oh, I never heard of that way. I heard where
Yeah,
you from,
right.
homie.
Oh,
Where
yeah,
you from?
right,
That's
right.
it.
Organization,
Like,
man.
very simple, homie. I grew up on Tierra Street. I'm from Tierra Street locals. You'll still find me on the block drinking the beer with the homies every once in a while, but in a positive way where I'm actually trying to school them and tell them, listen, brother, there ain't no future in this. Like, I want the little homies to look at me and say, I want to be like Stranger. He owns his own home. He's married, taking care of his kids, working and showing the kids how to, there's a better way.
What do you do you work right now?
Structural concrete.
I'm a journeyman plumber, union.
Okay, that's what's up.
I try to tell everybody to join, like, because I'm in the 50s getting paid.
I do illegal activities.
Do that.
I'm just kidding. No, I'm a CNA, a caregiver.
So I go to
50
prisons and
strands of
speak.
DNA.
I do like Christian content creation too.
I mentioned I own a bunch of companies. My main business is Dealer Synergy. Our clients are big car dealerships all over the United States. So I
Gracie,
do
that's
like
our
sales
purpose.
training,
That's still crazy.
consulting, business development.
Yeah,
I
that's
help.
what you really do because you're not a gangbanger. Because remember, these questions are easy.
Yeah.
Now you can say what you really do.
these companies make over $1.5 billion in additional revenue. I'm also a professional speaker in the National Speakers Association, and I wrote a book about Google. So I'd say it's hard to classify. I mean, more than anything else, I'm an entrepreneur. I invest in businesses. How long have you been speaking?
Yeah, he's the odd one out.
I've been doing this since 2016.
How did you get clearance for that? Weren't you busted before?
Mm-hmm.
No, but once you're off and you get your stuff right, you can do that. Cause I know another person to do it. Been to prison, but now he go to the prison and speak.
That's very cool, man. Yeah. If he really does it.
I got a question for you. You live out in LA or?
No, I flew in for the show. I live in South Jersey, Medford, New Jersey.
Oh, because I don't hear an accent or.
I'm 46. I work my ass off to get rid of my accident.
Yeah, well, good job.
Thank you.
Who gets rid of their accent? Why you get rid of your accent, Holmes?
Are you kidding me? It's already bad enough. You know what I mean? People judging you and shit like that. So you got to turn around and you got to.
I know, I don't know.
Feel the part if you're trying to turn around.
That one was definitely pimping, man.
Remember, is that what you put into your Japanese tattoos again? Yeah, cool. Yeah, not sure.
How do you say water, bro?
Water.
I had a question about where you were talking about tattoos. Your first tattoo was made with a homemade gun?
Yeah, the homemade gun.
With what did?
It was a guitar string.
Oh, I thought you said piano. I was like,
no. We can't afford no pianos.
Like piano.
Nah, Charlie Holmes busted out the old piano thing. Guitar. Maybe I said piano, but I'm sticking to guitar right now.
I'm still curious why I won't show the tattoos. He just didn't seem thugged out. He seemed a little polished. No disrespect. I'm not saying he was soft and like that, but he just did not scream like thugga.
See, I reckon him, lad. Why would they be asked about disrespect?
I'm a little bit miffed that I got voted off, but it's all good. My story is just kind of crazy. You know what I mean? So it might have sounded like it was a plant, and I knew that coming in, it was either a double-edged sword.
That's how the feds used to do to me too.
Oh, putting that wire on you.
That's how you do it, Playboy. No pun intended.
He'd be joking.
I think it was with the fact that.
All these fed jokes.
That little doubt, man.
That's running. Damn, you guys do think it's me, huh?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I think he is.
He's the one?
Nah.
That's Mad Ball, man. You can't have a name like Mad Ball.
Who's some of your homies? Did anybody do time in Ironwood?
I don't know. That my homies is all in prison, so I can't tell you who in that one.
You only spent time in prison once or
twice?
How many years?
Two.
At what percent does it give you?
What you mean? What percent? It was halftime.
Okay.
what did you get busted for?
When it comes to prison, black man, unfortunately, the expert. Yeah, unfortunately, we're gonna be expert at that.
Yeah,
He's a good man, black.
Because he done 8 in it, so he's like, okay, yeah. Okay.
How they split that?
I'll be on probation and get caught with a gun violation.
And you're in a level 2.
Lads, I'm shooting. I'll see you in a bit.
For a firearm?
Peace. Big up yourself. Enjoy your weekend, man.
Nice one on you. Have a good one.
I'm up on
Finish the sentence for me, all right? The higher the socks,
the downer the foot.
Okay. The only one right here, I'll be straight honest, would be her right now. These two guys, I'm sure from the hood. You could be lying. Me, I know you think I'm not from the hood, but I am from the hood. So this thing really makes it interesting.
That's the only reason why I kept playing.
Right.
That's exactly what Gil said. Because I'm not willing to take the chance, homie. You know what I mean? And that's no disrespect.
She was them all. She's just staying quiet over there. She's just staying
I'm
quiet.
just soaking it in.
Nobody never been shot. I'm the only person been shot.
I've been shot.
How many times you get shot?
9.
On different occasions.
5.
Man.
First time I got shot was 5 times. 2 times right here in the shoulder, 1 on the side of the face, and 1 on this side of my buttocks, and it came out over here. And I got shot with an AK with another time, 2 times this side and this side. Then I got shot by some of your people. Asians. They didn't have. They weren't trying to shoot me though. They were shooting at some other Asians. So my homeboys was security guards at the club in Westminster. We black, we being nosy, peeking out there. Man, one of them must have put out a gun, got to shooting. A bullet came through the door, hit me right in this leg. I fell to the ground. It was so funny. I'm like, oh, I'm hit. My homeboy started laughing. Like, we called my mama, like, oh, your son got shot. First thing she say is, my car okay? Because I've been shot again.
Yeah. It's kind of amazing how we can talk about some guy getting shot 9 times and be like, nonchalant, but hopefully the future generations don't have those kind of conversations anymore.
Man, I try to talk to him.
All right, man. You reckon it's any of these 4?
Yeah.
You still think it's Gil?
Yeah.
I'm gonna switch my vote to Blueface.
He's Blueface.
The thingy guy, the Chinese guy.
Okay. You're saying he's into
I mean,
IT. He's making manga cartoons and that. He's not really about that life. Huh?
It could be Mongolian. They might put him in the Genghis Khan movie still.
He's making Naruto and that.
Oh, let's not even go there. You know, I've been watching some. I've been doing some research, bro. Anyway, I've been doing some research about Genghis Khan's offspring. You get me? But
Genghis Khan's offspring.
Yeah. Let's not go into that.
Oh,
though,
interesting subject.
Yeah. Anyway,
tell me. I tell my little homies all the time, man. Like, you guys don't want to live this way.
But they think it's cool though. Like,
right.
I tell them you can live like a dope dealer. You don't got to be a dope dealer. You can be a plumber. You could be.
Yeah, we the best. Plumbers the best.
Well, you can live like a
Nah, it's got to be
I'm
the
really
Chinese
looking at his
dude.
tattoos and thinking, is he a fake tattoos?
dude.
They put some movie star type tattoos on him. I voted for him that time around. Sorry, Madball.
Where's her, man?
No, I just didn't trust him.
How is she 30? How is she 30? Sorry. How is she 30 again?
There was a tie. Gil and Madball. 1 minute to just pitch why you think you're not the mole.
I actually have a YouTube platform called American Cholo. Why? Because I lived the Cholo life to the fullest. The last 20 years, I've been living the American life to the fullest. That way I push American Cholo. That's the way I speak, and maybe not sound like as your typical Cholo. But if you guys don't think I'm the Cholo, that's actually a good thing because I'm breaking the stereotype there.
Well, me, y'all can probably hear my voice. Do I sound like a square person? You know, you look at me, the average. I might scare you on the streets if you don't know me, like, but nah, I don't know. I'm just like, I could never be a mo. I don't believe in snitches.
Can you guys actually escort Madball and Gil to the green room?
I'm gonna run there real quick.
Catch a blind, bro. Catch a blind. So why I think it's Madball? I said, how much percent? And then he goes, what you mean?
Yeah.
And then I was like, and he goes, halftime. Like
Yeah,
he
then
said
level
San
2.
Quentin. San Quentin level 2. Look,
good.
I was locked up when I caught my gun charge too, and I never went to level 2. I always went to level 3. What you
No,
think?
I agree. I
All right,
agree.
for sure. Just bring them in.
Look at that, Madball.
I'm about to cry.
That took your credit away.
I'm like, oh, I know they're gonna get Gil for sure. He's out of here. I wasn't expecting me.
Please raise your hand on 3, meaning you want to continue playing. 1, 2, 3. Okay. If the box turns red, that means real gang members have lost and that the mole is still in the box.
Mole is
They
still
win
in the
cash
box.
prize
Wait a
for
minute.
themselves.
Yeah,
If
the
the
mole
box
is
turns
there, man.
green, that means you 3 split the cash prize and you've correctly guessed who the mole is.
I think it's the Chinese. Oh, the fat girl.
I don't know yet.
No, I can't. I've got to choose one.
Yeah.
More gone, man. The more gone.
The more gone.
On the count of 3, the mole can stand up, okay? 1, 2, 3.
Boy.
It was Rick Ross.
Easy.
Early.
Yeah, get out of it.
Yeah.
I'm in a jail.
That's true.
So I
That's
went to
true.
jail. A lot of my homeboys did it. I was around it, so if I really wanted to, I could have. But the reason why I didn't gang bang is because my family made sure I didn't gang bang. I just stayed away from it pretty much.
That's good. You made the right choice, man.
It's too healthy. It's too healthy.
I was a little nervous about this because I had to sit there and lie to actual gang members.
When I see a person, these young kids running around.
That was good.
That was alright still.
Cheeseburger.
I was just like, oh, Chewy ain't been in jail. You lot just being stereotypical. Like, you get me? There's people that ain't been in jail, you know, but
he was way too quiet as well. He was just like, he just seemed soft, like.
yeah, he only really made it to the first round, and this guy's like that. This guy's like that. I don't know.
I didn't mind him getting voted out because I kind of spotted him earlier. Like, nah, this the fake Rick Ross thing. I just weren't buying it from start. And when he left, it was only the way my man was moving. But now he explained he's on YouTube. He's got his own page, and that's why he talks like that. Makes sense. He's well confident.
From life.
I still don't trust
He might have been offended. He might have been offended in between.
Stranger's got something. He's worked with the feds or something. Something's going on.
Something.
Yeah. Stranger, man.
That's strange.
Yeah, that's his name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Stranger. A dodgy guy. What you got there?
Jangalang.
What's this? Oh shit! Still there in the chamber, hovering. Fuck it. Fuck it!
What the hell is he doing?
Run that.
Oh Lord, have mercy upon our soul.
That run is nothing, bro. I can't. Let's say man will get you the t-shirt. We just
I can't. You need to tell your auntie stop looking at my dick like that, man. Pause.
Oh fuck.
I don't know. I missed it.
She crawling to the dick.
But
where is that? Eritrea?
Turkey, man.
Turkey. Okay, mad.
Seen that motion? That was on TV years ago. People that walk on all fours and they got weird looks in their eyes.
Big country,
they
Turkey.
They definitely inbred. Even the brothers were sleeping with the dead.
Man said big country Turkey.
Yeah.
Shuffle. That's an Ali shuffle with the men. Really? Fuck
He done it and tripped over. Yeah.
1,000.
That's funny.
Man said, "Yo, yeah, Turkey's a big place, boy." Like,
look at get up close.
All removed from it. He's all talking from another island. Look at that.
Literally.
Brother, that woman in that video runs faster than Usain Bolt. If she could stand upright, then she'd be able to run in the Olympics. But because she's on all fours, it don't count.
Wow. It's a whole family, you know. Put respect on their name still.
Outpace a cougar, you know.
See the guys down Turkish Food Centre, man, taking up all the aisle space.
I've never seen a human gallop before this movie.
It's crazy.
I saw a gal dog. When she got back home and she had jeans on and she didn't jumped over this piece of wood. I said, nah. The way she did it, like a real. She was back home. She was back home. Like, you get me? A piece of tree.
Business.
A broken piece of tree. Yeah, she just bounced over it. And yeah, just like a dog. I was just like, nah. But she had like proper clothes on, like, you know what I mean? They're taking her away from where she grew up or whatever, taking her to the city, normal. But it was somewhere like Scandinavia or one of these places, man. Fuckery. She was feral, innit? That's what it is, feral when you're grown up with animals and that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cases of that still in Europe and around the place.
Yeah, I've decided to go back to my trainers now. I've decided to go back to the Nikes, man.
Oh my God.
I've gone back to the rubbish ones. The Mackenzies, I need to give them a break so they don't fall apart.
I thought they'll give you steel toe cups for work.
No, I'm not at work now. Finished work for the day, mate.
I mean, Mackenzie's, ain't they your work trainer?
No. They're just my trainers that I like, man, because they're cheap, man. I like cheap stuff, especially if I feel like it looks good. But these Nikes are going to have to go back on, man.
Hey, Turkey's taking that L in the chat, bro. What the hell?
Turkey's on the siege right now.
I tried to take the light off of them for a minute, but after you've seen that woman crawling like that, you can't really unsee that, can you? It's kind of haunted.
Right, man. We don't have no problems with things like that because we ain't all related to each other. So there can be weird people in my country. It's not going to be a problem for me.
I had a nightmare though, Khan. I was getting chased by that woman, and that was the scariest dream I ever had in my life. Never been so frightened.
Running, saying, chili sauce salad, chili sauce salad. Like,
Mad.
Goodness. Turkey cucumber.
You forgot your change. I have sujuk for you. No.
What about baklava? Mad.
Per hour on all fours. So even if you got a car, your car better be quick because they'll catch up fast, jump on the roof, chase you down.
I heard the wife.
Depends on the terrain, the road conditions.
I heard the wife's part-time job is being a dinner table. Fuck.
That video now run.
No, it's just there in the chamber just in case. You know what I mean? You know what comes like sugar gets low, then he starts running up his mouth. Then it's
all right, man. I just had a couple of sandwiches. I'm good.
You see.
Couple of sandwiches.
Little tuna thing.
Mad. Little tuna thing, you know.
Allow tuna, yeah. What?
I love a tuna, man.
This is the real turkey in that video, though, man. Not that fake turkey, the one that looks very, very European.
What, the one
These are
on
the
the
real
adverts?
Turkish.
Come to Turkey.
These are the real Turkish, bro. When you look at them, you can tell there's something in them other than European. You can tell.
I don't know how you can tell by looking at people, but there you go.
Some dog.
Yeah, man.
So anyway, what else have we got to talk about, man? I'm gonna take my foot off your neck for a
What's
minute.
been going on other situations, Shifa, from the extended circle? What's the
Which
subjects
situation?
going on?
What's that? I don't know.
Is there any like interesting like subjects going on? No, we
I
was
don't know.
talking about a thing the other day, the benefit system. That was quite interesting.
Oh yeah, because
Anything
you're
like on the
benefit cheat. I
peripheries
remember,
of the
yeah. So Khan was saying that everyone should cheat benefit. Everyone should cheat benefits and work.
And not pay tax to the white man.
And don't pay tax to the white man. Just sign on. Just be a signer honor.
Did you call it benefits cheat?
Line up down the job center and get your check. Yeah.
Get your reparations, man.
Man, call man a benefits cheat.
Hey, brother, he was there. He was protesting with me that, you know what, if you're not a benefits cheat, you ain't living your life right. And, you know, all you people who ain't benefits cheats, you're all idiots. You just feel like you have to do the right thing. And, you know, that's not what you should be doing. You should be breaking the law and cheating the benefit system.
What I was trying to mention something yesterday was that I don't know if you lot seen the clip of Rishi Sunak being asked about reparations or some sort of an apology for slavery, and he just like gave some slick answer. I don't know if you lot have seen that. That was that Prime Minister's Question Time this week.
We expect that from
you got the clip of it. Like, we should really watch the clip because that girl proper stuck it on him. Like, I think she was mentioning Bernie Grant as well.
All right.
It's quite an interesting clip, man.
If you don't want, there's a video in the chat.
I'll arrive back shortly. I've got to use my other phone because the battery's dead on this one, man.
Well, whatever time you choose to do back, you do in that in your time, bro. Don't need to promote that to man. Wow, look at these little Eritrean witches trying to shoot down Jamaica and Nigeria. Hey, listen, you better LA yourself out of here.
LA.
You get me?
Marrying corpses. Fuck it. Is that what you're doing, Sarah? I don't know why you're just like.
You got issues, is it?
I know. Tourette's. Just want to get slayed on a Friday. Like, why? Why would you do that? Yeah.
Her and Becky's your friend. Love it, man.
Betty Eritrean Boo. No, like, wow. What's going on? Do.
Axel Monroe and all that. Like, love it, man.
Mr. President. Happy birthday to allow it. Oh, ridiculous. Unnecessary. Yeah, I don't know why they started, man. I mean, just relax, man.
Just stay in the chat, man.
Relax.
Just be easy. We don't want to kill nobody around here tonight. So just chill out, man.
It's like me bigging up the Ethiopian lesbian wedding. Like, it's just unnecessary, isn't it? Like, it happened, we saw it, and we move on.
Yeah, we apologize on behalf of the rest of the country. That's all we can do. That's it. Bringing up old news doesn't mean nothing. You get what I'm saying? We're gonna do Sweat Rise, the Gully Queens. Also, yeah, we know. Like,
we heard it before.
Yeah, we know. We've heard of that before. And,
update,
you know, it's just,
update.
Yeah.
Bring us an update, huh? Yeah.
That's
With
it,
Joe.
man.
What's my guy? Is it Raggy Omar? Raggy, yeah. I swear he's Ethiopian or something, man. One of them.
He's out from out that way, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think he's Sudanese. I think he's Sudanese.
That's all he does is just report, snitch. He's got to be from around them sides there.
BBC, isn't he?
Sounds Ethiopian still.
Pause. I don't know, Kanye. Is he BBC? I don't know. You tell me.
British Broadcasting.
You have to say it fully. Yeah, you have to say it fully right now. Unfortunately.
So Mo, bring us up to date on the offspring of Genghis, man. Do you want to tell us about your researching? Is there anything interesting you come across? Pause. Anything of interest?
Just, I think they're just talking about him going to the Americas apparently and conquering like a huge network, and just the area called the Middle East was called Asia at some points and different things like that. So like land masses that people are talking about potentially a little bit different, and just like, you know, apparently one of his grandsons was black.
Okay, interesting.
I don't know. They got a statue of him and all that. I don't know. But yeah,
Genghis probably black himself, bro.
I don't know,
they
bro.
did
I
say
don't
that
know.
he had a ginger beard. So
See, I've only ever seen one portrayal. You understand what I'm saying to you? So I can't tell you. So obviously, when I see little videos and little things, and especially if they've got like book sources as well, right? If they got book sources, especially historian books and stuff like that, historical books, I'm always interested to see what they got to say. You get me? Especially if they bring some evidence-based stuff. You get me? So it was interesting to see that as well. You know, interesting, and you know.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're somebody that's sitting there saying Genghis could have been black. You get me? That's just somebody that's obviously having an open mind on that. Personally, I don't know. You get me? So it's just quite interesting too.
I think with them guys, because they took over China, their bloodlines was diluted down with the Chinese. So when we look back on it now, we think of Mongols as looking more Chinese, but really there wasn't. They weren't Chinese at all. Chinese see them as a foreign race of people. They didn't mix with them. Really, in them times, before Genghis, Chinese used to be quite powerful because obviously they had the farming, they had the rivers, do you know what I mean? They had the like transportation, they had a whole network. Like the Chinese were a big power even back then.
Where's the video?
Genghis taking them over, he done a very good move.
Yeah, there's a video in the chat, in the normal chat. Snaps. The one that I was watching on the Genghis one, I'll forward that one.
Yeah. Put it in the side chat.
Let me go to my. No, you know, because I'm forwarding it on my phone.
Okay.
You get me? Yeah. So I'm melting right now. There you go. I'm just gonna go on my phone quickly and put it in the side chat, brother.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the Genghis Khan one. Or the Mongols in America.
Oh yeah, we can watch this. What's that? An owl or something? What the hell?
A what?
An owl or a bird or something? What's going on?
I think it's just a pigeon.
You got them, what do you call it? I'm not even gonna say the word, them tree pigeons, you know, the different type of
Master troopers.
Yeah, the forest pigeons.
Yeah.
Let me look. Go on for a second.
You have to excuse the brother's reading of some of the words as well, because.
Oh, Mosh, can I quickly ask you something?
Go on, brother.
Are you a globe denier?
A globe denier? I'm a don't give a
Yeah,
fuck.
because you know they don't call themselves flat earthers anymore because they can't prove it, so they become globe deniers.
I'm a don't
But
give a
basically,
fuck.
are you a flat earther?
I'm a don't give a fucker. It doesn't really
Oh,
affect my
right,
life
right,
no
right.
different.
Okay.
You get me?
No,
It is
same.
what
Yeah,
it
yeah,
is. What it is. You get
Mm.
me? There's
I hear
relevant arguments. There's relevant arguments for both sides. Like, I don't believe that someone just giving me an infinite amount of numbers and telling me something's this far away
No,
from
but
me is necessarily true.
the reason why I'm asking you, yeah, Mosh, is because I was having a debate with that clown James Jones the other day, and he was
Okay.
sort of hinting at the fact that if somebody sort of believes in this flat earth thing or they're a globe denier, then everything they say needs to sort of be taken as dubious. And I was like, I don't know really if I agree with that. Do you know what I'm saying? Certain
Yeah,
people
but
make
that's
sense on certain subjects. I'm not saying that, you know what I mean?
yeah, but he's learned from the people them that seek to do that in it. So at your very first opportunity to defame someone or whatever,
Right.
or
Exactly.
besmirch their name or whatever. That's what they do, because that's the circles that and echelons he pretends or seeks to be in. Do you know what I'm saying to
Yeah.
you?
Not just
That's
them that
cool,
do
innit?
that. It's a common thing that people do.
Like, realness is realness. Like, bro,
For real.
like, we're gonna disagree on things in life, innit? The point about being real is and being real with each other is the fact that we can have these conversations today, disagree today, and find things that we agree upon tomorrow, and maybe the day after disagree on certain
On other
aspects of things that we agree on. You get what I'm saying? That's like, God, man. But anyone that says that,
Yeah, no one ain't trying to make a name for themselves or some intellectual at age. You get me, bro? It's just like I'm a firm believer on let the argument stand on its own merits. If I'm putting an argument to you and you can like dismantle it, then I've learned something that day, innit? You've done me a huge favor. If I'm believing in something or investing in something that, you know, my evidences ain't backing it, and you put that to me, then for me to not take it on board, I'd have to be an idiot. That's how I see it, anyway.
That's what you do a lot of the time. Still.
Shut up.
Anyway, let's move on.
Let's
Let's play the thing. Go on.
Educated TV, where we keep you informed.
Who's
The
this dev?
Mongols conquered all of Asia, including Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. Yes, Europe and parts of what we know as Africa is actually Asia, which was divided into territories by the Mongol Empire and previous powers. The Mongols were a very diverse and adaptive people and would stop at nothing to obtain absolute rule. The Mongols bear many names and titles and can be easily misunderstood or misplaced due to the fact that some people only associate the Mongols with China. Now, the Mongols, who were Moors from northwest Africa, were the Tatars of Tartary or Tartaria,
Yeah, the
the
Tartarian
barbarians
Turks.
of Barbary, the Berbers of Berbery, the Tsars of Russia, the
Mud.
Mongols of Mongolia. They were the
No, there weren't no
Khans, the
Mongolia.
Sultans, the Dalai Lamas of Tibet. They were the Mansas, like Mansa Musa. Mansa was a title. They were the crown princes and princesses, the Turkish dukes, the Manchus of Manchuria, the Qing dynasty of China. They were the Mughals of India.
Right.
They were the Shahs of Afghanistan, the Chagatai Khanate, the shogunates of Japan, the Mamelukes of Egypt and Syria. In Mexico, they were the Capacs and Tupacs of the Aztecs, the Incas of Peru. They conquered Colombia, Mississippi, California, Canada, and other parts of the Americas. In this book, the historical research on the conquest of Peru, Mexico, Bogota, Natchez, and Talamico in the 13th century by the Mongols, accompanied with elephants, So the Mongols conquered Peru, Mexico, Bogota, which is Colombia, Natchez, which is today's Mississippi, and Talamaco. I'm not sure where is Talamaco, where it's located, but the Mongols also conquered California, Ohio, Canada, and other parts of the Americas. Before we get to the book, let's take a look at the Mongols' conquest and how they assumed some of their names and titles. But first, a portrait depicting the great Khan, Temujin, also known as Genghis Khan, the ruler of the great Mongol Empire. As you can see, he is clearly black, a very fierce-looking man. The Mongol Empire had spread over Eurasia, including Eastern Europe, Anatolia, North China, Mongolia, Manchuria, Central Asia, Tibet, and Southwest Asia. There was no place left untouched by the Mongols. Just to give you an idea of how vast the Mongol Empire was, Eurasia consists of Central and Western Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and parts of the Caucasus, primarily in the northern and eastern hemispheres. It spans from the British Isles and the Iberian Peninsula in the west to the Japanese archipelago and the Russian Far East. So the British Isles is a part of Eurasia, and the British Isles consist of Northern Ireland, England and Wales, and Scotland. And the Iberian Peninsula consists of Spain and Portugal, France, Andorra, and Gibraltar, all ruled by Mongols. And Southwest Asia consists of Armenia, Azerbaijan, Bahrain, Cyprus, Georgia, Iraq, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Palestine, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Turkey, United Arab Emirates, and Yemen. So what we know as the Middle East is originally Asia, Southwest Asia.
Yes,
The
he's right.
Mongols also ruled Iran, Northwest Africa, Vietnam, Taiwan, and other territories.
Of course they did. It's facts.
The Mongols invaded and conquered Kiev, Russia from 1237 to 1240, destroying many cities, wiping out thousands of people. It all started when Genghis Khan, the founder of the Mongol Empire, sent his son Jachi to conquer the lands of what is now known as Siberia,
Judgy,
Central
you know.
Russia, and Eastern Europe. Giant armies of Mongol warriors, an enormous number of over 100,000 men, advanced and easily defeated the weak and ill-numbered forces of the Russian princes. The Mongols, led by Batu Khan, invaded Russia.
Yeah, Batu Khan.
They ravaged and burned Ryazan, Kolomna, Moscow, Vladimir, Tver, all the major Russian cities. The Mongols also conquered the lands and cities of the south. Kiev, Chernigov, and others were burnt to the ground. The northeastern lands, most notably Tver, Moscow, Vladimir, and Suzdan, became the main cities after the invasion. In this portrait,
I wouldn't say invasion, I would say conquest.
guard. Take note of his headgear, which are still worn by Russian soldiers today. NICOLA Tsar of Russia was the last of the Mongol-ruled empire in Russia, when Nicholas and his family, including children, the famous Anastasia and her siblings, were all brutally killed. Kenya's Yaroslav II of Vladimir was poisoned by Guyuk Khan's wife at the age of 67. Kenya's Mikhail of Chernigov was executed in the capital of the Golden Horde for refusing to worship Mongol idols. Kenya's Mikhail of Tver had his heart ripped out in the same capital. The Russian population was forced to pay substantial tributes, and Russian princes were only allowed to rule their duchies by the permission of the Khan of the Golden Horde, which was known as Tartar, Mongol, Ego, or the Yoke. In this portrait, we have the depiction of Kenya's Mikhail of Chernigov, a Russian prince. He was passed between fires in accordance with Turco-Mongol traditions. Batu Khan had him stabbed to death for his refusal to do obeisance to Khan's shrine. Note that Genghis Khan is depicted as a black man, painting done by Russian painter Smirnov. In 1231, the Mongols began their invasion of Korea. During 7 major campaigns and 39 years of struggle, exhausted after decades of fighting, Korea sent its crown prince to the Daidu to swear allegiance to the Owen dynasty. Kublai Khan accepted and married one of his daughters to the Korean crown prince. And for the following years, Korea existed under the overlordship of the Mongol-ruled Owen dynasty in China. The two nations became intertwined, as all subsequent Korean kings married Mongol princesses, and the last empress of the Owen dynasty was a Korean woman. Here we have the portrait of Kublai Khan, grandson of Genghis Khan. Kublai Khan conquered China in 1279 to 1368. Khan was the first non-Chinese to take over the entire country. He then established the Owen dynasty. Owen China was considered the most important part of the Mongol Empire, which stretched from the Caspian Sea to the Korean Peninsula. Kublai Khan created the new capital city of Xanadu or Shandu in the Inner Mongolia. The main center of the Mongol Empire was later moved to the Daidu, present-day Beijing. The Mongols conquered Tibet from 1244 to 1354, and all subsequent Dalai Lamas were Mongols of the Owen dynasty. The Mongols became Sakya Lama, who was the de jure head of Tibet and the spiritual leader.
Sakya what? Sakya tongue. Well, that was.
In this portrait, you have Thupten Gyatso, the 13th Dalai Lama of Tibet, who was Mongol bred and is clearly Negroid. And in the next portrait, we have Mongol soldiers of the Tibetan army.
Pause it 1 sec, please.
Negroid. The Mongol invasion of Poland was from 1240 to 12.
I just want to add a little note here that the Dalai Lama, the station or the position of Dalai Lama was invented by Genghis Khan, and they appointed religious leaders to kind of stamp out certain religions and boost up their own religion of Buddhism. So that's what the Dalai Lama's role was. And Genghis Khan would appoint who he thought was the Dalai Lama. And then obviously after the Mongols era, they'd come up with this thing of reincarnation or whatever. But still, yeah, Dalai Lama was a puppet of the Mongol leadership, basically. I just wanted to add that.
That's where man learned how to suck a child's tongue, yeah? Mad, I'm out.
41 culminated in the Battle of Legnica, where the Mongols defeated an alliance which included forces from fragment Poland and their allies, led by Henry II, who was Duke of Silesia at the time. In this portrait, we have a pilot from the Polish army during World War I, which was from 1914 to 1918, where we saw the last of the Mongol Tsar-ruled empire. So all the territories and empires of the Mongols were lost during World War I and II, and were taken by the new superpower from the seat of Britain, who immediately put their new world order in place to safeguard their world dominance.
Oh, is that the end of that?
So that was the reason for the world wars. The Mongols ruled the world, and Britain and their newly formed League of Nations and conquered territories who became their allies took and ravaged all Mongol empires. So far, we see that the Mongols ruled most of Asia, which includes Europe and Africa. The Great Khan appointed rulers for his territories, under various names and titles, so Tartaria on a whole can be misunderstood easily. Now, the Mongol Empire or Tartaria existed up to the early 1900s, which have shown with Nicholas the Tsar that was brutally killed. Tupten Gyatso, the 13th Dalai Lama of Tibet, that was exiled in India for some years before returning to Tibet and gaining independence from China, who was ruled by Britain in the early 1900s. Do you see the pattern? Now, let's take a look at the Mongols' conquest of the Americas, which is not taught in any institution. It's kind of funny to me how people think or go about things sometimes. There's a part of history that says a man from Africa named Abu Bakr set sail with over 2,000 ships. Now, we can argue all day if his real name was Mansa Abu Bakr or not. The fact is, there was a voyage of over 2,000 ships, which no other empire did to that magnitude. But what's funny is how 2,000 ships disappeared at sea during a storm, and some say it never happened. Let me start by saying Mansa is a title of the Mali Empire, and they were a faction of Tartaria. They did set sail with a couple thousand vessels, accompanied with slaves of every nation, an enormous amount of elephants and the riches or valuables, and landed on the shores of California and Peru. In this book, the historical researches on the conquest of Peru, Mexico, Bogota, Natchez, and Talameco in the 13th century by the Mongols, accompanied with elephants, and the local agreement of history and tradition with the remains of elephants and mastodontes found in the New World. Now, some of the contents include on quadrupeds supposed extinct, wild elephants in America, Mongols with elephants landing in Peru and California, a violent storm, and more. As you can see, it was done to the Right Honorable Aline Lord St. Helens, late ambassador at the courts of Madrid and St. Petersburg. This work is respectfully inscribed by His Lordship's faithful and obliged humble servant, the author, March 20th, 1827. So we will primarily be looking at Chapter 2, Strangers with Elephants Arrive on the Coast of Peru, Their Cruelty and Brutality, Terror of the Natives. First, let's take a look at the introduction. And it says, the narratives of Marco Polo and Sir John Mandeville had warned the imagination of Columbus into a conviction that he could reach the East Indies by sailing westward. By the travels of those authors, it was taken then known what an immensely intensive empire was in the power of the Mongols, called also Tartars. When Columbus, on his arrival in the New World, inquired of some natives respecting the gold of which they made their ornaments, they answered him, Kubanakan. It is produced in Cuba, and so full was his mind of Marco Polo and the East Indies that he imagined them to be. Speaking of the Grand Khan Kublai, or Kublai Khan, who was the Mongol Empire of China and of more than half of the population of the globe. So you see, Marco Polo and Christopher Columbus knew of the Mongols' vast and extensive empire. It was no secret in their times. Columbus already knew of the so-called New World, and his voyage was no accident. Page 52, elephants landing in Peru. And it says, this coast at the Cape, now called St. Helens, which is near the town of Puerto Viejo, those who have preserved this tradition from father to son say that these giants came by sea in the kind of rush boats made like large barks, that they were so enormously tall that from knee downward they were high as common men. So the story of Mongols or Tartary landing on the shores of Peru were passed down for generations by the indigenous people, and no doubt has been exaggerated or mystified, even though the Mongols were larger in size. After having landed at the Cape, they established themselves at a spot pointed out to them by the inhabitants and dug very deep wells throughout the rock, and which to this day supply excellent water. So the Mongols dug wells that still supply excellent water up to this day. These giants lived
Who's
by
this Kemo?
rapine or rapine, meaning seizure of one's property,
That's
and
us.
desolated the whole country. They say that they were such gluttons that one would eat as much meat as 50 of the native inhabitants, and that for a part of their nourishment they caught a quantity of fish with nets. They massacred the men of the neighboring parts without mercy, and killed the women by their brutal violations. The wretched Indians often tried to devise some means to rid themselves of these troublesome visitors, but they never had either sufficient force or courage to attack them. I don't know why they would refer to the so-called Indians as wretched or wretched. However, they were no match for the Mongols' force. In this portrait, it depicts a taxidermy of an elephant displayed in America in the late 1800s to early 1900s. Not sure of the location, but could possibly be the World's Expo that was held in Chicago. Peru, like the rest of the New World, was originally possessed by small independent tribes, differing from each other in manners and in their forms of rule policy. All, however, are said to have been so little civilized that they must be classed among the most unimproved savages of America, roaming about naked in the forest. They were still in this state when we are told there appeared on the banks of the Lake Titicaca a man and woman of majestic form and clothed in decent garments. They were persons of excellent shape and beauty, and the dresses they wore were such as continued afterwards the usual habits of the Incas, by which title they described themselves. The names of these personages were Mongo, who afterwards received from his subjects the title of Capac, which means sole emperor, splendid, rich in virtue, and that of his wife, who is said to have been his sister, was Kaya Mama Owela Huaco. Mango and Kaya Mama told the first people who came about them that they were children of the sun and moon, and that their father, taking pity of the miserable condition of mankind, had sent them to reclaim them from their savage lives, to give them laws, and to teach them. This is clearly letting you know that the first emperor and empress were Mongol Kapak and Mama Huako, who were Mongols or Moors or Tartary, whichever you prefer. When they first set foot at the lake of Titicaca, they told the indigenous people that they were the children of the sun and the moon. Sounds familiar? So the one supreme God is represented by the moon, and the father, mother, and child, with the child representing the sun, not the SON, the SUN. So that's the people from Northwest Africa and the people from the region now called the Middle East. This painting can be found in the Larco Museum in Lima, Peru. It depicts the 14 Inca emperors, including Mango Capac, with Charles V being the first European Inca emperor and the 15th. Standing on the extreme left is Mango Capac, and standing on the right is Mama Huaco. A closer view shows Mango Capac and Mama Huaco, who are clearly Negroid. Not the best of visuals, but there you go. Page 60. Kaya Mama teaches spinning. Mama Huaco taught them how to build houses and to clothe themselves. Kaya Mama taught the women to spin and to weave cotton and coarse wool, and they were both obeyed like children of the sun, sent from heaven to govern the people. So Mama Huaco taught the indigenous people to be civilized. The Mongols' knowledge were very extensive on building, astrology, farming, and many more. Here we have a picture of the expo held in Chicago. Now, These buildings were built by the Moors/Mongols that can never be duplicated by builders today. Some high school and the universities in America were built by the Mongols, the Moors, that are still in use today. That historical building called the Alamo, located in San Antonio, Texas, was built by the Moors or Mongols. Mongo assembled all his Kurakas and told them that his father, the sun, had commanded him to extend his institutions and orders as far as he was able, for the good and happiness of mankind, and for this purpose, with armed troops, to go to those remoter parts which had not yet been visited, and to reduce them to their observance, that the sun had commanded him not to hurt or offend those who would submit to him, and thereby accept of the good and happiness thus offered by divine bounty, but to distress only such as refused, without killing any except those who assailed them, and then it would be just to do so in their own defense. So Mongol Kapak, the Mongol warrior, who was the founder and the first emperor of the Inca Empire, extended his orders and administration as far as possible of what they perceived as enlightening the people. Anyone or groups refusing to adhere would be put under the sword, according to the Mongols, for the indigenous people's own good. Now, the Mongols existed in America up to the 19th century and possibly the early 1900s. This portrait depicts a Moorish Mongol American soldier, never seen by most until now, and a Mongol Moorish uniform on display. Join me again on the Mongols in America as it gets more interesting. That's it for today. Thanks for watching. See you soon. Take care.
Whose uncle was that?
Mad.
Yeah. Special.
Mad. But
Yeah, that was
yeah,
interesting still.
Yeah, that's the kind of shit, you get me? That man's looking at. Obviously, he's trying to say that the Moors and the Mongols amalgamated at some point, or whatever. You get me? But fuck knows.
Nah. Some of them were that later on. You know what I mean? You can become a Moor, you know what I mean? And then be a Turk and then all of that. The modern Turk is something else, man. So, like, as we know, when we look into those old people, like we go back to Mongolia 100 years ago, China 100 years ago, and everyone looks black. Got every rental features and that, but they're black, bro. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, we already, you know, I already bought the lead on the Buddha topic, man.
Yeah, of course.
So I'm breaking down that.
You've been saying that, yeah, some days ago.
Breaking down. But yeah, man, that's like a little interesting one. You get me? But that brother's got quite a few videos, different little things, you get me, that you can just watch and just, cool. But you just got to be able to pick, like, obviously what's relevant out of it. You know what I'm saying? But that's the thing, innit? What are we taught? Is it narrative or is it, you get what I'm saying? Is it narrative or is it actual fact? You get what I'm saying?
That's true.
Yeah, so we learn to kind of decipher what's real, what's realistic, and whatever. But yeah, if they're saying that they got skeletons and that of elephants in America.
Interesting video, man. Really good. I like that. Well, it's got more videos, yeah?
Yeah, the brother has, it's got different
that's good, videos. Man. I like the way he covered everything. Like, went to Tartaria, everything. Yeah, done a lot of research to put that together. Big him up still. Yeah, man. I like that. There's nothing in it that, like, much like the previous video with water, nothing in there that was too shocking to me.
Yeah, it's just that everyone was black again. It's another bloody seems to be problem, but I keep telling, man, but they don't listen. You know what I mean? So when I say these things, they just say, "Oh yeah, no, but we mixed in it, bro. You ain't mixed. What are you talking about? You're yesterday, man. Because even the old version of what you say you are, it was black.
Yeah, but
So
you know, we
there's
just watched a long video, and nowhere in there was you mentioned.
What?
Man was like running the world, taking over places, doing magnificent things, while you was at home growing corn on the cobs, bro.
That sounds dumb.
What the hell?
That's what you was doing, though, innit?
Where I come
Man,
from,
we're out there
we
conquering
have a
America, going
on,
as
man.
far as Russia. Their offspring even made it to England and took over England. Like, what was you doing?
Bro,
You ain't done
know
much
what?
since Kemet. No, but still, he's
How
asking
do you
for
say
it, bro.
Kemet when you're saying Sumeria? When man's
You ain't
from
done much
Sumeria?
since Kemet, though. I'm saying you ain't done much since Kemet.
Oh, we ain't done nothing since Kemet, but we done
Yeah.
Sumeria. We created Sumeria.
No, Sumeria was before Kemet.
Whether it was, that's where you saying I was from. That's what you said just a minute ago, earlier, right?
I'm saying
Yeah,
since
you came
Kemet,
from
you ain't
out
done nothing,
of Kemet, and then you came back in, and
You ain't done nothing.
So,
You ain't
so
done
what are we
nothing.
saying? What do you
I
mean?
don't know, bro. I don't know.
Why are you
What are
rating
you
them?
saying? Not a lot.
Yeah, but you're not Mongolian. There's not one
Exactly.
part of you that's Mongolian.
Exactly. Thank you. I'm not
So then-
Mongolian.
Right. So you're not Turk then, as we already discovered. That's not new.
That's a
Yeah,
different
take your
subject.
L, man.
Mongols
Take
are
your-
something different. Turks.
Hold your
Turks
L,
something
fam.
different.
You get me?
Mongols
Don't
and
try
Turks
it
are
with
different,
me.
bro.
Try it
Mongols and
with
Turks
bad
are
man.
different. Mongols
Well,
and Turks
then,
are different.
yeah. When we're talking about Mongols, we're still talking about black folk. Mad.
Yeah, Mongols are black folk. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So what are you?
Yeah, I'm the one that said that.
What are you though?
What am I?
Yeah, because them
I'm not a
is.
Mongol.
Yeah, they are definitely Anatolians. All the things that you claim to be, all the
Mongols ain't
J2
Anatolians.
and all of that. Hold on, all the J2s and all of that you're claiming, and then you're saying that you don't have Mongolian in your DNA.
You're freestyling again, bro.
No, you are.
No.
Explain what you are, man. Please.
I don't need to explain what I am.
We'll wait. We'll
I don't
wait.
need to explain it.
Yeah,
I'm not the
you
one
can't.
searching for my identity. I
You
know who I
can't.
am.
You are.
I'm not the one trying to rewrite history. I know what happened.
What happened?
Don't worry about
Right,
it, bro. We don't have to
exactly.
explain to no one. I don't need to
The only
explain
thing
to
is,
no one.
a lot of history was rewritten, and a lot of history is always written by victors.
Of course. I'm not saying it wasn't. Like a lot of what you just showed now, Europeans don't really want to accept that.
I don't know. Why not?
Because they don't want to give credit
Let me ask you a question, yeah?
They don't want to give credit to other people. Sorry, Jess, go on.
Truth, yeah? And somebody turns it into a lie, yeah? And then I come along and restore the truth. Am I rewriting it?
No.
Am I rewriting history?
No.
I'm just restoring it. So when you say people are rewriting history, a lot of time what we have is people restoring it, or at least restoring the healthy aspect of multiple perspectives, rather than just from a certain stream, a certain narrative, a certain conglomerate of history makers. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I say things like that are there for you to be able to discern for yourself and start to discern what the truth is and what real history is, and actually does this fit with the narrative that I've been taught. That's for me, that's what those videos are for. That's why it's interesting. Do you know what I'm saying? To me, do you feel what I'm saying? In the same way, it was interesting to me to find out about the Buddha thing, because that's something that I'd always just sat there and thought, right, boom, like it's what I was taught. Do you get what I'm saying? So, yeah, if there's something there that can actually fix the narrative that was told to me, like, yeah, of course. And this is the thing, right? People say, oh, yeah, you lot, I got a chip on your shoulder, this and this, so on and so forth. People have been saying this also. Sometimes people need to see the God or the hero or whatever they want to put it in themselves also. Do you get me? And if there's been a concerted effort to displace that from the minds of the people, then, do you get me? Like, there's something wrong, you get me? So if people are sitting there now displaying something that goes against that, and that might uplift one and two people, then so be it, man. If people don't like that, man, fuck y'all. You get me? That's the realness, man.
Big up Motion, bro. You're one of the real ones, bro. There's only a few, but still, I'll put your name on there. on the category of critical thinkers. I'll put you in that category.
You sound. I must have missed a lot. You sound a little bit down.
Who, me? No, I just ate some. Why are you watching man's mood? Oh, I'm alright, you know.
I said, why are you watching man's mood? Okay.
There's the other video when you're ready. You don't have to do it straight away. If people want to discuss that one, that's fine. If people want to, people jump on the panel. Make sure you hit the like button. Discuss the video that we just watched. There's bare comments in the chat. Ask them. You lot had something to say. Like, let's talk about it. You get me? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's peaceful times, man. Come on, man. In fact, don't come on me, but yeah.
Come on, man.
Wow. Come on down, fella.
I don't know. You lot are going down a dark path, man. I'm not interested.
Crazy.
I'm not interested at all. But yeah, man, you lot be nice to Khan. I don't know what you've done, but I feel like you've upset him or he's upset.
I'm not upset, bro. I'm good. Thanks for saying that, but I appreciate that. But still, I'm all right. Thanks.
Even respond to those terms. I believe those terms are concocted and crafted by people who wish to silence debate, look at somebody and think, I hate him or I hate her because of what they were born as. Now, I might not think it's best that everyone lives together as neighbours on one street, but I heard too, that was mainly about homosexuals, but I made some crude comments, and as I said, I'd say they look. There is to some people, to everybody, but not to everybody.
New questions every day.
The wonderful Mark Kellett, thank you for coming down today. I know it's been a long journey.
Well, thank you for
Mark Collette, you know.
Oh shit.
These men have had Tommy Robinson, now Mark Collette. They're trying to go there.
You're trying to do the circuit, right?
Trying to go there, Mark Collette.
Inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here, and I found it really nice actually meeting you guys. Got on well with you before, so I'm looking forward to the show.
Should be good. On the left, we have the plant-based warrior. I'm back. We're missing, but I'm back now. The vegan dickhead. Oh yeah, you had a replacement. You had a replacement last time. Yeah. Nathan, yeah. Where is he? I thought he was here today. Nah, he's got work to do, man. Fair enough. But B-Tech, Burner Boy. Burner Boy from Wish. Saturnicus, aka Eds. They got to meet this crew. I mean, there's protest today as well, so. Oh, you going there after, yeah? Yeah. You going there after? No. Let the marathon runners have their run. Can't be doing that. You got to meet the most masculine host of the pod. Do you not let him gas you? This guy's got a BBL hairline.
Okay.
You ever got from your BBL hairline? Yes. Nah, cool.
And you're short.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll run with that. Hairline's back though. Anyways, so we're in for.
Yeah, he did go and get his hairline done. I know. Yeah, so this is
Did he go and get it done?
Yeah.
That's what it looks like after.
Yeah.
Nah.
That's why man said BBL. That's why man said BBL hairline.
Yeah.
Botox with that. You got that.
It's terrible, fam.
Yeah,
You got that with a sign of Botox, bro.
He didn't do Akon where he went all the way down again to the forehead.
Akon's one is just dumb.
He's just over the top.
Bullying his eyebrows.
Well,
He never had that hairline to start with, bro.
There's some
Weird
weird
his
ones.
eyebrows like, yeah, what? You know what I mean? Soon will be one. Mad thing.
Right. That's after surgery. That is terrible.
Now I think he's done it subtle. I like it.
It's receded. Well, it's not even worth it. You might as well just leave it.
He's just
man.
gone from 60 back to like 45-year-old. He's like, yeah, I'm happy with that.
Cut it low, man.
0.5, man. 0.5, man. And just keep it moving, man. That's all this. I want to grow out
I
afro
know,
now.
but you can't avoid that shine. You know the shine that like
Yeah, but just,
that Born Rich has got.
Yeah, but bruv, sometimes when the time arrives and you gotta embrace that shit, it's what's gotta be done, bruv. That's it, man. Shit.
It's done.
I swear, man.
Motion's soon there. Yeah. Motion can't get in no strong wind.
Mad,
Looking like Banksy's wig.
His thing's shaky.
That Banksy's wig was amazing still. He spent dough on that, boy.
His hair unit. One.
Hair unit.
He ripped for it so much. He's doing the circuits. He can't.
Why weren't he busting it? Why weren't he busting it on Pearly Stream and he had some weird cap Why was he
Cat,
busting the
I
cat?
don't know.
What happened?
I don't know, man. Well, did you have the shirt undone on it?
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, looking like an Iranian KD Lang.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bro.
bro.
I feel like it's spinning that again, though. Nah, it's strong, man. Yeah? Don't worry. Cool. Give me. I'm gonna come back to you in 2-3 years, isn't it? Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. But so today, analytics. Okay. The YouTube guys, thank you for subscribing. We're back on TikTok after getting banned at 50k. So we're back. We're like 1,000 followers in a day. So
You're joking, really?
yeah, it's flying up.
Shit.
Our first clip got like 150k.
Serious?
Yeah.
Hey, people love Domino, you know. We love it.
So hopefully TikTok won't ban us again, innit? So yeah, we're coming back. So guys, keep leaving the reviews on Spotify. As you said, as we're getting DMs all the time saying that you'd want 2 episodes a week from us, that can only get done with YouTube revenue. So if you keep leaving the super likes and stop the video now, if you're listening on Spotify or YouTube, like, subscribe, all that good stuff.
And the thing on TikTok and Instagram, look, we're going to have conversations that are going to be controversial. That's the whole nature of trying to provide intellectual, academic conversations that you can grow and learn from. If you disagree, voice your opinions in the comments. Don't go and, what's it called? When they
report.
Don't go report. What's the point? Because it just shows your negligence for the spread of information. If you don't agree, voice why you don't agree. There's no point just reporting. So like, we're here to have a conversation and just show love. That's all it is.
And if you've got questions, put them in the comments and we will ask them. We'll ask them for you, but we can only do that if you fight the club. To us. So,
there we go.
100. So in today, let's get ready to domino.
Well, you've done it backwards now, because usually I'd come in with the analytics now, but it's for some reason you done it new. What I've been missing for 2 weeks and now
I forgot the process.
Show people that was about. So that should be so simple, right?
Well, I'd say we're at the top, but we've divorced ourselves from the natural world and from reality. So you can be at the top of something, but divorce yourself from what you're part of, and that leads you to viewing everything beneath you in a different way. And just because something's beneath you in a hierarchy doesn't mean you have to abuse it. You know, if you're a commanding officer in an army, you have soldiers that are beneath you. It doesn't give you a right to abuse them. We're higher than, say, chickens or pigs in the food chain, but it doesn't mean we have to abuse them.
Yeah, I agree.
But leading in today, to be honest, I wanted to clear the air because, see, Tommy has his views on you. When we had spoke on the podcast, he used you as a reference in the sense of, I'm not racist, but this guy is. I'm not a Nazi, but this guy is. So it's more, but same way people had a lot of things to say about Tommy, like Tommy's this, Tommy's that, Tommy. And then when we sat down, we spoke with him, and I was like, okay, but I still believe Tommy's Islamophobic, but I don't think Tommy wants to go out and kill Muslim people. I just think he hates even though Islam is a religion, he hates it as an ideology. So it's more, so understanding you is more in terms of your views. And obviously there's the documentary that Russell Brand did for you when you were much younger. That's what I'm saying. So obviously views, people are allowed to change, but obviously we have, in order to discuss where you're at now, we have to discuss where it began.
Yeah. And I think when you're younger, you're very sort of fiery. You say things that you think are edgy. You say things that when you mature, you look back on them and you think, God, you know, and it's the same with everything you do when you're younger. The clothes you wear, your haircut, the way you approach things, because you mature as a person and you look back on certain things and you do cringe and you think, God, I would never say that now. And if I could go back in a time machine, you'd say to your younger self, don't say things like that. Educate yourself more thoroughly on issues and always speak respectfully of others. And I don't use racial slurs. I don't try to be antagonistic towards other people, but I also don't get into the position that Tommy does, without speaking disrespectfully of him, spending half an hour every time explaining how I'm not a racist or not a Nazi, because I don't even respond to those terms. I believe those terms are concocted and crafted by people who wish to silence debate and who push people to do what you were talking about at the very beginning of this, where as soon as they see something they dislike, they're triggered, words like that pop into their mind, they report the podcast, they try and get your channel shut down rather than opening up lines of dialogue. And I watch lots of people who are branded as right wing go on the mainstream media, and they've got a half an hour slot, and 28 minutes of that will be them groveling around trying to convince people who hate them that they're not racist. They'd be better saying, I'm not even answering that, and talking about the issues they feel passionately about.
That's interesting, and I definitely agree with what you're saying to a certain degree. Where I might have a slight caveat is that I'm of the idea that if enough people are pointing the finger saying something is what it is, isn't there a reason to believe that potentially what they're saying is correct?
And like leading on to that, because we used the two terms like Nazi and a racist. Not being a neo-Nazi or Nazi is I can understand you in the sense that people put that label onto you, but being a Nazi is you actually have to identify as that. But being a racist is a bit more objective because you don't have to identify as a racist to be a racist.
I think this is where you're starting to get into semantics, and this is where you could spend not an hour and 45 minutes, but 3 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours, all defining what you think a racist is, what your personal definition is, and then it gets down to the point of, well, do you think he hates people because of the color of their skin? Well, some people might say that I do. Some people might say the fact that I've come here in good faith, sat with you, shaking hands with you, had a laugh with you before the event, and I'm sitting here having dialogue with you, says that I don't hate you, because if I did, I wouldn't want to be in the same room as you. Mm-hmm. So then you've got to decide what really is hate, and how can you actually decide in a concrete fashion what is in another man's heart or head. And then you've wasted 3 hours talking about nothing, or we've discussed nothing. And if you look at every mainstream media interview with somebody who's so-called right wing, that's how it goes. The person spends most of the time, as Tommy so regularly does, explaining why he isn't something rather than talking about what he feels passionate about and what he is. And I think words like racist, anti-Semite, Nazi, they're silencing tactics that are thrown at.
Yeah, that's definitely a fact. But yeah, it is definitely a fact. I've seen it used on everyone, on each side, on all sides. He's a racist, very rare. But so, like, for instance, since Auntie Jenny's jumped on, big up yourself, Auntie Jen.
Big up, Auntie Jen.
Welcome, Auntie Jenny.
It reminds me of saying, oh, Pearl's a racist, or the guy that she interviews is a racist, so that means you can't listen to her, or you can't interview him, or you can't this and that, and it does shut down. Like, I personally feel like if someone's a racist, that doesn't stop me communicating with them, speaking to them, or even listening to them, or what they got to say. Like, in fact, I'm probably more likely to have a gander and have a listen and to understand their speaking points and the things that they propagate and the way that they, think. Yeah.
People to make.
I was going to say that I do agree with you in a simplistic way, but when you look at the nuance, like the complications of it, racism is based on corruption, and anyone who's basically advocated for a corrupt system more than likely would have a corrupt way of thinking. So me engaging in a debate with someone like that would be really not fruitful, because I would have to rely on the fact that you're operating within the same parameters as me of critical thinking and honesty, and letting your argument stand on its own merit. If you can do that, I could speak to anyone. I agree with you, but I don't think racists have that ability. That's why, like the brother said, you don't have to identify as racist to be racist, and that's the problem with racists. They don't want to identify as racist or stand on their square as racist, and this guy's just done a nice little sidestep of getting around that subject.
Yeah, regardless, but whether you identify as a racist or you don't, either way, I can have a conversation with you.
Yeah, that part I agree with.
Who's this? Oh. Yo.
Big up MJ.
Oi, mate. Oi, I'm bloody knackered, mate. Why don't you guys go back to Africa, nigger? Nigger. I hate niggers. You stupid fucking niggers. Bring back Jim Crow. Y'all don't deserve no rights. You guys commit all the crimes. I hate niggers. You fucking niggers. Go back to Africa, you stupid niggers. Fuck you, you stupid fucking nigger. I I hate niggers. You guys are some stupid niggers. Take away your stupid rights. Fuck Martin Luther King. I hate niggers. You stupid niggers. Fuck Malcolm X. I hate niggers. You stupid fucking niggers.
Damn.
He wore himself out. He wore himself out. So
Wow.
I'm not really, I couldn't really hear him clearly. What was he saying?
He's saying something about my name's Afro Diaspora.
Do you think it's got it off his chest now?
I hope so, man. I hope we provided some kind of reprieve to him. You know?
Wow. I was just thinking about all the energy that you put into saying all of that. You know, when you imagine just saying it in your mind, I'm tired.
I wonder if I couldn't really tell. Did he say he liked black people? Yeah, man. Yo, salute.
Peace, King. Peace, family. And just real quick, y'all need to say who that was in that clip because that was definitely not me.
No, it's definitely not you. It was just joke. It was joking. It was definitely not you.
No, just for the listeners though, we gotta, clarify.
What are you saying? He sounded like you.
No, my name was brought up when the clip was being played. My name was brought up when the clip was being played.
Yeah, he kind of did sound like you, to be fair.
All right, so let's clarify. That was not me. I'm here to clear my name. It was not me.
Khan said it was you.
Yeah, it was me that said it. It sounded like you.
Y'all already know I'm not even dialoguing with Khan. I already exposed him. He's damaged goods.
Is it because I'm a Muslim?
Wait, so you damaged
I'm Muslim,
Khan, yeah?
Diaspora. Is it because I'm Muslim?
Hey, Khan, did he damage you, yeah?
Who? Me?
He said you're damaged.
Oh.
But now let's not take it left. I already damaged the goods. It's all right. But Jez, let me say this though. With all due respect, I spoke to G Block and they had good things to say about unifying with Trilluminati and Afro.
Here we go. About things they don't want to talk about, rather than talking about the issues they hold dear. I think it's a very disingenuous tactic. So I don't really buy into any of that or play along with it. And when people do interview me and throw those things, politely tell them that I'm not really here to play that game. You know, I'm not here to play the groveling game.
But you yourself, obviously, because I don't want to, as you said, I don't want to spend ages onto it, but obviously I asked Tommy directly, would you see yourself as a neo-Nazi or as a racist?
I don't see myself as a neo-Nazi. Absolutely not. And I have never described myself as a racist because I don't hate anybody for the color of their skin. I don't look at something like them.
No, so didn't answer that.
I hate
Didn't say.
because of what they
He
were
said
born
he wouldn't
as.
describe
Now,
himself.
I might not think it's best that everyone lives together as neighbours on one street, but I don't hate people. And if you look at my track record of working with Muslims, being interviewed by people from all over the world, hosting podcasts with people from all over the world, people in Syria, you know, if you look at the people who donate to my show and contribute to my show, there are people from the Far East, there are people from America who are Black Muslims, and they do agree with the things I say. And I have a very clear policy of open dialogue and being reasonable with people, because fundamentally, I believe in a system of peaceful separation rather than lots of people being forced together, which has always historically led to ethnic conflict.
That's interesting, because I think I see two sides to your personality.
Peaceful separation. How do you separate families?
By sending people out of the country.
How do you separate families peacefully?
But Jez, bro, I mean, you muted me when I was trying to say this. G Block said,
I'm not interested, man. Get with the fucking program, cuz I don't give a fuck. The fuck? I don't care, cuz. Yeah? The fuck is wrong with you, man?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
When we look at the definition of racism, does it actually say anything that you have to hate the people you're oppressing or that you're marginalizing?
Prejudice or a hate or a dislike of people based
on...
like
if you hate people for their skin color, obviously you're racist. But can you be racist without actually feeling hateful emotion? Like me thinking I'm better than you, right?
Doesn't mean
still
that
racist,
hate...
isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, but I don't hate you because I'm feeling sorry for you because you're not as good as me.
That's true.
So I'm saying he side-skirted the issue. He's pinned it all on this thing of, well, I don't hate anyone, so I'm not racist. Like, that's technically not correct. Anyway, moving on.
He looks like he's squeezing a ghost boobies.
And so I feel like the person you are now, much more composed, a lot more decorum, compared to the person that you were when you was younger, in the young days of the BNP and how that transitioned. There's a big difference in that character. Because when I was doing a bit of my research, and it was...
I always think that these people's characters become more streamlined and refined, not necessarily because their beliefs have matured, but because they're learning how to not get cancelled, basically. Not get arrested, not fall foul of the law and things like that, and get themselves into more prestigious places so they can. Do you know what I mean? This how
their germs in other
they
places.
get press trained, bro. They get press trained. We all know this, man. They get press trained. They get told how to interview, what buzzwords not to say, and so on and so forth. That's it, man. Like, he's not matured in his thinking. He still thinks the same.
To me, it's like he gambled on a certain future, and when that future didn't pan out, now he's coming with a rewrite. That's how I see him. Because if the planned future went the other way, what these that were betting on, he would have probably been a member of parliament now. Same like that Nigel Farage leading some racial divide in the country and getting like notoriety, getting like reputation, getting paid from different countries. Like he would have been up there, bro. If that his plan panned out the way he thought it was gonna, he wouldn't have been sitting on these men's sofa right now. He would have been talking to big timers, cutting big deals, making big money. That's what he planned, but it just didn't go his way. Now he's backtracking.
And please
That's
let me
how I
say
see
this.
it.
Jez, why you being rude though? We made peace. What's the problem, brother?
Bro, you got learning difficulties, bro.
This is the problem. Hear me now. Hear me good. We're in the middle of a discussion about a topic. You have a pattern of jumping on and derailing the conversation to talk about other things. Bro, you keep mentioning you got this special announcement. You keep spamming the chat in capital letters about G Block said this and G Block said that. Bro, people are in the middle of talking about something. That's it. And what you're bringing up is irrelevant. I've warned you once.
On topic, brother.
I warned you once. I warned you twice. I mute you. You unmute yourself. Like, just chill.
Brother, you being emotional. We can move forward. All right.
It was the ITV documentary where it said that, and it quoted that you refer to homosexuals and Africans as AIDS monkeys.
But I referred to, that was mainly about homosexuals, but I made some crude comments. And as I said, I wouldn't say those things now.
You wouldn't say those things now.
What a scumbag.
I wouldn't say those things now. But
that was mainly
take a big gulp.
Mainly about gay people.
Wow, mainly about
and Africans as AIDS monkeys.
But I referred to, that was mainly about homosexuals, but I made some crude comments. And as I said, I wouldn't say those things now. And I certainly, would tell my younger self or younger people who listen to me not to use terminology.
So don't use terminology. What about not thinking about black people as AIDS monkeys?
Mad.
Don't use the terminology. You're saying it's still.
But I referred to, that was mainly about homosexuals, but I made some crude comments. And as I said, I wouldn't say those things now. And I certainly, would tell my younger self or younger people who listen to me not to use terminology that is crude or impolite, because I think that makes you appear less cultured and, really less refined. And we should all do our best to treat each other in the most polite way possible. That's part of being an adult, but I wasn't really an adult then. And really,
yeah, even if you dislike them or think they're AIDS monkeys, you must never call them that. So that's impolite. Mad.
Yeah. One thing that I would say about back then is fundamentally, you will know at the end of those documentaries, I offered an apology at the time. I offered to resign from the organisation because even then I realised I'd brought it into disrepute. Now, I would also say the organisation failed me as a young man for putting me in the position where I was being followed around by a journalist and had that much weight on my shoulders. I think young men shouldn't be put in that position. But I'm not here to sort of apologize for things I did 2 decades ago.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. The second question, go ahead.
Sorry, I just.
You thinking, did I get away with it? Did I not?
I mean, the point is he's organizing Caucasians. We got to organize.
I just want to interject. So when we were talking about racism and whatnot, I actually Googled what the definition of a racist is, just to kind of get a bit more on track with things. So it says here, a racist is characterized by showing prejudice or discrimination or antagonism against a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is minority or marginalized. Now, when you were speaking, quite often you said, but I don't hate these people. But in that definition, it doesn't talk about hate.
No, of course it doesn't talk about hate.
Marginalizing and
But
discriminating
you know what?
against
I'm
people.
good.
So I guess my question is, can you...
I'm actually good, you know.
Yeah, I think we all, you're good at verbalizing what we're all thinking.
I'm good at spotting the points before they actually even get mentioned.
Nah, you're good at verbalizing what we're all thinking. Right?
Oh, is it? Was you all thinking that? Sorry,
Yeah,
beg your pardon. Beg your pardon.
Can you not hate somebody but still be a racist because you can still marginalize and discriminate against them?
No, you see, what you're making the mistake of doing here is you've gone for a modern definition. Now, words change all the time. And I've actually made recently 2 sort of long, reasonably, long but short videos, sort of 15, 20-minute videos, explaining how terminology changes over time in order to change the language we use and load terms to change the way we discuss things. Now, when I was brought up, and I'm 43 this year, being a racist was somebody who hated somebody.
But is that, I guess what I'm asking you is that what you still believe? Do you not think there could be more complex?
No, I think what happens is people twist language to include more and more different things to load terms, primarily in order to force white guilt. So people feel, guilty for any choice they make. So basically, you could say that a black woman who chooses to discriminate by saying, I will only date black men because that's my preference, is a racist. I don't think she's a racist.
We had that conversation.
That's nonsense.
Most people have said that.
I've never said that. I think people got the right to choose who they want to sleep with.
Yeah, but people have said that. Most people have said that. People have been accused of being racist because they don't want to mix, or they don't want their children to mix. Because people have been called racist for that. Obviously, it's an individual's choice, but like the individual may have a preference for their child.
Okay.
You get me? Or for their sister. Or for, you get me? For their family, even. And then it might be like, I've got a preference in my community, amongst my neighbors. So, well, I'm not racist. I just don't want to live amongst black people. I just don't want black people on my street.
But
You know what I mean? And then he goes on and on. And then he goes on. I'm not racist. I just don't want them in the country. Mad.
He's what he's saying, yeah.
Yeah.
And really, that was my point, though. I'm saying, just as he's organizing the Caucasians, and I'm not trying to trigger you, I'm saying we can organize.
I will kick you off, bro. I don't want to.
I mean, did I say something crazy? Did I jump out of line? Oh, you being emotional. But did I say anything crazy?
I'm letting you know so you can do what you like because you got free will, my brother.
I mean, clearly, brother. I mean, can I also complete a sentence?
I've been clear, innit? I've been clear, and I'm asking you to respect the program.
Yeah, clearly. So can I complete the sentence? And it's on topic.
Oh,
with all due respect, I'm saying just as he's organizing Caucasians, we as of people of African descent, such as Trilluminati, G Block, we need to organize. That's all I was saying.
Okay, good point.
So that term then is nonsensical. It's been drafted, crafted, and formed in order that people then feel guilty for making totally reasonable personal choices. And at that point, you end up doing a 3-hour podcast on what really is a racist. And that's what I say. So everyone's caught by this nonsense.
It's more about where, because you kept forming back to the word of hate. And I don't hate these people, but I don't hate these people. But I'm just trying to understand, do you think you can be racist without hating someone or hating a group?
As I said, my answer is this, and I don't mean this to be insulting to what you're asking, but I simply don't care. I think these phrases and these words are crafted for political reasons in order to make people feel guilty for having any form of free thought and to channel people down a specific route. I don't believe that we've got a situation in Britain today where if you say something that somebody finds offensive or feels is racist, can result in a longer prison sentence than millions of images of child porn on your computer. So this is all politicized. And as I said, I believe, and I've stated this, that racism is when you have a hatred of people. Simply you look at them and say, like, I hate this guy because he's different to me. I think this phrase that you're talking about here, this racism that you're talking about here, has been crafted by successive British governments in order to make people fear speaking out against mass immigration, multiculturalism, and raising absolutely legitimate points about demographic changes that are occurring in the UK.
What I was going to ask, because obviously you said you growing up, you said racism was hate. Yeah. So in terms of this definition, has that definition changed since when you had grown up?
Absolutely.
What was? Can you check what it was? So this is an education for me. I didn't know what it was.
Well, I don't have the dictionaries from when I was a child, but that's how it was always taught in schools. In the same way that if you look at the changing in the use of the word extremist, I made a video about 20 minutes long talking about how now extremist is something that means you are violent, that means you have this grotesque ill will towards other people. But years ago, extremist was just somebody who did something that was at a polar end of the scale.
Can we pause
it? It didn't have an immediate connotation of violence.
You know what I realized, yeah? He's found a point, and these guys are really good at doing this to people. He's found a point where he knows it's a sticking point in society, right? Where we say, you know, if you say something, rights have changed and so on and so forth. But he's 43, right? He's the same age as me. I remember what the term racist was back years ago. So I don't understand why he can't reiterate what the racist was, because to be racist was about action, right? When I was growing up.
What do you mean about action? Talk to me.
He said hold on. So there was a clear distinction between prejudice and racism, and prejudice was predominantly the thought, and the racism was to then speak out those thoughts to be able to perform to cause hurt and so on and so forth, right? And then the actions, obviously, you know, when they used to go pee bashing and so on and so forth, and this and that. Do you get me? That's what was clear when I was a youngster growing up.
Yeah, you know, when I was growing up, we kind of grew up, you know, close to each other. When I was growing up, I think I viewed racism as anything from, violence to words to a look or a vibe, a dislike, looking down on me because of the color of my skin. But I usually, I'm clear. But I usually put it down to I don't know, bro. I don't know. I just thought it was like the way of the world, to be honest. Do you know what I mean? So when you saw it, you wasn't necessarily shocked by it. You're just like, all right, cool, so you're racist, yeah? So I mean, you see it in people's eyes, how they move or whatever, how they treat you. But obviously, I thought racism is much easier to identify the older you are. As a youngster, certain things that went down, man probably didn't even realize the racism behind it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean?
For sure.
Especially when you live in certain lifestyles and you're carrying around your own little guilt, knowing that you're up to fuckery. Do you know what I mean? You might not even clock certain deeper racisms.
Yeah, the reasons why you got stopped about to go do something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Racist.
Violence. And now extremist, the definition of the term extremist as put forward by the FBI includes people online using terms like red pill and normie and Chad. So if I say, look at that fella sat over there, he obviously lifts a bit. He's a bit of a Chad, which obviously means
Yeah.
That under FBI rulings would mean I was an extremist. You were sat in a room with an extremist because I called you a Chad. Now that's ridiculous, but that's where you go from having a term that means something that can be reasonably understood to widening a net in order to drag people in and make people fear.
Using the trans argument, yeah. He's using the pronouns argument on the term racism. Yeah, he's basically trying to erase the pronoun racism in your mind. So forget about that, man. It's just people have values and beliefs and what is the term racism? You're just trying to pigeonhole me. No. Get me? I don't hate, and it's just like I said. But we spotted this a long time ago from even like when we used to chat to George and that. We say and trying to understand what your whole movement's about, and realizing there's a whole movement out there like that, where it's like they'll do whole streams and never say anything racist, but the undertone is just there, and then you wonder how are they communicating this racism, and it's like through a lot of coded words and symbology and pictures. And remember we went on his Instagram, they had all these weird symbols and pictures and memes that you obviously have to be in to understand fully. Like like the frog and that. Like the 4chan frog. You know that one?
I don't really pay attention to that symbology, to be fair.
Huh?
No, I'm saying I don't really pay attention to their symbology, to be
fair.
But
do you know what do you know what 4chan is?
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just a website or whatever, a forum and that. You've seen the frog memes before with the bug-eyed kind of computer-drawn frog.
Oh yeah,
yeah. That meme. It's basically got racist coding in it. I don't know how to explain it, but anyway, just like the they call it dog whistling, yeah, Raheem. Just like the NFTs. Remember when we looked into the NFTs, the apes and the racist subliminal messaging in the apes and that. Yeah, did you ever watch that one?
I don't think I was here, man.
Oh yeah, that was a sick one. All right, man. Hit the like button, family. We need some more people, man. I'm putting too much stress on motion. You don't know shit. You don't know nothing. All he knows about is PTing and fucking jockeying and rugby. Let's put a rugby video on, man. Pause.
Oh, Marsh, I forgot you was a PT, man. I need some advice, bro.
Yeah. Why is man laughing?
No, I was laughing at a joke that I told 5 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man. Boy, chat to me after the video or something, innit?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, speaking their mind or saying anything because they might be branded an extremist.
Whilst she's looking for the definition, I want to circle back on the thing you said previously when you mentioned you don't think that you might not think that people should live together, but you don't hate them. So do you believe in the Great Replacement theory?
Well, firstly, it's not a theory, and yes, I do believe in it.
Okay.
White British people.
Sorry, just to say, just for our people that understand, break down what it is and like what you believe it to be, because it might be different. What you believe it to be and why you think it is taking place.
What it is the fact that all over the Western world, whether nations were places where people of European descent were initially indigenous, or whether there are places where people of European descent weren't indigenous, but people of European descent founded as the modern nations they are today, those people of European descent are now rapidly becoming a minority thanks to the process of mass immigration. And here in Britain, London is now only 37% white British, Birmingham 42% white British. So white British people are already a minority in several major cities. There's others, Luton, Leicester. And white Britons will be a minority across Britain as a whole by 2066. So 1,000 years after the last time England was successfully invaded by the Normans, white British people will be a de facto minority group.
But this is where I have to challenge this idea, because from what I've read and what I understand, the idea of the Great Replacement theory is seen as more of a pseudoscience that's been it's been disproved on various occasions. Now, what seems to be happening is that it logically, you can say that because of mass migration, that other demographics are coming and taking over. But the reality of the situation is that people in Western countries just aren't having enough babies. So in order to maintain a culture, you need 2.1 or 2.5 babies per family. And that's just not happening. So then you can't then twist the narrative and say that it's down to mass migration and all these people are doing in other countries who are having the right amount of babies to maintain a culture, moving to different places for work, etc. That's not a replacement. That's just the fact that white people aren't having enough children.
It is a replacement. And secondly, there are other social factors that I believe have been absolutely engineered to ensure that this takes place. This is something that it would be very hard to explain in a simple soundbite. But
this is a man that once called black people AIDS monkeys. You know, this is mad. All suited and booted and that, trying to give it the slick talk. Yeah, smooth down, slick down racism, aerodynamic and that.
With the Hugo Boss suit and that.
Factually, whites are becoming a minority.
We don't accept that. We accept that 100%.
And I believe that that is done through mass immigration, largely against the will of those people, because repeatedly, large numbers of white Britons have spoken out about that, want a referendum on that, want a debate on that. They've always been denied a debate on that. And secondly, social conditions have been engineered in order to change white birth rates. There's been a massive legalization and push for women to have abortions. There has been a massive push for women to go into the workplace.
Doesn't that disadvantage all? Why is it just for white people a disadvantage?
Because when you have what you tend to have is a white majority nation, these things tend to be pushed heavily upon the white population, and when people from other cultures come in, they are basically helped by the government in many ways to retain their culture, retain their ways of life. And the groups there that help them to do that, they stick together largely. And groups like the Muslim population import their culture. They stick to their traditional.
They have one culture.
Yeah, he's looking at Muslims' ethnicity.
They're one people, one culture. They stick to it. So he's talking about Asians. Is he on about Asians and that? Asians and
Asians, basically.
I was gonna say Asians and Arabs. He may just view them as all, do you know what I mean? Muslim-y kind of people. Yeah, you know what I mean? The Muslim lot. You know what I mean? All them lot.
Mad.
Traditional ways. And that leads to them having a much higher birth rate.
I think everything you said there was correct, apart from the fact that you said that abortion is being pushed on white people more so, because the facts are...
In America, it's very different. That is used in America.
Yeah, so in America, it's completely different.
No. I said that straight away because I've seen the abortion.
But I'm saying, because the correlation isn't causality, all because more white people are having more abortions. I haven't seen the stats, but that could be down to education. That could be down to socioeconomics. There's so many factors going. So why do you believe? Because I agreed with a lot of it, but until you said it's being pushed on white people. I don't understand.
I've written a book on this called The Fall of Western Man. It's available for free as a PDF download or off Amazon. You can buy a hard copy. And I talk about a sweeping number of societal changes post-Second World War that have reorientated the minds of people of European descent that have been pushed heavily in nations that were largely dominated ethnically by people of European descent in order to change the way they think. And white people now have, in many ways, lost their culture. They're deracinated. They have thrown away the things that held them together as a community. They have had their communities shattered by successive governments moving forward with economic policies which have destroyed towns, cities, and people that live together, communities that live together for sort of hundreds of years. And all of these things have had a negative impact, negative impact, negative impact. Now, when you look at government grants and when you look at government spending, there are clear examples of the government spending large amounts of money on ethnic minority communities to help them stay together. But if anyone says they want to do that specifically for, say, a white British community, an English community, a Cornish community, that is met with the call of what we were talking about earlier, of racism, and it's not allowed. And what I'm saying is
that even true? I don't believe that's true. Like, and even if it is cause of racism, it doesn't stop people spending money in white areas or whiter areas. Like, what the hell are we talking about? Yeah, and a lot of the time, the money spent in the black community or the urban or the inner city or whatever you want to call it, the hood, is just like tax write-offs and shit, man. It's doing shit, digging up the road and digging it up and doing what actual infrastructure in there that benefits the people. You're going to build lower shops for people from outside of the community to come into the community and sell business to us at extortionate rates. Chat is shit.
So I'd argue this. I'd even argue this. He's talking about this concerted plan from however long ago to put this mindset into people. Well, I would argue that there was also a concerted plan to bring those people from those communities into the country, have them working, paying taxes, use the revenue that they earn and build your shops for them to spend their money commercially for these big businesses to make money, because we spend a huge amount, right? We have big families.
Good point.
And then later on, gentrify the areas, i.e. Brixton, Peckham, Do you understand? Like, come on, bro, it goes both ways. This guy is just crying. He's just a crybaby, bro. I could say the same.
Can I ask something quickly? He's talking about areas have been destroyed, communities have been torn apart. Like, what is he talking about? Like, one black man walking up the high street all of a sudden tore your community apart. Like, I don't get it.
It means like mining villages and all these quaint little places.
Oh,
yeah, I don't know, man. But modernization of his country is going to mean that some of these things is going to happen, bro.
The way I explained it yesterday is karma. Literally, it's karma for what they've done to colonization that the UK has done.
What's wrong about the Donny, man? I mean, what's wrong, man? Can't get right.
If you look into these things, and there's a huge amount of evidence, but it takes a long time to go through it all. This isn't something that people have just plucked out of thin air. There is a number of pressures to both increase the number of people coming into Britain, to ensure that the people who do come into Britain retain their cultures, way of life, their language, etc., and they carry on having large numbers of children. But then the other pressure is to reduce the indigenous people's ability to stick together and have children. And when you take those two things into account, you will lead inevitably to white British people becoming a minority, and I don't think that's a good thing.
I understand, and like I said, I largely agree, but again, I still don't agree with the fact that this is something that's being pushed on white people. So my question is this then, so
look, lots of bad things have been pushed on black people. Lots of bad things. And I'm not saying that I believe that the winner from multiculturalism and the winner from mass immigration isn't going to be black people.
So that's what
I'm not saying you're the winner, and I'm not saying you're going to be the winner. I'm not saying you're the bad guy. Who does this fall on? Who's doing it?
Who's it?
You have to look.
No. Who's it for? Who's it for? Who's
the winner?
Yeah, who's the winner?
The winner are the people, the global elite, the capitalists, the rootless cosmopolitan elite that have ruled this planet post World War II. These people are people like bankers, financiers, and you could probably trace.
He ain't gonna say that word, boy. Whatever you're trying to squeeze, whatever juice you're trying to squeeze out of that fruit ain't squeezing, mate. Yeah, I know you want the juice, but he ain't gonna say it, mate.
Trace their lineage back right to the times of sort of the British Empire. The people who have ruthlessly profited of keeping everybody else down, having everyone else fight each other, and essentially doing things to raise themselves up to the detriment of everybody else.
But one thing I would say, is these elites. Would you not agree that they're proportionally white? Can we agree on that?
I'd say no.
You'd say no.
I'd say they look white.
Really?
I'd say they look
Yeah,
white.
Sorry,
wait.
So no one can see
They
me, so I
look
just want to
white.
say that I
They look white. Yeah, this is sketchy territory now.
am white. Just as a voice.
Yeah.
You can't see my face.
They look white, but they're disproportionate.
But why does that not make them white?
That's a
People who are no. People who are different
You know what he's saying, man. Juice. You got the OG.
ethnicity. They're an ethnic group. They are not of European descent, and that's why if comes up on a DNA test, and if you ever read anything written by Malcolm X, which was scandalously kept out of his biographical film that was made by Spike Lee, he talked about these issues. Many black nationalists talk about these issues. Many Islamic scholars talk about these issues. Many people talk about the spread of Zionism. I've made lots of videos on them. They're all free on my Odyssey channel. I can't explain them all in a 5-minute soundbite, but you are absolutely welcome to watch those videos about the Zionist control of America, about the way the banking system's disproportionately dominated people. And I'm not saying people, and I'm not people are solely to blame. There are plenty of white people involved in this, which I absolutely have nothing but contempt for. There are some black people. There will be some Indian people. I think Rishi Sunak's part of the problem. He's Indian. But there is a considerable only make up about 2% of society. When you look at the number of people who are billionaires, captains of industry, involved in the banking system, involved in campaign finance, they are overrepresented in all of those categories. And if you look at the current American establishment under Biden, and you look how many of those have heritage, if they were all white, people would be squawking right now saying it was white supremacism. If whites had that overrepresentation in banking, people would be squawking saying we need diversity quotas. When it's you do it, no one talks about it. And if you do, it's a taboo.
I just wanted to characterize, because obviously we've gone between interchangeable terms, but I just wanted to, because you have your ethnic group, but race is a Western white society construct. If you go to Africa, people won't say they're black. They'll say that I'm from this particular ethnic group. So you're saying that they look white, but because white is a white Western construct, and really you'd say my ethnic is, I'm from this European descent from this particular region.
No, I can explain this.
But under what we term to be white, which is a Western white construct, Jewish people are white. So that's why I don't know. You could say like, okay, they might appear to be from this region of Europe descent, but under the classification, they are white.
Well, when you do a DNA test, it will tell you if you have Jewish DNA. Now, Jewish DNA is separate from Europe.
Are we not blanking out that word no more? Mine must have got bored. Like, I can't blank all of this out.
Maybe there's a safe number you can say on YouTube.
6.
European. That's what counts you as being Jewish. That's why leading rabbis in Israel have called for DNA tests for citizenship. Because if I turned up there tomorrow, obviously not me, because they probably wouldn't like me very much, but if somebody who was European turned up there and put a little hat on and said, look, I'm Jewish, leading rabbis would say you need to prove your Jewish heritage over numerous generations. Being Jewish historically was always something that was passed down on the mother's side.
Correct.
And you can do a DNA test, and all companies that provide DNA tests will say, if you have Jewish DNA. So that is separate. Now, how I would classify race is quite simple. Race is a large group of people. So people of European descent are of one racial group. I am English. That is my ethnicity. So somebody who is Scottish, somebody who is English, somebody who is Irish, and somebody who is Welsh, they're all part of the group of Europeans. They're all part of a wider European family. However, they are all from different ethnic groups, which means they have different cultures, different languages, and certain individual sort of...
But the reason why I say it's a mismatch, because you say you're a white English man, but many of your supporters, you might have done your DNA and you might be, but many of your supporters who would class themselves as white, doing their DNA test would not be as white as you think. And that kind of argument is why they discuss they'd never do, forget the political side, but just they'd never do an experiment on the difference on athletic performance between different racial groups. Because, for example, say someone like me, I'm black. On the black side, they're actually long distance runner. I'm very quick. That actually comes from my Asian side. So you wouldn't actually be able to say this categorically comes from where. So even though you're saying that it's been passed on culturally, but if you were to look at the English people, like many of your supporters, they wouldn't be as English as you think. So really, what you're looking at is their perception of how they see themselves.
And there's always been some form of movement of people. And there's always been some form of intermarriage, whatever you want to call it. But generally speaking, throughout history, that movement of people has been amongst peoples who are very similar. What we are seeing now is...
Interesting.
He's not giving much away, is he?
Yo, family, you got a panel full of people. Yo, you lot, what's good?
Brother, you know you've been muting me all morning, so I ain't saying nothing. Matter of fact, I'm about to jump down. Much love, Jed. I'm glad we made peace.
I'll kick you off before you jump off, pussy.
Pussy.
Yeah. All right, Auntie Jenny's busy. Sniper, where you at, Snipes? Mosh? What's happening, man?
I feel like that just says a lot of words, man. It doesn't really say nothing of substance.
I didn't realize someone put me on mute.
Well, you've been talking?
Yeah, I've been talking.
Bullshit. Bullshit, Snapper. You've been talking?
Yeah.
No way.
I just got up and just took it off mute. Fucking bastards.
So what are you saying, Snipes, about this character? Been pretty, in my opinion, he's been pretty fruitless. Like, why have they even had him on?
No, you have to know how to talk to these guys, man. And these guys are not, they haven't got the capability, I would say. You know what I mean? They've had people on who probably might be better placed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're just going to get this guy.
In my opinion, the only thing this guy's actually achieved in his whole career is trying to make Tommy Robinson not look as bad as him. Apart from that, he ain't really done nothing.
He's doing fine for himself still.
You think?
I'll give him that. Definitely doing fine by himself. He's not explaining himself very well. And his theology just sounds really nuts. You know what I'm saying? Far from
Do you think he'll be better off just saying he's racist?
Yeah, just allow it, man. Just fall back. Absorb it.
Shit, yeah.
All this beating around the bush and thing. Depends who's questioning you. Are you gonna because they cornered him at one stage, but then they let him go, basically. Would have been easy to trap him on.
I think they should have the big button on the table that they pressed every time they thought he was racist. Like on X Factor or whatever, Britain's Got Talent, where they've got that big button they press.
They
need something like that. Like press a big button and a big sign comes up saying that's racist.
It's not even that it's racist, it's just ignorant. You know what I mean? He's talking about immigration, he's talking about the same dead points that
I feel that people are allowed to be racist though. I've just always felt like that. You can be racist.
Say what's on your mind. That's why I said it's not necessarily racism, it's just like a pattern of ignorance. You know what I mean? Based on ignorance. There's no data being collected. These are just theories, in a sense, you know what I mean? That other people are going to come and change the environment and all of that when it hasn't been apparent. There's no evidence to support it. We know that ethnics are always going to congregate in the most busiest areas, you know what I mean? In the capital city, in the next biggest city, and the next biggest city after that. But your little rural towns and that, they're safe. No one wants to move to Devon.
Brilliant point.
Devon
there,
and York.
Mike.
And that,
Brilliant
like,
point.
yeah, you're not gonna stay there, man. Like, there's no issue. So his thinking is outdated, and it can't even get a parliamentary seat. So, you know, as much as he's saying, no one agrees with you, not even in politics. Because if you can't get a political seat, then you're just chatting shit.
Is someone eating
your
minions?
opinion.
Is that minions here again?
Not me, I ain't here, no.
What is that?
Oh, no. Is that motion?
Motion.
It's not me.
Yeah.
It's funny that man tried anyway, hear the back, you know, and say, yo, this is what
Yeah, bro, he's an expert on food, boy, and rustling. Name that Russell. Yeah, play that game. Name that Russell. Like, what is this, Khan?
What is
this,
that
Khan?
noise?
What is this? What is this? What is this one? You know what I mean? They'll tell you, you know, just like, yeah, man. You're eating cashews, yeah? Right.
Wait, is it cashews or almonds? Wait, it's cashews. Yeah, this argument he's bringing.
I know it's the sound of the nutbag, yeah? Mark.
Yeah.
This argument that they're bringing, getting too predictable, fam. This argument he's bringing that George actually brought on to this channel, and I had to smash him on. That he's saying that because ethnic minorities are congregating in certain towns or ghettos and basically pushing the percentage of ethnic minorities up in those areas, he's trying to use that as an argument of white people being some sort of minority, which is ridiculous because when you look at the whole country, the percentage of ethnic minorities is what, 22% or whatever it is. So for them to argue that they're a minority is ridiculous. I just think it's stupid. Like if we used to ask them, would you prefer foreigners living in their little ghettos like Luton and fucking Leicester, or would you want one black and ethnic minority family living on every street across the entirety of the UK? We know what they're going to pick. So for him to argue that, all the Muslims have moved to Bradford and they've got an MP and we're a minority there, that's not an argument for anything, bro. And for him to try to use that argument, that to me, that is fundamentally racist and fear-mongering as well. That's my opinion anyway.
Most
motherfuckers are fool. They're just fools. They're not breeding. They're too busy touring the country talking about other people. You're not flinging it down upon your woman. You get me? Just chatting shit online. You get me? Talking about you being a replacement. I can't take them, man. You're just a bunch of idiots, man. A bunch of idiots. Hey, what where everybody at? That we got to say on the topic.
Wow. Because you've done a better interview, they could have got Jupiter in, something, man. I remember, what, Mark? How you been? All of that, like, you know what I mean? Been racist lately? No. Oh, fuck's sake. That would have been a mess. Would have been a mess. What polar mech would he pause? Would he have worn? Red, black, and green.
Sorry, oh my god! Please don't.
No, fucked it all up.
Don't. You would have brought the beret out. Trust me, you would have worn a beret.
To the side, beret.
Trust me. They roll that in full panther regalia.
Whose cousin is this, man?
Yeah, rolled up on his back that he got back.
Fuck.
Roll up with a girl who's got a banana in her handbag for party tricks.
Okay.
Doing party tricks.
With
Did you hear about that one, Mosh? You didn't hear about that one, innit?
Yeah, about what?
But there was at some party and a certain man's girl was performing blowjob techniques on a banana.
Whose girl?
Your man thingy, Fake
Some
Panther.
have a controversial opinion about this, but you can stick around and listen. One thing about me is I don't care if you're straight, white, male, non-binary, transgender, black, white, Asian, Hispanic, whatever.
You know, you gotta be putting bad man in that list. Like, what is that?
And something I will not tolerate is white people feeling guilty or feeling like they owe other people of other races apologies
Oh my god.
for being born white when they can't control it. And it's a real thing. And it's honestly really sad. These are new vessels, new generations who have their own minds and everything. And they're born feeling guilty about who they are, hating themselves, feeling like they have to keep their mouth shut, they can't say anything. Yes, I understand the privilege of being white, but that's nothing to not be proud of. It's not like they're proud that they get more advantages of people, but there's nothing to hate about being born a skin color you can't control over. Like, you can't control. It's almost like you're expecting these people who aren't their ancestors. Yes, they have ancestors. And I'm not saying what their ancestors did was good at all. What their ancestors did was revolting. Okay. It's still not right because these are new people. Okay. And the bodies they were born in, just like yours, no matter who you are in the world, you did not choose that. You did not choose to be born the gender you're in, the race you are, and you most certainly don't owe anyone anything for anything you were born with. I don't owe men anything because I was born a woman, just like I don't owe anyone, like I'm mixed, but I still have white in me. Okay. So with that being said, I don't owe anyone of any black or indigenous race any apology. Okay. Part of my ancestors do, but you know what? They're dead. Okay. They're dead and they can't owe you an apology. I'm sorry. You deserve an apology from them, but I'm not them. And neither is anyone else them. And they don't owe you anything.
Wow. 2 semesters ago, I did.
So what do you think about what she said? You know, vibes up yourself, man. Vibes up yourself.
I think she just repeated herself. She just spat a whole load of shit to repeat herself. Like what she's saying. Well, if you feel guilty for having the skin you're in, then boy, that's something that you gotta address, man. Cause that's a you problem. That's not a we problem. You get me? Like that's the realness of it, man. That's the realness of it. And you know what happened? Years ago, when a president did get killed, a man said it was the hens coming home, the chickens coming home to roost. And sometimes when you've been part of a system that has down-pressed and made other people feel bad about their skin color or so on and so forth, where they're from and things like that, maybe understand, the connotations. And sometimes the Most High works in mysterious ways. And he says, man, the sins of the father will be, the punishments will be visited upon the children.
Mosh, can I ask a question though? It's going to sound dumb, yeah.
We forget about inheritance. That's the part. That's the part. We're not talking about the humans. We're talking about what they inherited from their ancestors. Are there still benefits from the fuckery that the ancestors did? Now that can be repaired. If there's benefits, then that must mean that there must still be ill effect as well from from their actions. So we need to remedy these things. I don't know why everyone keeps muddying it up and talking about, people shouldn't need to apologize for who they are. Fuck off. No one's asked you to apologize for who you are. People are asking for reparations. They're asking for repair. They're asking for solutions to the ongoing handling of stolen goods and whatnot. Come on, man. What are we doing, man?
I was going to ask, in the Civil War, the American Civil War, didn't all the black people from the South go and fight for the North because the North sort of was offering them a deal about 6 acres and a mule or whatever. When it's something like that, where they were actually promised something tangible. Like, or am I just remembering it or whatever? When they're like a promise made to people.
Yeah, so the 6 acres and a mule was something that was given to people, and then when they realized that they couldn't keep giving out land, they withheld it, and then predominantly gave it to who was the Irish slaves or Irish indentured, and they then became the most beneficiaries of those lands.
Okay, so based on that, then people that didn't get their land are owed land. So what's anything else got to do with anything? People are literally owed. So for her to sit there and say people are not owed, then obviously she's factually incorrect. People were owed. They were promised something that they fought for. They wasn't given it. It was given to someone else, and now they're owed it. So if those people have got a legal right to pursue that claim, right? No one can tell them you're not owed.
Jupiter, you're right. Jupiter, you're right in one aspect. That was in America, but let's not forget those people were British.
Who was British?
The people in America, the British, the Spanish, and whoever else was in there. This was the Americans. This was the Americans. No, y'all were British, man. Right, they were British, man. Stop it. What are we doing? All of them.
Yeah, I think
they all called it the New World. They all went over to the New World. It was a voyage to go over to the New World to build new riches. What are we doing, man? Stop this rubbish, man. About it was Americans, it was British, the Europeans. Stop it. It's only just one day you don't stop being they stopped being British. Before that, they were cousins of the elite. You get me? That's it, man. It's not front, man. We're not saying it's your specific people, but we know they were the cousins and the family of the elite. That's it, man. Come on, man. It's not play. They were British. Mad. So what next? What next? Man, they're saying have the sellers got to be sorry or just the buyers. Let's go look at the percentages and see how many people were bought and sold and off who. Like, stop this rubbish, man. You don't forget you lot made films documenting your fucking historic wars and battles of the people enslaved. Stop it, man. Stop it. You forget we don't know about in the Congo with chopping people's hands off and that didn't want to go. Huh? You think we don't know about Cape Verde and all that, yeah? With the point of no return and all that. Like, stop it, man. You think we don't research this shit? Like, bro, behave yourself, man. Behave yourself. Because if you want to talk up about Europeans being enslaved and all the rest of it, we talk about it. There's a guy called Richard, I can't remember his second name, that actually started selling his own English people, Europeans, to people as slaves. So don't ever give me no argument about how we were slaves too.
They definitely enslaved their own first. Yep. That's what they're known for. So it's a bad habit of the British from the longest time. Since there were Vikings, since there were Saxons and Normans and all of that. Yeah, it's about kidnapping, raping and pillaging, sorry. Yeah. And yeah. Take over. Yeah. Talking about their explorers and all of that type of stuff. Remember, this guy rode with Tommy, so he must be a fucking muppet. You know what I mean? Remember, Tommy's the smartest one. Yeah, he's a poster boy. So, Mark Collette was always about. He's like the background guy.
How are we gonna do that? How are you gonna turn around and say the British for decisions Americans made? Listen, they got the brother in Bristol, Colston, with them dash with him statue. What they talking about the Americans made?
The British made everything.
This guy's got school, road, everything, concert hall after him in our Bristol. Oh, I'm tell. You think we're stupid?
Yeah, Georgia after King George. You like all the different states that are named after British kings and queens and that. Like, stop it, man. Redcoats. Who the hell do you think the redcoats were?
Listen, there's websites you can go on. I've got one on my tab on my computer even right now. Yeah, and you can see the owners of the ships, where they bought the slaves from, the amount of slaves, where they embarked. Yeah, everything, bro. Everything. You get me? Everything. Yeah. You can even go find names, everything, ages. Yeah. Well, allow it, man. Allow it. People think that we don't actually research the shit and look.
Don't make excuses. Just because Uncle Hector's there denying it. Because these people was definitely involved. Swear down.
That's fucking.
Bro.
No, they might not. They might have just been a tribe that was there in it and always been there and never really. You get me? Because they was there, they never got trouble. You know what I'm saying?
If you're from the majority tribe, and it wasn't any of the majority tribes that was accused of enslaving their own, which doesn't make sense. If you're the majority, you can't enslave your own. No, the majority seems to got the most kidnapped. You know what I'm saying? And these lesser tribes have stayed lesser because of their involvement in slavery. These are the facts. So we know within our country, them people, they like to sell people out. Yeah. Oh, is it? No one breeds with them. No one thing. They don't turn into millions of people, based on their colonial activities.
So we
those
say
things are clear.
So let me tell you. Let me ask you a question. So we say did the Fulani shot their brothers and sisters?
It's not even the African way. Yeah. No tribe is going to shot their own people. They always shot other people.
That's what I mean. So would the Fulani, for example, would have shot, like, for example, a couple Yoruba brothers, a couple Igbo sisters? That's what I'm saying. Question.
Yeah, it could happen. But the most likelihood is once the other tribes are bigger, and remember, these are all warrior tribes. So they're not pussios. You know what I'm saying? They're all warrior tribes. Yeah, some are just from different regions that have settled there. Like when you say Fulanese, their home is Mali. But you've got Fulanese Nigerians because they've lived there for centuries. You know what I mean?
And their origin is Mali.
Yeah, they'll tell you. Yeah, everyone knows, and the houses and a few others as well of the tribes in Nigeria. But as I said, no tribe. A lot of the tribes don't originate from Nigeria. There are indigenous tribes, but they don't get mentioned. You're talking about Yorubas, who are a bigger tribe, who are the majority, and now sub-tribes have come from the Yorubas. So this is why there's 75% of the population. Because a lot of them are not all Yorubas, but they're all Yoruba sub-branch tribes. And some of them don't even know it, but it is what it is.
Hey, Jupiter, man, jump on the panel, man. I don't know what you're getting on, like, people is in mood. Nobody in no mood, man. We can chat, man. We can have a conversation and whatever. Ain't no biggie, man. Ain't no one ain't really in no war mode. You get me right now. You know what I'm saying? You can jump on the panel, man. I know there's no need to.
Bottom line, you're not making excuses.
The opportunity to jump.
Everybody keeps giving it. Everyone keeps giving it whataboutism, and you lot sold, and you lot sold, and you lot sold. Some did sell, but it would never make the numbers that the Europeans sold. The Europeans are the market, they're the buyers, and they're the sellers, and they're the kidnappers. Because in most cases, they couldn't hang around long. You think you can hang around in Africa as a European? Yeah? When most of them even died on the voyages. So they're taking people over to the Americas or to the Caribbean, and they're dead in. Because they can't handle the disease. They can't handle the malaria and the thing. They're not built like that. They don't have sickle cell trait. So the moment a mosquito or something bites them, they're finished. Yeah. Even when they got to the Caribbean, same thing. You thought mosquitoes never traveled from Africa to the Caribbean. Well, you'd be very much mistaken. It seems like they went there, mutated, and got bigger. And you can still get the same malaria. So, you know, there's lots of places around the world that where you can still get malaria. And it seems to be where we are. Do you get it? In swampy or whatever conditions, but those conditions are great for life. Those conditions make the best coffee and the best thing, and we got the best soil and we got the best diamonds, and everything is always where at our feet. So it's either the Most High or us who are strategically going to places where everything is there. And Africa being a main one. We ain't letting that go, because we're like, oh, no. We've been here for a while still. We're indigenous to the planet, but yeah, man, come on, man. This is the most concentration of us. So you lot say what you want to say, but when it was all one landmass, you weren't really saying much. You didn't even exist, so we can talk about it. Because if it was all one landmass, then all the monuments and all the supposed continents and thing would make sense. When you put it all together, you would see that everything goes together and there's a gap in the middle. And they're saying that's where the center, or what you're calling Atlantis, or some people are calling Atlantis, which would be where the Bermuda Triangle is. Where they said there's a pyramid down there, but you know. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot to make it make sense if you push all the land masses together. That's why I wonder if it was a sudden event that allowed the continental drift, or it was gradual. The gradual, I'm not really buying. You know what I'm saying? An inch every year and all of this type of bullshit. I'm not really buying that.
I don't know about this continental drift. Maybe I don't
I'm
know.
not buying it. I'm not buying it. I feel it was sudden, because it seems like at some point there were some major events and people started moving from one place where they were originally living to another place.
I feel like a lot of land is either buried underground, but also buried under sea. Like, for example, the other video that I put in the normal chat that was talking about the pygmies in Europe. And you know, they talk about the layers of the earth that they search through, right, to find different elements, right? So they'll say, okay, this one must have been an earlier time because they're under a higher layer, right? And then these ones are lower down, so they would have been, right? So they've gone through that, innit? And that's what they've gone into, innit? Like the lower layers down there, finding these pygmies of a different orientation. You know what I'm saying? And so on and so forth. And those things, to me, like, I'm like, all right, we could sit and, you know what I'm saying, discuss these things. But right now, I feel like, anyway, some people are just on some madness, man. I'm not even listening.
No, look, with the historians going to hit you with Grimaldis. Grimaldis are not more than pygmies. So these pygmies went all over the planet, according to the historians and the griots and all of that. That, you know, these Grimaldi, because you got the Grimaldi statues, which they said these cavemen was doing models of these pygmy women with their big batties and that. You get me? Little midget ass and all of that. You know what I mean? Man was carving it all day. Because one thing outside of the continent was the distinct lack of females. That's why Africa's always been the place to be and place to go. Yeah? Because everybody outside of it is scarce. You got loads of men and few women. That's why I'm saying, like, certain man, their people look like, the women look like men. They've got dad features and that. It's like, ooh, nah, mad. Yeah? When your grandma looks like your granddad, it's long. Yeah,
So
it means the gene pool was very, wasn't that deep. You get it? And you find it with these Europeans and certain ones that's like really, you know, like ridge. They got that ridge on them, like raw. You got that monkey kind of look, or whatever it is. But your women shouldn't look like that. So yeah, back to the thing. Yeah, the pygmies, bruh, all over the planet. Yeah, all over the planet. They call them different names. They call them things. They call them leprechauns. They call them everything. But it seems that whatever history we're going to, whether it's St. Patrick driving the snakes or the pygmies or the leprechauns from the land, meaning there were pygmies over here. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's quite clear because like you got the shamrock and all of these things that are Egyptian.
That people forget that the snake is representative in many ways, right? It's almost
fertility for us,
right? Some sacred animal in some aspects. Where some places it looks as like opening up the third eye and them kind of thing. There's whole different references to the serpent or the snake, specifically the snake.
Well, you see, us once we got it on our crown and we got it in Africa, it's definitely to do with fertility, and because reptiles breed like motherfuckers. They are like the animal kingdom's Mexicans. Hey, senor. Like what? What are you doing? What are you doing, Mr. Lizard? Yeah, but they breed fast. They breed quick, and they breed in harsh conditions.
And they got biker gangs, and they like to take photos with people in costumes.
That's right. Get me. And they're cold-blooded.
Hey, cabron, can I take a picture with your daughter?
But any doubt on most of the ethnic groups being able to breed like Mexicans? It's definitely an obvious truth. Now we can see many of melanated people around the world, whether it be Chinese, Indian, or Africans. We can breed like no one else on the planet. I don't know if it's the melanin or whatever.
I don't know, man. Irish got a good track record of breeding.
Yeah, so they got good breeding, but not in Ireland. It's crazy.
Yeah, they all have 6 children minimum.
No, that shows you the mass exploitation of Irish people to the Americas. Because if there's 30 million in America and there's only 5 million in Ireland, you get what I'm saying? How does that make sense? If you're
I think Arabs have more children than anyone. Them Arab women have like 8 children, 9 children.
Stop this, man.
I don't know about all that, man.
They got the hips. They got the wide hips.
All that stuff of having loads of children and
yeah. If that's not the case, IVF wouldn't even be in play. Test tube baby wouldn't even exist.
You gotta forget
they don't have that in Arab countries.
Caribbean aunties and uncles and all that, yeah, that were pushing like 11 kids and
I know
and stuff like that. Like, what are we doing, man? Stop thinking like
when your mom's the eldest of 9.
Like, what are we doing?
That's big numbers right there. That's big numbers.
Like 13 kids and all that, and you know what I'm saying? And then
that's us, man. In Africa, there's loads. There's loads to do. The sun, hot, and it just makes the women extra sexy. So like, there's gonna be loads of kids, bro. There's no issue. The sun helps in that endeavor. Because remember, money and finances weren't the first thing. Yeah. If you've got, remember, there's that man with 100 children or something.
Especially for men. Men used to have children, like, especially the men of certain societies and that, especially in where polygamy was fine and stuff like that.
Normal.
These men are having 40, 50 children. You get me?
And why is this? Because the abundance of females. It's quite clear and shows through the society that there must be loads of females for man to be doing polygamy.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And this has always been the case. Now, when we go to Europe, that has not been the case. Man are scrambling. Man will kill man for gyal. Man will do anything. Yeah. Just to get one decent one, let alone royalty. You know what I mean? These men are getting the 2 French gyal and they're like, yeah, nah, she's all right, but she never gave me a son. Off with her head.
Man's doing pretty far and defiling man's wife on the table.
What's the thing called? I forgot it. It's in the Latin. Oh, what is it called? I knew it before, but yeah, that's what allows them to sleep with your wife after you just married her, and that. It's fuckery.
Oh, the right of the king.
No,
like in Braveheart.
Yeah.
To the wedding and takes man's wife.
Longshanks was a real person.
You
get me?
Same.
Pause.
That'll define mine, beloved. No, them fuckery there.
Yeah. No, man. I'll be like Braveheart. Go and get that marriage done in the forest, consummate it. Then after that, do your thing, man. I've done my thing already, man. You're not gonna soil my thing. Yeah.
That way it's called prima nocta.
Yeah, prima nocta, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no primo.
Okay.
Oh, they'll be like, what? I remember they restricted the Scottish to having farm tools and no weapons and swords and that. So, all right, cool. I would have made a sword.
Them motherfuckers are savage anyway.
Take my girl and do what?
And 500 more.
And live where? Yeah. Like I'm gonna want her back afterwards. You're an idiot. You know what I mean? You might as well kill her, man. Trust me. It don't even make sense. Yeah, don't bring her back to me because I'm gonna kill you.
Especially in them days as well. A man's traveled for all 3 weeks and that. Moldy on horse and cart, like they fighting.
Wait, but man's paid dowry, man. What was the point of all that? If a man could just still gonna grab my wife first, I shouldn't pay dowry then, because you can't stop the king grinding my wife. Like you, the dad, father of the bride. Like, why am I asking for your daughter's hand in marriage? Take that, take where secret things.
That's them two things don't go together.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It's like,
and them man weren't paying dowries.
Yeah, they
weren't paying dowries because they weren't sovereign. They never had the sovereignty. They were subject to the king anyway. They were like slaves in
That's
a way.
Not sovereignty. That's just marriage.
The king and his aristocrats owned the land, and these that were like serfs. They used to come and work the land, get their little cut of like pea, and then disappear. So they would live in the forest and places like that, and then when it suited them, come and do a bit of skivvy work, get some like crops, and then go away again for the winter.
It's just the ruling faction of Scotland at that time. Remember, there was Earls. Robert
They
the
weren't
Bruce
paying no dowry.
No, I'm saying Robert the Bruce. Yeah, they were paying dowry. They were doing normal stuff, tying ribbons around the hand, and saying, yeah, they're married in the forest and all of that type of shit. You know what I mean? Celtic shit or whatever. Yeah, man, they were doing whatever they were doing, right? And you had to ask for the daughter's hand in marriage. And remember, he even had to ask her out and say, "Oh, can I see your daughter?" Look at the levels they were doing, and they were semi rural people with no organization, but they had organization and had certain things when it came to courting and marriage rights and that. You know what I mean? So it's just the British exerting their power. You know what I mean? That's all. Because remember, they were bullying the Scottish for years. And then once they got a monarchy, because remember, they got the monarchy, King James is from Scotland. James Stewart, he's from Scotland. So he unified Scotland and Britain. Because they've been beefing for so long, but then he unified it, being the King of Scotland and the first King of Scotland and England one time. Yeah, he's moving like Menes and that. Yeah, first dynasty of fuckery.
And then them kill him.
Upper and lower. Yeah. So yeah, King James wrote the Bible, remember? All of that. So that's why he's also so significant.
He must have been very religious.
Who?
King James.
No, he wrote a book on demonology first.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
he commissioned other people to write a Bible for him.
He never wrote the Bible himself.
He never wrote nothing.
Okay.
He wrote an interesting thing in the beginning of his original Bible, though.
Oh, he wrote a passage or something.
A foreword.
Yeah, and basically he was saying that it's almost as if he's done a Kanye, innit? He was part of something. Now he's trying to excommunicate from the Satan.
Oh, you mean game. You mean game. You get me? Yeah, even 50 keep me out of the group. Like, whoa, 10 tunes later, you're still saying that. Bro, you must be hurt. Just saying.
I'm saying like he was talking some like basically, yeah, there's factions that don't want this book to come out to the people, so on and so forth. And whatever, and they're gonna seek to control it and whatever. There was a video. I remember it was a thing I did watch where they was actually talking about it. They actually referenced and actually brought up the images from the first.
So 1 minute, Mosh. Before King James bringing out his Bible, was there another version of the Bible that the people, like the population, all had like one copy under their bed, sort of thing? Or was he the one that sort of just done that thought let everyone have their own copy.
So I'm not sure the exact time, but there was a time where the Bible wasn't widespread because people couldn't read. So people being allowed to read.
So there's just been like one main copy they held in like the church or whatever.
Yeah, so people were more indoctrinated. Like even like today, people are more indoctrinated and so on and so forth. But yeah, obviously, who's his name? Is it William Tyndale? I think it was him, the one that they burned at the stake for
all of them. They burned at the stake. All of them.
Trying to get they translate. They were like the people that first tried to translate the book.
Martin Luther.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he was before King James though.
And Wycliffe.
Well, there was a real Wycliffe as well.
Yeah, John Wycliffe, his name was.
Yeah,
mad.
And that's where Wycliffe is where you get Wicca, a Wickery witchcraft from. Do you get it? The followers of John Wycliffe, and then Lutheran Church comes from Martin Luther.
Martin Luther,
right? So all of these, these guys were all commissioned by King James, but they all ended with the same fate, getting burnt at the stake, but not without setting up their thing. Do you get what I'm saying? Especially Martin Luther and John Wycliffe. William Tinsdale, aka William Shakespeare, was supposedly burnt at the stake, but we don't know about all that. You know what I mean? We're still trying to get past them apples. Yeah, like, William who?
Guy Fawkes definitely got banned.
No, they say that Shakespeare's name's in the Bible as well.
Oh, is it?
I forgot what passage it is, but yeah, they say it's in there. I'm just like, oh, this is a lot. You know what I mean? But it was illegal to even do that. To even what he asked. It was not meant to be translated from the Greek or the Latin or whatever. That was fine. But you could not translate it into English. That was a European ban on that. Yeah. But you can't put European bans even on the king. That's the problem. Because the king keeps thinking he's got supreme authority above the church. And this has been the confliction.
Yeah, the church was more powerful, right? The church was always believed it was the thing that kept the crown pretty much
right.
going.
But if man's saying I'm a descendant of God, like I'm God's like family on
God's
earth.
you.
Yeah. I'm God's sperm. You get me?
Mad.
And the first person to start with that was Henry VIII.
Come on, get out your feelings and understand what man's saying. Man didn't say that they created the Bible. Man said that he translated it, got it translated and commissioned.
He published it for the people.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
It's his publication.
Bro, like listen to what man's saying, bro.
Well, what did he say that you're saying? That he wrote it with his own hand or something?
No, we just made that definitely clear that he did not write anything other than a book on
that would be a shock. That would be a
he
shock.
didn't write no book, no. But he commissioned. That's what a king does. You don't have to write anything himself. Doesn't even a Khalifa will have to get his scholars to write hadiths and all of that. We've been saying that for time. So I don't know why with a king it would be any different. Do you get it? But King James is important in the story of this modern day Bible that we got. Yes. You cannot deny that, you know? Right. Anyway, who's fighting over a slave master's book anyway? Put your hands up. No, I'm asking. Who's fighting over a slave master's book? Put their hands up, man. Let us know.
King
I don't
James
really know that much about it. I don't know how different each, like, you know, they say there's all different Bibles. Like there's the Ethiopian one and whatever, and there was the one that Afro Diaspora says he only reads that one. Like, I don't know how different they are from each other, to be honest. Like if they're that significantly different.
Kemo, did you not hear when I said to you, brother, that when I said that I believe there was Bibles before that? That, and I'm not sure if which one was earlier or before, and so on and so forth. That's like
Before
what man
whose?
said. Before King James's one. Before the James.
Of course, there was loads of Bibles.
We know
like
there
all
was
the Septuagint, all of that was all in existence already.
We know this, man.
Yeah, what we're saying, because remember, this is 1500s.
The only thing
doing this.
Yeah, the only thing King James decided to do was say that he was going to go through Hebraic scholars, right? Or in inverted commas, Hebraic scholars to translate it from the Hebraic manuscripts that they had.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying?
And they were from the Middle East. The Mediterranean. So as I said, in the Mediterranean, the language that it was written in was Greek and Aramaic and all of these type of things, right? But with King James changing it into English or having it translated into English, it was forbidden. Know that, Kemo. Yeah. So just translating it into English was the forbidden thing, not that he was creating his own Bible. He's got his own Bible, and them man, they know Latin even up to recently. My parents, they went to school in England and learned Latin.
We had Latin.
Right.
Latin.
It wasn't that long before I started school that they stopped doing Latin.
Yeah.
So we know that. We know that for a fact. So they knew all the Roman shit, and they kept that up until recently. Because they're Roman Catholics. They were Roman Catholics before they started their Church of England under Henry. Do you get what I'm saying? And then King James is carrying on the mission of Granddad. Yeah. He's the grandson of
Tinsdale Bible was before King James, isn't it? Yeah.
What, Tinsdale?
Tinsdale, yeah.
They say, but the numbers and the times are sketchy, fam. Yeah. All I know is all three are put together under his guidance and tutelage. You know what I mean? He was the person on the throne when all of these things were being commissioned. So that definitely is true. So yeah, you can look it up, man. You always see the same three characters, individuals. That's why I know it off my head and all of that.
I just remember Tinsdale was burnt because he translated the Bible, but I wasn't sure whether it was before or after King James.
It wouldn't be relevant. It wouldn't even be relevant if it wasn't. Like who commissioned him?
Who commissioned him?
Unless it would be.
That's why he was killed. Obviously, we listen.
Right.
The minds that we have today, we'd be sitting there thinking there was somebody on the other side, on the opposite side of the fence, saying, "Right, listen, commission this. I'm gonna pay you." Boom, boom, boom. Like, you know what I'm saying, right? That's the way that I would think of it. However, I would say that in the time, I believed at the time that he was the person that translated it from the Latin to the English, whereas King James translated it from, or got his scholars to translate it from the Hebraic to English.
Well, either or, yeah, we know it was. For me, I've already played the tape about Prove It, Kemo. You acting dumb, like I ain't done those videos already. We definitely pulled them up, and it was definitely commissioned by King James. No argument, no question. Do you get it? No argument, no question about Prove It. I've already proved it long time ago. I'm just having a conversation now. You're the one who's behind. Go and check your thing, yeah, and stop bum licking King James. He's a fucking white man, yeah, because you lot out here thinking he's a black man. God damn. And you know how many James Stewarts there were throughout history? All right. That pseudo. You get me? Thinking he's a black man. Yeah, King James is a black man. Yeah, there were black monarchs in England. Definitely. But he weren't one of them. Are you going to say the grandson of a ginger dude? Come on, man. How tall was Henry VIII? He was tall. You get me? Big, fat ginger dude. That guy. His grandson who was blonde. Huh? Scottish. Where? Huh? King James.
Was he?
The depictions. You know what we had? We had our brother Terry go to the museum. Yeah, and get an artist's impression that they've got in glass and all of that of King James to prove the argument. Because this argument has been long standing with Ezra and a few other the brothers. You get me? Hebrew Israelite brothers, you know what I mean? So a man who does museum tours, our brother Terry, yeah, you can't argue with that. Do you get it? He brought back the thing and he showed me the photos and he was like, look who they're saying is a black man. I'm like, I know, unks, I know, bro.
You know what's interesting when you talk about the museum thing? I went to a museum, in Wiltshire. It's called the Devizes Museum. So basically, there's a place, it's near Stonehenge, and it's called Avebury. Yeah, and it's got like more stones than old Stonehenge, and you can just walk around. You can actually like touch the stones and everything. So anyway, I went to this museum, and then this museum's got like little historical things of the area. You get me? Yeah.
Right.
And they show there's a little image of this little teacher guy, or whatever. It was a woman teaching a guy, or a guy teaching a woman, whichever way. Yeah, talk writing. Do you remember when English used to be just like a set of scraggly lines? You didn't really see no words or nothing. It was just scraggly lines. Yeah. And they showed this whichever way around it was, but this brother looked like a fair skinned Arab type dude.
Right.
You get me? And so on and so forth. And I was looking and I was thinking to myself, Rascal, where does this little picture arrive from? You get me? Like the times that they're talking about when they used to use the stone grinder mill things and all them things there, right? I'm saying, right, I didn't even, these little things here. So I'm saying the museum that you're talking about, yeah, they got some history in there. So if a man's saying he's gone to the history and saying that the man's a blonde guy, then boy, what can you say? What is it?
Based on the argument, because he's not no fool. That's what Brother Terry does. And if you know Brother Terry, which you do know Brother Terry, you get me? He don't play with the books. He could get you any book that you could imagine. You get me? He's always conversing with Kemo. He'd be like, Kemo, yeah? Hey, I got some books, He's the one who goes to America and deals with Sarnetta and all of them and all of that. To get it. And made us have the link with them and that. Really. So don't play with Brother Terry. Nah. And he was passionate about it because he had an argument with the youth in the park. The same one I debated about the Israelites.
Nigger.
Tired. Are you tired now? Come on.
Nigger.
This guy running out of breath, bro. What I'm to you? Earlier on, you done about 15 seconds. Now you can't even cope, bro. You need to
Oi, mate, the Rasta, mate. Oi, I'm bloody knackered, mate. Oi, bruv.
Yeah,
oi.
mate. Yeah, you need to stop smoking crack, bro. It's not good for your health.
Crackety crack. Smackety smack.
Mad.
I know. Weirdo.
It's crazy, man. Get a girlfriend or something, man. Shit.
You still there? He's still there, but not saying nothing. Say
Get
hello.
a girlfriend, bro. Get a girlfriend. What's the matter with you sitting at home alone, just doing N-bombs because you think it's funny, but who are you impressing? Really? Who are you impressing?
That's haram, you fucking.
He's got a girlfriend. He's got a girlfriend. She's called Mummy.
Who are you impressing, bro? Really? Who?
No. What you saying? Balls deep in your own mom? No, that's not
cream pie in your mummy.
Wow.
You motherfucker.
Brother.
Literally. Yeah. You're gonna end up with Jerry, man. In the grave, man. For fuck's sake. Man. Son of Springer.
If I ever see where you live, man, I'll pop your tires.
Yo, pop my tires. Pop me tires, bruv. Oh no, not me tires, bruv.
Yeah, man.
Don't take me beans on toast, bruv. Oi.
Where you get hanged from a tree as well, lynching, proper. Reverse racism.
This guy's sad, man. He's sad, genuinely sad. I feel sorry for you. It must be sad being alone with no one to call your own.
Just like, yo, let me go back to that live stream. That's the most fun I've had. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, fuck it, no, man.
I want more for you, man. I know some racist chicks. I could introduce you to some, man. I ain't a hater, bro. I know some racist chicks. I know a lady called Wendy. I mean, I know another one, but she got a man.
Nigger.
You're bored. You're that bored. You can't even say it yourself.
Can't even say it.
Nigger.
AI. We getting trolled by AI now, man. Fuck you, man.
Man's using Siri.
Yeah, you felt
Man's using
an AI trolled.
Siri, act like a retard.
Yeah, how did you get Siri to do racism? I just don't understand.
Okay,
man, he tapped it into Google and then went to the audio thing or whatever you call it. Speaking spell. It's probably gonna open.
Hey, Snipes, you doing freestyle?
What time is it?
I don't know. Just asking.
I'm trying not to. Look. He said, "What time is it?" When does he? That means he's already trying it. He's hoping everybody forget. He's trying it.
He went forward. I love it, man.
You hotted him. What time is it? Man, this dude thinks he's slick, bro.
Nah, it's okay if you're not, bro. It's cool.
Fridays. I know I want to do it, man, sometimes, but then other times I'm just like, nah, fuck it, man. And the last couple of weeks, yeah, we've been streaming over here so long, it didn't even make sense.
Chatting bad shit over
here.
Have it right, man. We've been chatting bad shit.
Shit. All right, well, listen, I gotta check it out anyway. If it's on, it's on. If not, yeah, I mean, I don't know.
All right.
Yeah,
that's really up to Jeds, yeah, because it's looking hella sketchy, man. What's with the people?
No, where
they want to jump on the panel? Man. Just want us to do what? Hit the PayPal, hit the Cash App, end of the week. Come on, what are we saying? Show some love, man.
Yeah, hit the panel, people, man. Ask them, everyone. You get me? Come
5
on, man.
days of relentless streaming, back to back, pure quality streaming, man. Like you're not getting this anywhere else, man. Like what? Show some love.
You get me?
See, man.
Right, Sniper tomorrow. I'm gonna bring that deal with the pygmy one. Them.
Oh yeah. I'm ready for that. We'll do that bright and early, man. Get me? I even more play the all fours one. Yeah. This is Khan's ready.
Hey, Jeds, big at yourself, family. Don't know. People, like, share, subscribe.
Big up.
Big up.
Yeah, big up.
Hello, Motion.
My God, later.
Oh yeah, I forgot she was talking crud.
Ella. Big up.
Oh, so he left, yeah? See this guy. Yeah, so what's going on? Why are you guys so dumb?
You good, man.
Okay. Yeah, jump on, people.
Yeah, what fuckery was you lot talking earlier, man?
You're gonna see tomorrow, man. She's on smoke and I'm joining her. So hey.
Who's on smoke?
Yeah, payback time from last weekend. She got some time tomorrow, she said. So we'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see. So what's going on? What have you guys been talking about?
Not really. Oh, so many different things, man. We watched
talking about nothing really. Man said nothing really. We've been chatting about bear stuff, and you've been in the chat listening, so you've heard some of the stuff, Axum. Come on, man. What do you mean? What have we been talking about?
Yeah, so yeah, but no, I mean the last couple of hours more. Sorry.
Hours.
In streaming. What was we watching? This racist Mark Collect guy. You know what I mean? He was on a podcast. He was just chatting, having a few conversations around that. Yeah, man, just doing the damn thing.
Okay.
Yeah. I got to step out in a second. That's why, you know what I mean? I sound a little bit distracted, man. Step out. It's not going to be long, but people are still going to be around. But it's Friday, man. I understand.
End of the week, and yeah, I understand too.
Yeah. Axum, now you're on. Maybe you can trick some people to jump on with you, man.
Trick.
You know I mean? The show people are sick of hearing me all week, man. So even though I've been kind of in and out myself. To be fair, big up everyone. What's everyone saying, man? Like up the show, smash the likes. All right, Axel, I know you got some subjects, man.
Lord. You're gonna do this to me, BBA. I know you're there, BB. Come with your French accent. Let's turn it up.
Wow. Mocking it. She's calling you French.
Yeah.
She calling someone that's not even in the chat.
No, he was earlier. Like not.
She just called out a random name, like Bibi. I ain't seen Bibi for how long?
No, really. He was here for like.
When?
It says to me 10:04. It's 10:12 now. So yeah.
I was here recently.
Yeah.
I see him there, look, hiding, little Trump. Yeah, he got beaten. That's why.
Now you went there earlier. See, BB, you got him on.
Bibi got beat up. He lost the chat today, man. Really. Shame on you, Bibi.
Yeah. Hey, you the new shifter right now, man.
The new shifter, though. Bibi disappeared. Get me? After Rico left, Bibi left the room soon after.
Whoa.
Yeah. He hung around for a minute and then he disappeared. I knew it though. I watched him leave. Yeah, answering Rico questions and sending him emojis.
And sweating after him. And...
sweating around him and that.
Oh, there you go, baby. Big up, baby.
Sweating around, man. Yeah, no, he's sending Rico sweat emojis or something.
You don't know what he's doing. Why are you talking about Rico?
You need to defend yourself or something's gonna happen, BB. So hey. You don't want us to call you his next wife. Come on.
Wow. Fuck with you. You're gonna have that.
I set up your Freestyle Friday, man. What the hell are you doing?
BB nasty.
Yeah, we trying to. Yeah, Freestyle Friday, man. You can't be bothered. I'm gonna step out then.
I'm doing it. You ready to lock that shit off? Lock that shit off.
Okay. Big up then. That was a brief one.